You're listening to Look Away, Book 5 in the 180 Days and Counting series by B.R. Paulson. When Cady runs, it isn't because hell is chasing after her. It's because her daughter is in danger and Cady believes escape is the only option. If she only knew. As Cady and her daughter make their way north, Scott realizes just what he lost and he's willing to fight to get it back. And Cady's mom? Look out, because she's headed back to her daughter's place, and come hell or high water, she's going to make it. Who she leads there may help or hinder her survival. This post-apocalyptic series is complete at 6 books. Don't tell the women that. They might not all make it. 3 generations of women fighting to stay alive against all odds. Where they'll betray others, they have to stick together.
Chapter 1. Doctor. The gunshot from the deck startled Scott like someone had slapped him across the face. He rushed outside from where he'd stood, staring at Jessica's sleeping form. He was detached from the last of his living family, and he knew it. But there was nothing he could do about it. Not right then. He couldn't get his head on straight. Gunshots in the night didn't help anything. Long strides carried him to the slider door where he threw it open and came to a sudden halt. Beth's body slumped to the side on the Adirondack rocking chair. Dark spots flecked the glass. Scott would give anything to turn on the lights to see just how bad it was. What was she thinking? He glanced out into the dark yard. Had someone else done this? But the shot had been too close to the house. He wasn't dumb. Scott could recognize suicide when he saw it. He just didn't want to see it. Another moment passed, and then Cady rounded the corner of the deck, squinting at Scott in the shadows. What happened? She glanced around the yard, looking for something or someone. Did she not see Beth hunched over and dead on Cady's favorite chair? A flashlight flicked on, and she shone the small beam around the yard, then focused it on Scott. The light paused on him, then slid down to Beth's dead body on the chair. Cady whimpered, groaning as she realized what happened. Beth's right hand had fallen back into her lap, fingers loosely gripping the .45 she'd killed Jackson with. Not only blood speckled the glass and chair behind her. Brain matter and bone splinters cast tiny shadows in the light of the flashlight. Suddenly, Scott regretted his need to see more clearly the details of the scene. He didn't want to see anything. He wanted to go back inside and stare at Jessica, see only the innocents laying there in sleep. Reality was too much, and he didn't want to bear it any longer. Shaking himself from the horror, Scott approached Cady, slowly taking the light from her hand and turning it off. He could take the image from their immediate view, but never would they be able to erase the grisly details from their minds. The candlelight didn't reach that far outside well enough. They could pretend for a moment that nothing was wrong while they caught their breath and didn't speak. A sound at the door drew Scott's attention. He let go of his tremulous hold on Cady's arm and rushed to the slider, shaking his head at Bailey as she moved to open it. He swallowed, trying not to let his voice shiver with emotion. Not right now. Beth is... We'll talk in a bit. He moved his shoulders into her line of sight, blocking her view of the scene on the deck. There was no way Bailey needed to see that. She'd seen enough of terror and destruction already. Part of Scott's numbness had to do with Jason and Bailey. Scott recognized that. He couldn't blame Bailey. Not until he knew what was happening, but at that point, she needed to be protected from the deck scene. Scott would talk to her before they left. He had to know what happened to Jason, but not right then. Not right then. He glanced back at the fallen woman when Bailey turned away from the slider, sadness on her face. Why had Beth killed herself? What happened? Scott twisted to face Cady, who hadn't moved from her spot on the deck. Did you talk to her last? What could have broken her? She'd seemed strong and present. She'd been solid mentally, enough to kill Jackson. Scott folded his arms over his chest and stared at the shadowy lines on the deck. Do you think the numbness was wearing off? Ignoring Beth's body, Cady swiped the gun from her friend's lap and pushed past Scott. Inside, she leaned her head back and pressed her hand at the back of her neck. She didn't need to have an ulterior motive or know what she was even doing. Scott looked to her for leadership, and the realization threw him. He wasn't even sure he could trust her. And there he was, waiting for her to make a decision? No. He had to make up his own mind about how he was going to survive. Ranger gave a soft woof from the edge of the dark toward the garage. His eyes reflected the slight light from the candles shining in the window closest to him. Scott motioned toward the garage. "We're okay. Get some rest." Glancing back once more, Ranger turned and used the dog door to go into the garage. Scott followed Cady inside. He had to tell her he couldn't trust her and that he had to figure things out for himself. He closed the slider behind him and moved to stand at the far end of the table, away from Cady. He wasn't sure if he was still attracted to her, but he needed to keep his distance at that point. He was a mess of confusion, and that wouldn't help anything when he was trying to make a clear decision. "Bailey, can you come in here, please?" Waiting for her daughter to join them, Cady braced her arms on the table. When Bailey took a spot at the table between Scott and Cady glanced at each of them in turn. She had a tired, haggard expression with shadows under her eyes enhanced by the shadows of the candlelight. "We need to get out of here. Too many things are bringing attention to our location. We can't stay safe here." She lowered her head, as if to think, then lifted her gaze to study Bailey and Scott. There was more than logic in her gaze as she flicked her eyes side to side. Panic. Cady was panicking. She wasn't the type to panic. Something had happened, and it wasn't Beth's suicide. He couldn't get her to open up, and that scared him. Scott shook his head. He had to put his foot down, establish independence. There was no way he could rely on Cady when she was panicking herself and making rash decisions. He wasn't sure how he felt about her anymore, but he couldn't follow her blindly. That wasn't what was going to save them, at least not him. "I'm not leaving. There's no way." He moved to stand opposite Cady, leaning on the table himself. "I won't leave my home. What about our families? What if someone shows up? We have to stay here for them. Everything we need is here." He thrust his finger at the tabletop, setting his jaw in determination. Cady arched an eyebrow, then folded her arms, standing with her shoulders pulled back. "No, this is my home. I've told you we're leaving. You're leaving too." Would Cady honestly kick him from her house because she didn't want him to stay there? Why couldn't she say she needed him to go with her? Why couldn't she let him stay there and protect the place? Why couldn't she stay with him and let him make the decisions for once? "Mom, Grandma, and Grandpa are coming. They'll be here. We can't leave. We have to give them time to come." Bailey's voice broke, like there was too much to take in. She bent one arm and wrapped her fingers around her straight elbow. Scott glanced at the girl with pity. She had no idea what little bits of terror they'd seen. She had no idea the things that were out there. If Cady made her leave, she would know. She would experience horrors, and then she would wish she was dead. Maybe it was better Jason was dead. Maybe Scott should kill Jessica to save her from the nightmares ahead of her. He had options. There were so many options. Hadn't he already killed so many? What was one more on the list of sins against him? Cady turned toward Bailey and sighed. "Grandma and Grandpa probably won't make it back, honey. Grandpa, he was really sick with cancer. There's no way Grandma will make it back with him. It's too much." She swiped at tears coursing down her cheeks and shook her head. Too much. This is all just too much to take in, right? Nodding as if she'd been asked about her day, Bailey stared at Cady with her brow furrowed. "They aren't coming? No. Grandma said she was coming back, that she'd be here." "Really? When was that?" "She hasn't made it. They're not coming. We can't wait for them. We need to leave. We can't stay here. Do you understand me? There's nothing safe about this place. Not anymore." Cady lifted her chin and turned to Scott, the challenge strong in her expression. "You can come with us or not, but we need to know what you're doing." "No. Mom, I don't understand. If we leave, Scott's coming with us, right?" Bailey cut through the tension between Scott and Cady, glancing between the two of them. "What are we going to do? Scott? You're going with us, right? Wait, if Scott isn't leaving, we don't have to. Right, Mom? What are we doing?" Bailey's pleas didn't penetrate Cady's cold determination. "We're going to leave. There's nothing else we can do." Cady glanced at the wall clock above the office doors. Time hadn't stopped when the power went out. Not for battery-operated clocks. Not yet. "It's 10. Be ready to leave in an hour or so. We have no idea what will happen, and I'd rather not wait to find out." She glanced at Bailey, then at Scott. "If you're going with us, I'd suggest you get your things together. I'm going to pack up as much of my stuff as I can. If you want included in that, meet me outside." "An hour? Let's wait until the morning, Cady. We can at least do that. Sleep on it. You're just starting to feel better. I'm still weak too. We've gone through too much. We need a break. Just a break. Please, we'll both have a better handle on a plan by then." Scott couldn't make up his mind right then. He had too much to process, too much to filter through as he tried to figure out his next step. He wasn't lying when he said he was tired and exhausted. He couldn't go any further and have confidence in what he was doing. Cady stared incredulously at him. "Are you hearing yourself? We can't wait until morning. What if an hour is too long? They're coming. Someone is coming, and they won't be as diabolical as Jackson. They'll be killers, plain and simple. They'll want what is here, and you won't be able to stop them. This house has too many windows, too many weaknesses. It's the one thing I couldn't fix. Before." She pushed from the table, disappointment in the crease between her eyebrows. "No, there's nothing to talk about. What if those people from the fence come? What if they find us? We aren't that far away from where they are." They weren't, but that hadn't been Scott's concern. For some reason, he didn't care. Of course, Cady was right, and Scott didn't want to give that to her. He wanted to hold on to something else for himself. He didn't want to leave. He'd been uprooted already. Cady hadn't held back on rubbing his migration to her place in his face. Scott needed normalcy for just a few days. He needed to be on his own to think things through. She wanted to leave, but Scott couldn't do that. He avoided her gaze as she stormed away.
Chapter 2. Bailey. Bailey ignored Scott as she turned from the flickering candlelight in the dining room. Mom wasn't backing down, and they were leaving. She didn't want to leave, and what she wanted didn't matter. After everything she'd done since her dad died, and all the growing up she'd had to do, being treated like a child was like a slap in the face. Walking through the living room, Bailey glanced down as she passed Jessica. The infant slept peacefully, already learning to sleep through anything. Not for the first time did Bailey wonder what was in store for the sweet baby. Bailey didn't envy Jessica. She was Scott's niece. He would be in charge of her. When Cady and Bailey left, it was no longer a matter of if Bailey had seen the look on her mom's face. Scott would keep the baby with him. That tore at Bailey's resilience. She bent down, brushing her fingers across the baby's smooth forehead. Blinking back tears, Bailey made her way to the stairs. If Scott would have her, did that mean Bailey shouldn't worry about her anymore? What about Scott? Was he off limits as well? He'd taken on the role of a caring uncle, and Bailey didn't want to say goodbye. There'd been too much of that already. All of her personal things were in her room. The few things she would be able to take with her had to be portable and practical. She couldn't take everything. In her bedroom, Bailey's heart sank. Nothing would ever be the same again. She had to accept that. If she could accept that, then her longing to take the yearbooks, the school paraphernalia, diaries, and stuffed animals would pass. Maybe. She could hope. As it was, she avoided flipping through the pages of her friends and people she'd only known in passing. They'd all be dead by now. Wasn't everyone dead or dying? She grabbed her favorite paperbacks. There were only 3. Anne of Green Gables, Lord of the Rings, and the Hunger Games omnibus, and shoved them into a small paperboy-style satchel. She wouldn't need jewelry, but she would need clothes. Into a backpack, she stuffed some socks, underwear, tampons. From her dresser drawer, some bras, t-shirts, 2 pairs of jeans, pajamas, and her favorite coat. The bag barely zipped, but Bailey forced it. She ignored her makeup, the cell phone, and e-reader. Her tablet and other things She'd thought so important before were useless, and she didn't even spare them a passing glance. Bailey passed her vanity and stopped. She didn't need the flashlight to know the pictures tucked along the edges of the mirror. She grabbed the one of her family, her dad, her mom, and her, and one of her grandparents, the pictures of her friends she left behind. She had no reason to dwell on them. If she pretended they had never existed, the pain wasn't quite as sharp. No, her present-day concerns included staying alive and doing what her mom told her to do, even though Bailey had already faced death and survived on her own. Past her pride and ego, she could recognize that she needed her mom. At the bottom of the stairs, Scott stopped her, grabbing her wrist and peering into her eyes. "Look, I'm serious. I'm not going." He glanced around like he expected Cady to come out of the shadows and kill him. "Why? Mom said it's not going to be safe here. She wouldn't want to leave this place. Trust me." Bailey stared at him. Something had broken inside him, and the candlelight only enhanced the shadow of pain on his face. Had Bailey done that when she killed Jason? Guilt mingled with her sadness, and she didn't know if she'd ever feel normal again. "I can't leave my home. My home is here. It may not be this house, but this area is my home. My family might come for me. I need to—" He paused, glanced at his hand gripping Bailey's wrist, and dropped it. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to scare you. I really just wanted to know what happened with Jason. That's all I was going to ask you, if you're okay talking about it." But Bailey didn't need the clarifier. She knew what he wanted to know. She swallowed, folding her arms over her chest as if a sudden chill attacked her. Closing her eyes, Bailey forced herself to face her memories, which, while they weren't that long ago, hours at the most, they felt like an eternity. "I took Jessica to feed the chickens, and then we came back inside. He was waking up, but not himself. We went upstairs to get some things, just like diapers and stuff. I can't remember. When I was up there—" She pointed up the stairs and swallowed. He started screaming about killing her, killing the baby, that he had to kill her to save the world. Bailey blinked back tears, but to no avail. They streamed down her cheeks. She breathed deeply, trying to avoid the panting that she knew would come. Scott backed up, leaning his shoulder on the door jamb to the living room. He stared at Bailey in horror, but didn't say anything. Lifting his hand, he covered his mouth with a finger. "He chased me upstairs. So I locked us in my mom's room and grabbed her gun under the bed. We hid in the toilet room, the one past the shower." She continued at his nod, twisting her lips to the side. I couldn't get out, and he broke through every door. All he wanted was Jessica. That's all he cared about, killing her. I tried reasoning with him. I begged him not to. I begged him. She had tried so hard to escape. She lifted accusing eyes at Scott. "I didn't want to shoot him. You guys left me here with him and the baby. I had to choose, Jessica or him. He wouldn't stop. I shot him 3 times. 3. Then I climbed out onto the roof with Jessica, and he still came after us. He wouldn't stop." Her voice caught, and she winced. "He kept coming until he slipped on the ice and fell to the rock bed." She closed her eyes, pushing her fist under her chin. "I took Ranger and Jessica, and we hid in the shed. I didn't have any other choice." Did Scott believe her? She had nothing else to give him, whether he believed her or not. Right then, as she relived the horror that she would never be able to escape, Bailey realized she didn't care what he believed. She'd had to survive it. She'd had to make sure the baby made it. After a lengthy pause filled with Bailey sniffing and the soft splutter of the flames in the glass candle holders, Scott leaned forward, pulling Bailey into his arms. "I'm so sorry. Thank you for saving Jessica. Thank you." Something hardened in Bailey, and she pulled back. She hadn't done it for Scott. She'd done it because she cared about Jessica. She didn't want to leave the baby there with a man who wasn't even sure how to stay safe himself. So, you're going to stay. Bailey walked past him into the living room. She hadn't checked on Jessica in a few minutes, and the need to see her was strong. Yeah, my family might come for me. They know to head up this way. Scott followed her, avoiding the baby sleeping on the couch. What about Jessica? She's your family. Bailey tossed the challenge out there like she expected him to make up his mind. She didn't want him to, not if it meant he was keeping the baby. Of course, he was keeping Jessica. She was his family. Wasn't that what he cared about? I. Scott glanced finally at the baby, as if unsure what to say, or even what she was. Jessica chose that moment to wake, her cries starting slowly and then growing in decibel. Bailey sat beside her and pulled her into her arms, cooing as she rocked her back and forth. Her cries slowly faded to whimpers, but she didn't calm down completely. Scott winced. I can't take care of her. He wouldn't look at Jessica or Bailey as he admitted his inabilities. What do I do? Bailey leaned Jessica down, checking her diaper. You can't abandon her. I'm not sure my mom would let me take her. She wanted to. She wanted to keep the baby because she needed something to need her. What's going on? Are you ready to go already? Bailey's mom walked in, glancing between the three of them and setting her jaw. Folding her arms, she watched them with narrowed eyes while waiting for one of them to explain what they were talking about. Bailey didn't break her eye contact with Scott. He didn't say anything, and his personal shame seemed to attack his vocal cords. She finally spoke up, holding his gaze. Scott won't go with us, and he doesn't want Jessica. Cady glanced at Bailey and her hold on Jessica as well as the challenge in her voice. She glanced at Scott. You're really not going? Her voice was deadpan, and Bailey recognized it for what it was. Resolution. Scott didn't answer, the slump in his shoulders more than enough. Folding her arms, Cady peered at him. What about... She motioned her finger between Scott's chest and hers. The challenge was clear. Bailey finally understood the tension. There was some kind of attraction between them, and she hadn't seen it. She would have to inspect it later, when there wasn't so much on the line. When her father hadn't died recently, Scott finally met Cady's gaze. He lifted his chin. Things have changed. You have to feel it. I got it. Cady held up her hand and transferred her gaze to Jessica in Bailey's arms. She's not our responsibility. She held her gaze hard, unwilling to yield as she faced the rejection and ignored it. One more thing she had off her plate. I know, Mom, but I love her. Bailey tightened her hold on the baby. She didn't want that connection to Jessica be torn from her, too. She couldn't as easily push aside the way she felt about anything, least of all another person. She hadn't even started her grief for Jason yet. Bailey's mom shifted her gaze to Scott. If we take her, I'm not bringing her back. There are no second chances. Something in her tone said it applied to more than just the baby. Scott nodded jerkily, cocking his head to the side. I can't take her. Please. I don't care enough right now to do her justice. Not yet. I can't. He reached out, tracing Cady's jaw with his thumb. I'm sorry. I'm not who I was. Things have changed. I can't be who you need, either. Without another word, he turned and left the living room. Bailey sat and stared at her mom, who watched him leave. Her mom winced as the door slammed shut as he left the house. She wasn't as stone cold as she'd fronted. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. Something shifted in Bailey as she witnessed her mom's strength. Grit took the place of Bailey's weakness and fatigue. She swallowed back her sadness. Her mom wouldn't pity her right then. She would demand more from Bailey. We need to get ready. I'm not joking. Cady leaned down, and in a rare display of affection, she kissed Bailey's forehead. We can do this. It's just an adventure. She smiled tightly and walked off as if she hadn't just called leaving their home an adventure. It wasn't, and Bailey wasn't dumb enough to fall for it. Chapter 3. Cady. Everything was falling apart. Forget society. Forget all the dead people. Forget the fact that Cady... No, forget it all. She was done. She was so tired, so weak, and she just wanted to forget it all. In the garage, Cady carefully maneuvered her way outside, past the drill press, the table saw, a large garbage can, and the stack of baby supplies she'd stolen for Scott and his niece. The niece he didn't want anymore. The whole situation sucked. Bailey didn't realize Jessica wasn't a puppy. What happened when Bailey got bored with her? Sadie would have to take care of her. Babies weren't Cady's thing. She'd loved Bailey, but treasured her own independence. There wasn't a lot of independence attached to having a child, especially one so small. Pausing at the man door facing east, Cady took a deep breath and pushed all of it aside as much as possible. She didn't want to deal with all of the regrets, worries, and just plain shocking moments. Focus on the task at hand. She'd already told Bailey they could take Jessica. Anything to get them on their way faster. One way or the other, they had to get going. She could recognize that Scott was checking out altogether. Her conscience wouldn't let her leave a helpless baby with someone who wasn't even sure what he valued anymore. She jerked open the door and stepped outside. Spring wasn't letting her down. She breathed in the cool, clean air. If nothing else, at least she could rely on the consistency of the weather. The weather couldn't get a virus and die or hold a gun on her and steal from her. No. Mother Nature would rain and storm and pour sunshine down. That was it. Leaving her house was going to be harder than Cady let on. She didn't want to leave the protection of knowing. At the house, they knew where everything was, had everything they needed. They were already there. They didn't have to travel anywhere. There was relative safety. But leaving, she had to pack up what she could and hope it made it to her parents' place in Bonner's Ferry. How was she supposed to choose between the priority of food and the importance of first aid? At least she knew where she was headed and what was there, but it still wasn't her place. It still lacked the things she needed. Her parents hadn't been as prepared as Cady had been. They hadn't stocked up the last couple weeks before the virus hit. Cady was definitely downgrading by leaving her home. She didn't have any other choice. Cady paused beside Scott's rig. She would have to get Beth's things out of the back before he left, or did whatever it was he was planning on doing. She swung the back door open, leaning on the bumper for a brief moment as she tried to gather her strength. The bins were heavy and she wasn't strong, at least not right then. Normally the bins wouldn't faze her, but with the virus still so rampant in her system and the chaos she couldn't seem to escape, her fatigue was close to debilitating. What could she do? Her body wanted to give up, but her mind knew she didn't have that option. She didn't have the option to just lie down and take a break. It just wasn't an option. She had to save Bailey. If it wasn't for the pox rash on Jackson's neck, she wouldn't even bother with the bins of oils and herbs. She would leave them behind. There were plenty of essential oils in her first aid kit, but not the ones she needed for the virus, not the ones she had to figure out how to make. Beth had said she could make some, but she hadn't told Cady how. Sadie would have to figure it out, and before Bailey came down with the virus. She had a sick feeling that she was out of time before she'd even tried. Seeing Jackson's weakness to the virus after he'd taken the vaccine only confirmed Cady's fears that the vaccine wasn't going to be a permanent solution. Vaccines never were. They weren't a 100%. They couldn't be. If they were, the viruses they protected against wouldn't still be around. But as more and more people's immunities faced the virus and won, there would be a higher chance for internal immunity than a vaccine could give. In order for the internal immunity to grow and develop, the person had to survive the virus. Jason had been too sick. He'd died. He'd been young and healthy and strong. He hadn't made it. The bullet wounds and the fall didn't mean anything. The black liquid testified he was headed out already. Scott hadn't had that, and neither had Cady. But Kent had. Rachel had. If Bailey did? Sadie shook her head. She couldn't think like that. She reached up and wrestled a bin to the ground. The scraping of the plastic bottom on the concrete and gravel centered her to the moment. If nothing else, she could do this. She could move things around, get things packed. She didn't have time to reminisce or think. She would have to plan as things came up. The bins took some doing, but she got them out and stacked by the garage. Breathing hard, Cady wiped at her forehead. Cold sweats weren't necessarily a good thing. She'd been suffering from a fever not even 24 hours ago. She shouldn't be pushing herself like that. No, just deal with it. Sadie shoved herself away from her position against the building. Now she had to attach the big box trailer to her truck. That wouldn't be a big deal, if she weren't exhausted. Still, no big deal. She had to stop letting her doubts take over. But in all honesty, as she carefully made her way over the dirt ground and then through the tansy weed starting to grow up through the brush, she had to admit that pulling the trailer the 2 or 3 feet to the edge of the storage area to hook to the rig wasn't going to be possible. It just wasn't. Sadie couldn't even move the stump underneath the tongue of the trailer, let alone move the entire trailer. She sank to a seated position on the flat part of the log, rubbing her eyes. It wasn't well lit out there, but at least it was quiet and she was by herself. The echoes of a gunshot, followed by another, rang out over the valley. The length of time the echo lasted suggested it wasn't as far off as she would like to hope. Her paranoia had everything too close, but self-preservation clung to that paranoia like a life rope. She was too weak to move the trailer. That didn't matter. She just wouldn't be able to take as much as she wanted. The sense of urgency to get out of there was strong. Panic tightened its hold across her chest like a band. She would have to leave a lot behind. Taking all of Beth's things wasn't an option. Cady had to choose between her truck with its cab and the expedition. She had no idea which one would do the best. Both would get them where they needed to go. But she rocked back and forth in the safety of the darkness. Scott had left her. She didn't have time for a breakdown. She had no one to lean on. More shots jerked her back to the present. Outside of the maze her mind wanted to take her in. She jumped to her feet and shook off her fatigue. She didn't have a choice. She had to keep going. Just push forward. She could sleep later. Maybe. Even with her determination, she was only able to make herself walk across the drive instead of run like she wanted. Wind blew through the treetops, making them sway in the night sky. A storm was coming. She had to deal with rain, too. At the pile of Beth's supplies, Cady unstacked the bins and then sank to her knees. With shaking hands, she dug through the bottles and mason jars filled with salves and tinctures. The dark bottles were clearly labeled, and if they had anything in them, Cady put them into a bin. She filled with only the oils or herbs. She couldn't take all of the bins, but she could take every oil she could get her hands on. When she was done there, she would have to work her way through the garage and through the food storage in the pantry and crawl space. She couldn't go to the front driveway or to the back porch. There was way too much death, and she couldn't have her last memories of her home tied to such loss. One way or the other, she couldn't give herself much time. She had to get packed, and they had to get out of there. Chapter 4. Margie clenching and unclenching her fingers on the steering wheel, Margie tried to control her breathing. She glanced at Riker with his pale face and his own knuckles white as he clenched the armrest. "You okay?" He half nodded and then shook his head violently. "I need to throw up." Margie stopped in the middle of the highway, waiting with her foot on the brake as he opened his door and threw up on the pavement. After a moment, he shakily withdrew back inside the van and closed his door. He closed his eyes and nodded as he leaned his head back on the seat. "Yeah, I'm good." Margie grinned as she shifted her foot from the brake to the gas. Glancing down at the gas gauge, she chewed on her lower lip. They were low. Lower than low. And if they didn't figure out a plan soon, they were going to stop in the middle of the highway permanently. "We're running out of gas, aren't we?" Riker spoke matter-of-factly, as if the information was expected in a long list of news he'd been waiting for. He studied her like she might lie, but he didn't think she'd do it convincingly. Margie nodded slowly. "Yes. Do you have any ideas?" They were down to the line, and there were no ifs, ands, or buts about it. They were going to run out of gas. It really was just a matter of when, and that point was a lot closer than either of them was comfortable with. "What do we do with the van? Do we have to drive?" Riker looked at Margie as the van spluttered. She closed her eyes, pressing down hard on the gas pedal and hoping against hope that, nope, the engine died and the lights faded. Margie shifted into neutral and let the van coast to the side of the road. Leaning her forehead onto the upper curve of the steering wheel, she took a deep breath. "You were saying?" She laughed, looking at Riker in the dim glow of the dashboard lights. At least the battery still ran. Not for long, but at least for the small amount of time they needed it. Riker chuckled, shaking his head. "Okay, we have no weapons, no nothing. What if we gather what we need or have to have and just walk there? Would that be so bad? Is it too far for that?" Although what was too far in the whole scheme of things? They were both able-bodied. Transportation was a luxury anymore, something the empty gas tank had just proven. Margie stared, shifted her gaze out the windshield, considering what he said. Why not? Why couldn't she walk the rest of the way? She was prepared to walk clear over in Easton, and she hadn't had to. What about then, when they needed to? The drive to Cady's, from where the car had stopped, was about 30 minutes, about 22 miles. If they hiked it, they would be in danger, but less likely to be targets without headlights. There were pros and cons, and Margie wasn't rested enough to think of them all. "We don't have any weapons." Margie clasped her hands in her lap. They were vulnerable. Just sitting there wasn't safe either. One way or the other, they had to get moving. "Well, we can't guarantee we're going to find gas. At this stage, we might as well as take that problem out of it." He folded his arms and looked around at the dark shadows of buildings and the stretch of road going both north and south. Taking the problem of having to find gas out of their situation, they only had to walk. That was it. Grab their stuff and go. It simplified the situation, which Margie could definitely handle at the moment. Riker was full of optimism. He didn't know what they would face. Manson was nothing compared to what they could see. You understand we're most likely going to come across people with guns, right? More people like Manson? We have to make it to Cady's before morning, or we're going to be really easy to spot. Margie half-turned and studied Riker as much as she could in the darkness. They were too tired to make it longer than that. A gunshot blasted off in the valley somewhere, the sound more like a billowing thunder call from far off. When would the shots head their way? Margie tensed. She gripped the steering wheel like it offered any support other than being a stable item to hold on to. We need to decide, one way or the other. But did they really have any other options? If they went out searching for gas, they would have to leave the van unprotected. Leaving one behind without a weapon wasn't a choice. Riker nodded. He pointed up the road. "Let's go. I have a backpack and you have your bag. We can carry what we need." He lifted his chin and opened the door without blinking. Thankfully, Margie had turned off the light already. She twisted the handle by the steering wheel and left the keys in the ignition. If someone found the van, maybe they would have gas and could use it. No reason to carry worthless keys. Climbing out of the van, Margie slid open the rear passenger door and leaned in to get her orange medical bag. She stared at it for a moment. How long had she had that bag? Days? A week? Maybe longer? Was her life now relegated to memories wrapped up in fear? David. She'd grabbed the bag to help escape the cruise ship with David. Now she carried it to make sure she was able to survive. But why? For what? No, she didn't have time to worry about those things. She had to get the kid she'd brought with her to safety. Safety was with her daughter. If she could use Riker's need for her to get her to Cady's place, she could reassign her usefulness, her reasons for living. Either way, they had to move. She jerked her head toward a bag of jerky. I wouldn't leave anything you can eat behind. Leave the toilet paper and napkins. They won't help us as we walk. She tucked a solitary roll into the wedge of the straps on her bag. You never knew when you had to go. A flash of light and the crack of a pistol came from a trailer park up about 100 yards and to the right of the highway. In a state filled with preppers and lots of legal gun owners, no one was going to give up their things without a fight. Meeting each other's gazes, Riker and Margie quietly gathered their things. They kept their movements fast but careful as they loaded up their bags and slung straps over their shoulders. Quietly closing the doors, they made their way across the highway opposite the side of the highway, where the trailer park was located. They walked a while in front of the industrial buildings rather than close to the residential areas. Margie leaned close to Riker and muttered, I hope you're ready for this. We'll try to get guns as soon as we can. There are more in this state than in yours. She clutched the strap of her bag across her chest. She wasn't prepared to fight for weaponized some of them. Iger, be houses with dead people inside with weapons. In a state where carry conceal was legal for everyone, there had to be more guns than not. Those odds were in their favor. The fact that there were more people alive than she'd originally assumed wasn't going to benefit them. Plus, how would they know if there were dead people in the homes or not when it was time to go after guns? Judging by the way the moon sat in the sky, they had roughly 6 hours to get to Cady's. If they could do a couple miles an hour, they wouldn't even get halfway there. She wasn't sure what type of a pace they would be able to maintain as tired as they were. She gritted her teeth. Would they have to hunker down or just push through the day to get there? She could see either situation being required, but what would help them survive the longest? That was what it had come down to. Which decision was more likely to help them survive another day? Getting through the next day was as far as they could look into the future. Anything else was overly optimistic and illogical.
Chapter 5. Buck jerked awake at the sudden silence. He wasn't sure when he had fallen asleep. How had he slept when he was far from comfortable? Had the looters left his house yet? If they hadn't left, maybe they'd passed out on his things. The early morning silence was only broken by the tweeting of a few birds a few yards over. Even the normal crashing of waves on the shore in the distance seemed muted from where he sat. The men had gone swimming after tearing through his home. Sounds of his items crashing and breaking had filled a few hours, and Buck had wedged himself as tightly as possible between the trees and the bushes. He fell asleep, his cheek rubbing against the rough bark. If he'd snored, no one had heard. He was grateful for that small blessing. Creaking of a metal lid jerked him to the side from a lower position. Were the men back, but coming from a different direction? Buck held his breath as he slowly craned his neck to look down on the dumpsters gathered together in a semicircle. They overflowed with bags and cardboard boxes, and who knew what else? A small family crawled from the protection of one of the large metal boxes. A frail-looking man covered his mouth, as if trying to stop himself from coughing, even though the movement of his shoulders suggested he just blocked the sound. He turned and helped a young girl from the pile of bags they climbed out of. Her clothing was dirty, but looked like it had been an expensive brand, and her hair was divided in 2 braids, which were ratted and frayed, but still identifiable as braids. A boy, maybe 6 or 7, poked at a bag lying on its side with a split down the middle. The rounding of his shoulders was prominent under his grimy shirt. If Buck squinted, he could make out the vertebrae bumps through the boy's shirt. There was no woman with them that Buck could see. The two children knelt beside a rock of some kind, while the older man moved to another side of a dumpster and relieved himself. He returned to them and watched them for a minute, with a wistful regret on his face. After a moment, he urged them to join him, and he took each of their hands in his as they turned toward the road. The sun would be all the way up soon, and even the wind wouldn't be able to keep the warmth at bay. Their soft voices drifted to Buck on the soft ocean breeze. "What we'll eat, Da?" The man sighed before speaking slowly. "Well, today, we are going to see if you or Emmanuel can earn us some food. There are some men who will like you very much." His shoulders slumped forward as he corralled them toward the road. Buck waited until they were out of sight before leaning to the side and dry heaving. He had nothing in his stomach to expunge. The thought of what that man was going to put his children through for some food was worth trying to vomit over. As much as Buck wanted to help them, to chase after them and save those children, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't save them. There was nothing he could do to save anyone. Squeezing his eyes shut, he counted slowly to 10, forcing his breathing to match the pace of his numbers. When he reached 10, he worked himself out of the spot in the trees and gingerly worked his leg. Stretching and pushing to see if it was weight-bearing, he moved slowly. Pressure only seemed to cause a dull ache. That would have to be good enough. He turned from the dumpsters, his heart hurting for what people would do to their own family members to survive. Buck couldn't go to his house. He couldn't be sure the looters were gone. What if his neighbors were home? Or gone? They might have food or something else he could use like shoes. Sticking to the perimeter fencing, Buck walked as quietly and carefully as he could. He didn't want to misstep and risk injuring his knee again, but if he moved too slow, he'd never get there. A gate between the brick walls hid beneath some ivy, and he worked the rusted latch to get through. The metal gave, but not without some work, and Buck winced with each groan and grind. Finally, he pushed his way through and left it open. He honestly didn't care if anyone saw it. No one would know to look there for a gate anyway. On the other side of the gate, he sank into the over-padded lawn chair, rubbing at the flesh on the outer curves of his knee. What was he doing? What was the plan? He had to see if he could get inside, get some food. Maybe if he could hide in a closet or something, he could get some genuine sleep. Nowhere was safe, and he recognized that, but that didn't mean he couldn't try. Standing, Buck leaned on the chairbacks just in case his knee gave out. Bracing his hand on the wall of the home, he moved carefully, using the connection to help stabilize himself as he limped toward the backyard. Debris floated on the top of the kidney-shaped pool. He'd always hated the shape. Hadn't the kidney pool gone out of style in the early 90s? A lawn chair sat askew on the steps in the water, half in and half out, like someone wasn't sure which way they wanted. Clothing and plastic Tupperware floated on the surface, and the bodies of a man and a woman. They stared lifelessly into the sky, their arms akimbo. A dark red hole in the center of their foreheads left no doubt as to the means of their death. The neighbors he hadn't met more than a couple times had definitely died. Buck bent over, unable to even dry heave at the discovery. He was emotionally drained, dried up of being shocked or alarmed. He glanced over his shoulder to look at the house. The only thing keeping him going was adrenaline, and at the moment, he didn't have a lot left. The fear that the killers were still inside the large home focused his energy and kept his pulse racing. How long had the neighbors been dead? Or more importantly, were their killers still around, and had they seen Buck? Chapter 6. Scott Ranger seemed to sense when Scott was confused or adrift. He joined Scott outside the garage when Scott had walked around the loop in the driveway a couple times. There was only so much that would do to calm him down, considering Jackson hadn't been moved from where he'd fallen, and Jason was in the middle of the loop. Scott didn't have to see him to remember he was there. On his third time around the curve to the west, he veered right, taking the four-wheeler trailer away from the driveway and the house. He needed to get away, and walking the loop, like it was a track, wasn't getting away from anything. He reached down and rubbed behind Ranger's ears absent-mindedly. How quickly he'd fallen into taking for granted his best friend's presence again. Ranger had only recently rejoined Scott after being regretfully abandoned by the lake in Coeur d'Alene. Ranger had saved Scott's life from attacking wolves and coyotes, while Scott had been delirious with the virus. Leaving Cady's house with no particular destination in mind, Scott allowed his memories of the place to carry him forward. He just needed away from the dead bodies and the preparations to leave which were underway. He paused as he crashed through the underbrush to the west of her house. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and tried to force himself to slow down. What was he running from? No one had threatened to force him to do anything. He didn't have to deal with Jason's death if he didn't want to. The sickness had changed his nephew, and instead of dying painfully in his bed, Jason had hallucinated and gone after Jessica, dying violently from a fall. Scott didn't blame Bailey. She'd protected Scott's niece. If he wasn't so messed up, Scott would thank Bailey and cherish Jessica. Unfortunately, Scott couldn't get his head wrapped around everything that was happening, and he didn't want to face Jessica's sweetness or the memories she brought up of the babies he'd killed. He shoved those thoughts from his mind. He didn't have to run away from the house. There was no reason to run away. Cady was doing enough leaving for the both of them. No, all he needed was some breathing room. That was it. True, he'd have more than enough of that as soon as they left. But he needed it now. Or he might beg Cady to stay. The late-night hour lent even more peace to the air. Scott stopped where he was, kicking around to find a fallen log to sit on. On his fourth leg swing, he hit a log with a thud. Turning, he lowered himself to the makeshift seat and leaned his elbows on his knees. What was he doing? Sitting out in the woods in the middle of the night when he could be helping Cady and Bailey get ready to leave was a cowardly act. He knew it. He couldn't deny it. But he felt like he didn't have a choice. Not when he wanted to scream with grief and anger. Not when he wasn't even sure what exactly was happening. Was the world ending? Or was the rapture taking place that he'd learned about at church? Had he been a bad person, and the rapture had skipped him over? Maybe all of the religious people had it wrong, and it wasn't a lifting up, but a virus that would claim the good ones. He rested his head in his hands and silently laughed. Of course not. But it sounded like a theory that he could at least mull over in his head while he sat there. If he went back to help Cady, he might try to go with them. No. Leaving wasn't an option, but why? Emotional baggage? Did he really think he couldn't be safe anywhere else? Or did he really think his family was going to come to him? Did he really think his family was still out there? He knew his parents weren't. His mom had taken care of that. Scott swallowed past the lump in his throat. He had no doubt Mom and Dad were dead. None. What about his siblings, or other nieces or nephews? Why had he been left with two of them? He'd failed. How would he face his mother in the afterlife knowing he'd lost Jason? He couldn't take Jessica when he couldn't take care of her. Failing at caring for her. He couldn't do it. She was too little to mess that up. The odds weren't in his favor that anyone in his family was alive, or would even make it back to him. With gas and other things becoming a rare commodity, there wasn't a lot of hope for him ever seeing them again. He pushed his hands through his hair and stared up through the treetops. He'd never been more tired or more confused. Ranger settled on his haunches next to Scott and rested his chin on Scott's knee. He watched Scott in the dark. Whatever light out there seemed to find its way to Ranger's eyes and reflect back at Scott. Reaching out, Scott scratched the soft, fuzzy hair behind Ranger's ears and then under his chin. Mid-scratch, Ranger lifted his head, his ears perking forward as he turned to face the neighbor's house. Stilling, Scott stared toward Rachel's house. Nothing was alive there. There shouldn't be. Scott wasn't going inside her house to check. Cady had watched Rachel kill herself with Scott's handgun. He didn't need to find the bodies of her dead children inside her home. He was sick of all the bodies and all the death, especially of the innocent ones. Maybe a deer or something had pulled Ranger's attention. The hair on the back of Ranger's neck stood up, and Scott pulled his hand back. He lowered himself to better follow Ranger's gaze, staring hard into the darkness. A flash of light, as a beam swept over and over in a back-and-forth arc, split the night in two. One light. No. A second one showed up, sweeping opposite the first. The lights bounced, moving up the ungated driveway with confidence. Whoever it was, they weren't afraid, but bold. Scott's chest tightened. Cady had sworn more would come. How had she known that? How had she known? Just like she'd known about the virus. Had she been the one to signal to others? Was she expecting more to come? No. Scott had to stop thinking like that. Cady wouldn't set them up for failure. He had to get some things straight in his head, but he didn't have to clarify that. A gunshot rang out surprisingly close sounding. The sound of glass breaking followed in half a second. Angry, taunting laughter rode the dark breeze to Scott's position. Thrusting himself to his feet, Scott reached out and clutched at the bark of a nearby tree. His breathing suddenly shallowed as he tried to hear what they were doing and where they intended to go. Maybe they would say something that would give themselves away. The candlelight in Cady's house would be easy to see if the men looked that way. Scott had to get over there and blow out all the candles. He wasn't going with Cady and Bailey, but he had to help protect the last home he had. Survival instinct kicked in. He'd inspect his emotions and thoughts later. He turned, walking carefully, but quickly back. He wasn't sure where the men had come from, but he had no doubt what they wanted. You didn't need to be a genius to know that no self-respecting man would shoot up a house at night. Scott slapped the side of his thigh. Ranger turned from facing Rachel's house and fell into step beside Scott. They had a purpose, and neither would fail at their mission. For the first time since Cady had mentioned it, Scott agreed with her need to leave immediately. The sooner the better. Chapter 7. Manson Kelsey's hot blood cooled on Manson's skin as he rushed after Margie in the van. He set his jaw. Things just got interesting. He was on foot, and they had the van. With only his crowbar in his hand, there was no reason for Manson to run down the highway after them. He wouldn't catch them, and there was nothing he could do with the metal bar from that distance. There was no way they had time to get gas. Manson had walloped Margie pretty good. She was probably pretty dizzy still, and dealing with the after effects of a mild to serious concussion. That hadn't stopped her from getting away. Fleeing, she'd only made the need to catch her 1,000 times more necessary for Manson than breathing. He turned back toward the plaza, swinging the bar back and forth as he walked with a confident stride past Kelsey's dead body on the ground. He didn't even give her a passing glance. She wasn't worth anything anymore, and he wasn't wasting his time. Why had he been so stupid and not taken the keys from Margie's pocket when he'd knocked her out? He'd been too intent on getting to Kelsey and Riker. Well, he'd only succeeded on getting the one. Now, he had to get a car and catch the other one. For some reason, he still didn't want to kill Margie. He just wanted to catch her. He couldn't kill her just yet. He felt like there was something worth understanding there. He was just egotistical enough to wonder what his subconscious found interesting about her. All he needed was a car. Pushing his way through the ornamental brush, Manson found himself back on the street where he'd knocked Margie to the ground. He narrowed his eyes and studied the cars up and down the road as much as he could in the dark. The moonlight was fickle and didn't give him much more than body shape and location. An old Ford Fairlane or Chevy Nova. He couldn't tell which from that distance or that light. Wasn't too far down the road from him. The small Festiva Margie had been about to siphon from was closer, but Manson didn't have much faith in the small car. The easiest to hotwire would be the classic option, but the gas guzzler would be hard to keep full. What option did he have? Not much, and he wasn't dumb enough to think he could even hotwire anything in the dark without tools. Hotwiring in real life was a whole different story than in the movies. He could theoretically have his choice of any car on the street. He just had to go into a home and find the keys. Who knew if he was going to encounter a living person or not? He didn't want to waste too long. Margie was getting away, and he didn't want to lose her. The classic car called to something inside him. He wanted to drive down the empty highway in a car that was made of metal, not fiberglass. He didn't care how loud it was. The time for being inconspicuous had passed. It was time to make himself known. Grinning, Manson shifted the direction of his swinging and moved it from side to side as he approached the house the car was in front of. Even if the homeowner had a gun, they'd most likely be too scared to use it. Just because a person owned a gun didn't mean they knew how to use it. That was more common than not. Manson kind of hoped there was a capable man inside. He'd like a bit of a scrap or a challenge. With the way things were shaping up with Margie, Manson needed to get his frustration out, and slamming his crowbar into a dead person's body wouldn't feel as good as into a live one's. The end of the world was definitely getting interesting.
Chapter 8. Cady. The back of the Ford truck filled up fast. Cady winced as she closed the tailgate with a bang. Now she had to finish filling the rest of the cab before closing the hatch. As much as she wanted to bring the generator and all of her guns and ammunition, she couldn't fit it all. The generator stayed. She could trade her guns if she needed to, not that she would. Plus, she was pretty sure her mom's place had a generator or two. All of the food and supplies, along with the gun safe in the crawl space, were left behind. Everything under the floor was left. She hadn't even checked for anything. Instead, she'd pulled a loose piece of linoleum from the garage and covered the entire floor of the pantry. Once in place, the floor looked the same as any other, with no evidence of a crawl space opening. She might be able to return someday. If not, at least Scott knew where things were, and so did her mom, if she ever made it back. Where had Scott gotten to? She couldn't help worrying about him still, even though he'd made it perfectly clear that they weren't an option anymore. The rejection stung, and Cady didn't have the mental capacity to add it to her list of worries. She had one goal at the moment: to keep her and Bailey alive. Every action she forced from her overtired body had to be toward that goal. Not even her thoughts could be off focus. She'd agreed to take the baby. Scott was nowhere in the immediate vicinity, and she couldn't hope he'd changed his mind. It was no longer his call. Cady shoved all of the formula into the back except for a box that would last a couple days, which she shoved into the back seat of the extended cab. The diapers and wipes finished up the last of the space in the back, and Cady closed the hatch. Turning back to the garage, she ignored all of the tools she was leaving behind, all of the wood in the shed that she could use for heat through the winter. She was leaving her greenhouse, the garden, the chickens. She couldn't take care of the hens anymore. She would ask Scott to either take care of them or leave the gate open so they would be able to fend for themselves. They would easily be able to get into the feed in the shed. Closing her eyes for just a brief moment, Cady held in her gasp of desperation. She couldn't even think about everything still in the shed. All of the supplies in there she was forced to leave behind. All of the preparations she'd made before quarantining her and her daughter at the house. She couldn't allow herself to give in to the panic that pricked along the edge of her skin. Not only was she asking Bailey to go with her and leave all of the preparations behind, but she was asking her daughter to leave behind their home, where she'd grown up. The tire swing in back of the garden that Zach, her father, had made was nothing compared to the trampolines he'd set up for his daughter, or the playground set he'd painted a deep red to see through the trees. All of their memories in the house and on the land. Sadie wasn't immune to the loss. She just couldn't face it. At the door from the garage to the house, she paused and took inventory of what she still had to do. She'd already loaded 2 of 3 72-hour kit backpacks into the back seat. The third one, that had originally been Zach's, she'd left on the counter. If Scott changed his mind, he could grab it and drive after them in his own rig. The other things she'd packed included gas tanks, weapons, fire-making tools, and hygiene products. She'd hidden a small bin of pictures and legal documents, including birth certificates, a deed to the house, Social Security information, taxes for the last 7 years, and the external hard drive she stored everything on, including pictures and other videos with scanned versions of the legal documents under the front seat. Packed to the seams, the truck held as much of her life there that she could fit. She couldn't fit anything more inside, and she had no more energy left to try. She would be lucky to get them out of there without passing out at the wheel. Another thing she needed to prevent. She needed to eat something. Sitting down for a few minutes would be feasible. She had to check on Bailey anyway. It was only a few minutes, right? What could a small break hurt? Trailing her fingers across the textured walls, Cady swallowed the lump building in her throat. She ignored the blood on the end of the table and the floor where Beth had rested for a bit. Sadie didn't look out the slider glass to see her friend's body. No, that wasn't necessary. She couldn't help herself, though, and she studied some of the pictures on the walls that she passed, shoring up the images for a time when she had a moment to reflect on them. At the bottom of the stairs, Cady called up into the darkness, but not very loud. "Bailey, are you ready?" She adjusted her position, resting her hand on the railing and glancing out the front window. Moonlight glinted off the top of the minivan that Jackson had arrived in. There was too much there. They needed to get away before Cady lost it. "Yeah, everything I need is in my bag. Can we grab something to eat first?" Bailey came down the steps. An army green hoodie-style sweatshirt covered her t-shirt. When had she started looking so much older than 14? Maybe when she'd had to defend herself and a baby, or maybe when she'd had to face the possibility of her mom dying, or maybe even further back when her father had died. Nodding, Cady waited while Bailey descended the steps. "I was just going to make something. We're almost out of chips. Let's eat those up, and I'll make some tuna wraps. I'm out of lettuce, but we have tuna and cheese and tortillas." Cady smiled tiredly. Bailey wasn't fighting her anymore on leaving. At least there was that. They worked together in companionable silence. Cady tried to ignore the fact that they wouldn't be in that kitchen again anytime soon, if ever. Glancing at Bailey, Cady reached up into the cabinet above the fridge and pulled out their best china. She loaded up their wraps and passed a plate to Bailey, who smiled sadly at the sight of the silver edging that reflected the candlelight as they sat down at the table. For a moment, they pretended nothing was changing. They ate in silence for a few minutes and fast. Once the first half of their wraps had taken the edge off the pain in their stomachs, they slowed. Bailey looked around the dining area and over to the kitchen. Do you think we're going to be okay?" She took a bite of her wrap and avoided looking at Cady. Before her mom could answer, she raised wide, tear-filled eyes. "Mom, please be honest. Don't tell me what you think I want to hear. I can handle the truth, but it needs to be the truth. I can't handle any more lies." Cady swallowed. She was halfway through the wrap and really didn't want to eat anymore, but she forced herself to eat another bite. She would finish it. She needed the calories. After a second, she answered, "We'll do our best. That's all we can do." What else would she say? Cady was the mom, and that put an inordinate amount of pressure on her to know everything, be everything for someone else. She wanted to say that she had no idea what they were up against, or even if they were going to make it out of the driveway. She didn't know what else to say other than they'd do their best. She didn't even know what her best was when she was so tired from being sick. Cady didn't want to think of what their best was when Bailey could very well come down with the virus and Cady had no way to move her. Cady gave away none of her doubt or fears. Thankfully, her answer seemed to be enough for Bailey, who finished her wrap and chomped through some chips. The movement of a light flashed through the far window facing west. Cady instinctively leaned forward and blew out the candles on the table. She swallowed the last bite and reached over to grab Bailey's hand. Something wasn't right, but she kept her growing fear from her voice. "Get Jessica and meet me by the garage door. You have your bag?" It didn't matter that Cady kept her voice calm. Bailey seemed to sense something had shifted too. She nodded, her eyes wider than before. She shoved the chair away from the table and rushed to the living room. Cady ran to each candle and blew the flames out. In seconds, the lower level of the house was drenched in darkness. Stopping at one of the windows facing west, Cady bit her bottom lip. 2 flashlight beams moved along the woods by Rachel's place. They would soon find the connecting path and then head toward Cady's place. That was the movement of the lights. They weren't shining toward the road, they were heading east, toward Cady's. Something was coming. Now, Cady knew her feelings about something coming wasn't about something coming. They were about someone. She'd known. She'd tried to get them out of there before her feelings were proven right. She'd tried, but as she watched the lights get closer, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead. For all her preparations, for all her efforts, was Cady out of time? Chapter 9. Margie Riker fell into step behind Margie as she set a steady pace up the west side of the highway. It felt good to move after being in the van for so long. She just wished she could shake the headache and the pounding pain along the back of her head. She reached up cautiously a couple times to touch the tender skin, grateful there wasn't any blood. The buildings were industrial and reigned over their empty lots, lined with trees and plenty of decorative brush. Hayden was as far as they'd gotten in the van. Glancing behind them, Margie could just barely make out the van where they'd left it on the highway. The boxy form broke up the endless emptiness of the asphalt as it spread north and south, the ends disappearing into the night. Overall, the gunshots had stopped and they'd walked a mile, maybe more, maybe less. Sporadic breaks in the buildings and neighborhoods gave room to untamed forests, lending the feel of the great outdoors to the town. The moon was at their backs, and Margie's stomach growled. She stopped, glancing at Riker as he paused beside her. They weren't panting or even breathing too hard to talk. They just opted to stay quiet out of self-preservation. No words passed between them, but Margie reached into her bag and handed Riker a snack bag of almonds, one of the items she'd taken from the convenience store. Margie tried not to boss Riker around like she was his mother or grandmother, but he needed someone to look after him. She had no problem doing that for him. She needed to be needed, if nothing else, to at least get her to where she had to be. Her drive to continue on came from helping others. She was nothing without helping others. Another growl made her push her hand to her stomach. That one was loud, and she hadn't even felt it. She glanced at Riker with a self-conscious smile on her lips. She opened her mouth to say sorry, but stopped as she tilted her head to the side. Riker's eyes widened, the whites of his eyes bright in the moonlight. Opening his mouth, he jerked to the side at more sounds of growling and barking. It wasn't Margie's stomach making all the noise. Margie stepped off the path they were walking, moving closer to the highway. She put her arms out, in front of Riker, and then stared into the dark shadows of the trees. Were there feral dogs already? Without being fed, it made sense. But that fast? Under her breath, Margie breathed, "We need to get inside." But where? They weren't by any homes. A sharp bark and yip, as well as harder growling, brought the goosebumps to her arms and neck. Just when she was sure the animals were going to jump her and Riker, someone started to whimper, cried out, and then screamed as the dog's snarling became violent, mixed with snapping. Mixed in were the sounds of a few people laughing. Spurred on by fear, Margie turned Riker and pushed him toward the highway. They had to cross and get into the shadows. She wasn't sure who that was in the trees with the dogs, but they couldn't be good. As they rushed across the pavement, checking both direction out of habit, even though there were no cars coming to the left or right, Margie whispered, "Zip up your hoodie. Cover that white shirt. It stands out." In the broad expanse of the highway, they weren't protected and could easily be seen. She pushed his shoulder again, spurring him to a faster pace. Moving was hard with the heavy bags weighing them down. The scrape of their shoes on the ground flooded her chest with even more panic. Margie swung her arm out to the side, opposite the side of her body the bag snugged against. Riker's zipper whirred up while they ran. He listened to the things Margie told him. They might survive. They just might. Reaching the other side, they stepped into a collection of trees and stopped running. Bending over, Margie breathed deeply to slow her panting. She stood, bracing her hands on her hips. Lifting a finger to her lips, she shook her head at Riker and hoped he could see her in the shadowy darkness. She could barely see him, his outline the only thing telling her where he was. After they caught their breath, Margie moved closer to the teenager and spoke softly. We need to keep moving. I'm not sure we're going to make it to Cady's by morning. If we find a place to hunker down, we might be able to get a couple hours of sleep. But let's keep pushing. She spoke in a slow whisper, so he wouldn't miss anything. The moon came out, reflecting off the metal clasps of Riker's bag and illuminating the triangle of his white t-shirt above the zipper of his sweatshirt. Margie glanced down at her orange bag with its reflective yellow safety strips that might do more harm than good. If they wanted to continue traveling, they couldn't be seen. They couldn't risk it. Day or night, the bag would be easy to spot. She had to cover the bright sides or drop it, but she couldn't drop it. There were too many important supplies they needed to get to Cady's. She could cover it, but with what? As the temperatures lowered faster and faster as the night circled around them, she couldn't give up her jacket to cover the bag. They needed everything they had. But if she didn't cover the bag, she'd have to get rid of it. Risking being seen wasn't an option at that stage of the game. They had to make it to Cady's. At Margie's daughter's place, there was plenty of supplies. The small amount in the bag wouldn't be missed. Getting there, though. They had no way of knowing what was going to happen to them as they made their way north or what they would need on their journey. Keeping the bag or ditching it was the only two options she had at the moment. Did she really have a choice when survival was the most important thing? The question she had to ask herself had nothing to do with what she wanted to do and everything to do with what would keep them alive longer. Margie considered Riker in the moonlight. Another gunshot rang out from the direction they had just ran from. Margie pressed her back against the nearest tree and met Riker's gaze as he copied her movements. Were they being shot at? Or was that just a residual effect from the mess they'd hurried to get away from? Chapter 10. Bailey. Bailey grabbed a shawl her grandma had crocheted a few years back, her dad's mom. She used the dark purple and cream shawl for a baby wrap and secured the sleeping Jessica to her torso by tying the ends of the shawl at her waist. Grabbing her bag, she used what was left of the diminishing light to get to the garage door. In no time, Cady stood beside her and patted her arm. We don't have time for some sentimental goodbyes. Get out to the truck, climb in, and get seatbelted. Don't make a sound, and don't close the door all the way. Just hold it in place until we can get to the street. Cady opened the garage door and softly pushed Bailey through. There are men out there with flashlights. Fear almost froze Bailey's muscles, but she used the inertia from her mom's push and took long strides to the man door on the far side of the garage. Placing her hand on Jessica's back, Bailey took a deep breath. She didn't look back at her mom. If her mom said they were going to drive onto the road, then they were. Bailey's heart pounded, and she wrapped her arm tightly around the soft curve of Jessica's body. She didn't know what else to do, but what her mom told her. Did forever pass as she waited for her mom to tell her to go? Bailey held her breath as her mom reached for the door handle. Another moment passed and then, go! Bailey's mom opened the door softly and went to the driver's side of the truck. Bailey did as she was told. She didn't breathe too deeply or cry out in fear. She rushed to the passenger side and pulled open the door. She reached up, using the handle running the side of the interior of the door, and pulled herself up while stepping onto the step bar. She slid into her seat and pulled the belt across her lap, tucking it beneath Jessica. She slid her bag onto the floor at her feet and held her breath as she closed the door. The small amount that she'd been told. Her mom climbed into the driver's seat and shoved the key into the ignition. She glanced at Bailey and took a deep breath. Hang on. Twisting the key, she turned the engine over and shifted into drive without missing a beat. Lights shining in the forest to their left stopped their sweeping back and forth and shone their direction, bobbing as the people with them started running. Bailey held her breath, gripping the edge of the seat and the handle above the door, way for more security. Foot on the gas, Cady pulled forward, taking the curve in the loop and speeding toward the road faster and faster. Shots rang out toward them. soft dings breaking through the air as bullets hit the metal in the back of the truck. Someone was taking over their home. Their home. Bailey's home. They were leaving, and there was no time for a proper goodbye. No time for one more swing on the tire swing out back. No chance to say goodbye to Ranger. Not time for anything. She blinked back tears and breathed as shallowly and controlled as possible. "Close your door!" Her mom pushed her door open and slammed it shut. Bailey copied her movements and then breathed a bit easier that they were at least secured in the cab. She didn't want to think of the things she'd left behind. The memories. Her home. Don't look back. We need to keep moving. Mom turned the wheel and powered the truck from their driveway onto the road. The dash of the old truck lit up her features with a soft glow. What if... Bailey swallowed, glancing to the side into the darkness. She couldn't even see the trees to say goodbye. She felt cheated, and a lump in her chest made breathing painful. Mom, what if we never see our home again? She blinked back tears and tried not to curl into her lap and cry. Her mom softened her voice, but she didn't slow down, swerving to miss potholes on the ungraded road and skipping the stop sign altogether. "We're going to Grandma's, honey. That's like home. It's okay to miss this place, but don't be tied to it. We need to move on, okay?" She nodded tightly, glancing at Bailey briefly, then looking back at the road. Bailey nodded in reply, licking her lips. Did she ask? Did she dare ask what she was thinking? But what if we don't make it? Her mom didn't answer for a second, and Bailey almost repeated herself. Then her mom's voice carried to her over the rumble of the engine. "Then we don't. But we won't know until we try. We don't give up. There's nothing else we can do. We can only try. A lot of people have died and lost even more. We're blessed. You hear me?" They were blessed, and Bailey knew it. But it didn't help the bitterness taste any better or go down any easier. They were blessed, but at what cost? They'd lost so many, and Scott. He was still back at the house. "We didn't leave Grandma a note," Bailey cried out at the sudden realization. She pressed her fingers to the cold glass of her window and scrunched up her lips. How would Grandma know where to find them? "We can't go back, Bailey. We just have to hope that if she makes it to our place, she'll know we went to hers." But her voice didn't sound convincing, and that broke Bailey's heart. What about Scott? He's there with those men coming to our house. What about Scott? Bailey caressed the sleeping baby's back. She was only arguing with her mom because she didn't want to stop talking and leave herself nothing to do but cry. Mom hadn't even mentioned him or the fact that they'd left with his niece without making sure he didn't want her or letting him say goodbye. Her mom shrugged, the movement definite in the cab's poor lighting. "He made his decision. We can only hope he does okay." She didn't explain or try to cover the break in her voice at the end of her statement. Bailey hoped they made it to Grandma's without incident, but that wasn't likely. Nothing had happened without something else making it harder. At the rate they were going, Bailey wasn't sure they would make it to Clagstone in one piece. She couldn't help wondering if dying from the virus wouldn't have been a better option at that point.
Chapter 11. Rocky Jameson. Clicking his handgun into place, Rocky patted the butt of the pistol. He looked up as the rest of the group of people took a seat, those that had come anyway. He'd hoped for more, but he'd take the number that had shown up. If more had survived, they probably would have made it to the meeting. The cafeteria echoed the sounds of chairs moving across the floor and the slight coughs and whispers around them. Everyone had come for answers, for a leader, for someone to tell them everything was going to be okay. His own agenda hidden from the masses, Rocky stood. They'd come because he'd left flyers all over town that there were plans to get society back on track. Come and see how they could help. Everyone would have a role, or they wouldn't have a place in the new society. Not everyone had died from the virus. Not everyone had been dumb and taken the biochemical agent that had been passed around the world and sold as the cure. The ones who had if they weren't grieving and hadn't starved to death, were more than likely there at the meeting. Too many people had questions and nowhere to turn for answers. None of it mattered. Rocky was going to help put everything back together. He just needed help figuring out how. Without all the skills to get the community back on track, they would just be twiddling their thumbs and hoping for the best. Rocky didn't work that way. He wasn't waiting or hoping for anything. He cleared his throat, clasping his hands at waist level. He waited until almost all eyes were on him. The slight murmuring quieted, and everyone waited for him to speak, curious why they'd been called out, why they'd come to hear what to do, and just what Rocky could do for them. "I'm Rocky Jameson. I'm glad there are so many of you. We're a lucky bunch since we don't have a prison nearby or anything else dangerous. What we have is a rich community of diversity and talent. The suburbs were ripe with people who had to make money before everything fell down. There had to be skills there. I'm sending around some paper with pens and pencils. Please put your name, address, and what your skills are, what you did, what you know how to do, what jobs you've had in the past, any training you've had, on there. Trust me, nothing is too small. If you've made your own cheese for fun, it will be helpful for us." He tried capturing the gazes of each person, waiting until he'd connected with the individuals. "I don't know about the government or anything else. All I know is, we have a community that has needs, and we have to figure out how to meet those needs. We're in this together. Banding together will be safe, smart, and altogether beneficial for everyone here." Tears sprang to the eyes of some, and their faces tightened. Rocky softened his tone, rocking forward on the balls of his feet. "Now, I know. Everyone in here has lost at least one person. I've lost everyone myself. I'm the only survivor in my home." He didn't say anything about his wife leaving him 6 months before with their mostly grown son and daughter who were spoiled brats anyway. No. He kept his mouth shut and clenched his jaw. He grieved in his own way, but crying wasn't his way. "We can't sit around and wait to die ourselves. We might be able to cut our losses and get our lives back on track. If we work together, I think we can do some great things. I found a huge collection of food. I thought maybe we could all eat something while we get to know one another." He didn't need to say anything else. The men, women, and youth there no longer looked doubtful at the mention of food. Interest lit their eyes, and they shifted to the end of their seats as they waited for the go-ahead to eat. They waited for his permission. He was already training them. Rocky wasn't stupid. Give people hope and something to hope for, and they were so much easier to control. Of course Rocky wanted to survive. Who didn't? And he would. He knew he would. But more importantly, Rocky wanted to help people, because you couldn't have power over dead people. And Rocky wanted power. Wasn't that what everyone wanted? No. Some people just wanted to get back to living easy, watching TV, eating food they got from the grocery store. If Rocky could get them back to that as fast as possible, they'd do whatever he wanted. That was so much more important than anything else they could do. Taking control of the small piece of the world he lived in would be like taking control of the country. Rocky could handle that. As he moved toward the serving area of the cafeteria, he pointed toward the paper that wasn't really moving as people waited for the food. "As soon as that is filled out by everyone, we'll get in line and get some food. I found some mashed potatoes, gravy, and canned chicken in here. It's hot and ready to go." He opened the door to the closed-off area, releasing the aromas of home-cooked food. Almost as one, the group moved toward the papers, filling them out in silence and heading toward the door and getting into line, one by one. Rocky was going to control them all. Chapter 12. Scott red taillights didn't garner more than a flicker of a glance from Scott as he ducked behind the greenhouse. His heart thumped loudly, and he swallowed to keep his nerves in line. His gun was inside, but that didn't stop him. He had to get inside, get his gun, and protect the home Cady was so fast to leave behind. Taking a deep breath, Scott leapt from the non-existent protection of the plexiglass building. He didn't have time to wait for Ranger to catch up. He couldn't stop. He sprinted, ignoring the beams of light flashing around him. He dodged around the feet, half stretched out of Beth's dead body. He didn't have time to be too careful. He had to get inside. The light never focused directly on him. Probably because the intruders were more concerned with the truck driving away, shooting at the disappearing taillights, than anything else. More likely than not, they assumed that everyone at the house was in that truck. They weren't wrong. Everyone that mattered drove away. Scott slid through the slider doors. In the near-complete darkness, he grabbed for his gun sitting on the table, or maybe it was Beth's. He wasn't sure, and he didn't care. Actually, a part of him recognized that the gun was the one Beth had used to shoot Jackson out front, and then herself, in the Adirondack chair on the deck. With the butt of the gun in his palm, Scott rushed through the dark house to the front window. His boots rubbed on the carpet in the living room, and he softly kicked the trim when he got too close to the wall. He held his breath as he peeked outside into the darkness. One flashlight lay on the ground, the beam sliding past Jackson's dead form and highlighting the rocky surface of the gravelly drive. Anything in the path of the light took on an elongated shadow that stretched over the dirt like tall fingers reaching for something they couldn't get to. Another beam of light swooped through the treetops, pinpointing the position of one of the men taking shots at the truck, turning onto the road. Neither of the men were there, close enough for Scott to dispose of. He wasn't in position anyway, either. The break was exactly what he needed. Scott raised the handgun, carefully sliding open the window. He pulled out his pocket knife and slid the blade through the mesh screen from top to bottom. The whir of the metal through the screen felt loud, but couldn't have been heard by the men who hadn't stopped shooting or shouting. He parted the new slit in the mesh and pushed the muzzle through. He wasn't sure how many bullets were left in the gun, but assuming it had only been used when she'd shot Jackson and then again when Beth had shot herself, Scott should have at least 6 shots left. That's if it was a standard .45. 6 or not, that wasn't very many left for him to try to take out these men. His chest tightened, and he worked to control his breathing. He wasn't panting, exactly, or even gasping, but more along the lines of struggling not to hyperventilate. With his adrenaline spiking and still not fully recovered from the virus, Scott wasn't sure how much more he would be able to endure before he just collapsed. Cady was worse off than he was, and she was on the run. He waited for the truck's taillights to disappear through the trees. Heat flooded his face. Why hadn't he gone with them? He was there at the house with no one to protect, no one to live for. He'd lost Cady. He'd lost his niece. Bailey was long gone. He couldn't call them back for a do-over. The only one who had stuck around was his nephew. But being a dead body out by a lamppost wasn't exactly what Scott had in mind. As far as he was concerned, he had no real reason to stay, and yet he'd stayed. He didn't even have a real excuse for staying. Scott looked around. He'd been in such a hurry to get inside to get his gun, he hadn't paid attention to where Ranger, his dog, was. He didn't have time to find him. He had to at least make sure the looters didn't get Cady's place. If nothing else, Scott had to do that. He'd already let her down in so many other ways. He'd already let down so many people that mattered to him. What if Cady wanted to come back to her home? She wouldn't be able to if those men ransacked it. All of her things would be gone. The sanctity of her home would be gone. Scott knew what that was like. He had the remains of a dead woman in his yard and windows broken. He wasn't likely to return there for a while. What if Scott saw Cady again and he had to tell her that he'd lost her house? Setting his jaw, Scott rested his elbow on the windowsill and waited. If that happened, he would be able to say that he did everything he could to save it. The shooting out by the driveway stopped. Far off in the distance and fading fast, the sound of Cady's truck rumbled back to Scott. Fainter and fainter, until the sound was gone. Scott hunkered down and waited, watching the drive. They'd come back toward the house, if for no other reason than to retrieve their falling flashlight. They'd still go through the house. They would be foolish not to. The light on the driveway acted like a beacon. One of them would reach for the flashlight. He could take them both out as long as he knew where they were. He had the advantage. They weren't even aware he was there. As long as Ranger stayed away, Scott didn't have anything that would give him away. He had to kill them. Wounding them would just be cruel. As much as he didn't want to kill anyone again, he had to remember that the killing in the NICU had been a mercy killing. Every single one of them, even the nurse. Now, killing these men, he wasn't protecting anyone immediately, except himself. But who was he protecting down the road? How many homes had these men robbed? How many people had they killed? Because they weren't shooting after the truck for the fun of it. No, they wanted to kill. They'd gone into Rachel's home, next door to Cady's, late at night, and they hadn't knocked. It didn't take a genius to know their motives weren't pure. Scott couldn't imagine standing by and letting them go when they most likely would hurt someone else. He wouldn't tolerate it. If he'd had the chance, he probably would have been the one to kill Jackson too. But Beth had beat him to it. Over the rasping of his breathing, Scott could make out the sound of boots on the rocks and stomping through the island. He closed his eyes as he pictured the man tripping over Jason. He'd left his nephew's body by the lamp in the center of the island in the loop of the driveway, and he couldn't remember why. A falter in the steps in the island. There it was. He'd found Jason. "There are bodies all over this place, Ed," a voice called from the darkness of the loop. In no time that man would be upon Jackson and he'd pick up the flashlight. He'd mark himself a target, and he had no idea. They were so cocky in their safety. The men assumed they were the predators, top of the apocalyptic food chain. That assumption made them sloppy, lazy, vulnerable to Scott's attack. He was tired, but he could take advantage of cockiness. Scott opened his eyes and focused. He just had to be patient. Wait until they both came into view at the same time. He couldn't take too much time between shots, or he'd only be able to get one while the other ran or fought back. He couldn't allow that to happen. There weren't enough bullets for a shootout. "Yeah, hey, where you at? Do you think that truck was the one who killed them all? They probably took everything good, huh? Do you think anything is left?" A flashlight beam skimmed the ground, sweeping side to side as Ed came up the curve of the drive, not far from his friend in the island. The boots on his feet stepped into the long light spilling across the driveway. "No idea." The man in the island reached Jackson, kicking him in the side as he passed. "Look, here's another one." He bent down, grabbing up the flashlight. "What did this fool do to get shot like that? One less for us to kill, I guess." He chortled, standing. Scott didn't need to wait any longer. He was angry. He didn't need a plan or to think over his actions. He was sick of the injustice. His family was gone. Everyone he cared about was gone, either dead, left with Cady, or so far out of access they might as well be dead. None of them had deserved it. Not one of the dead had looted from others or stolen. Men like this. Scott didn't care if they deserved to die or not. He was fed up with it all. He turned the gun toward Ed, who was still walking toward his friend. Scott tightened his jaw. "Ignore what you're going to do, Scott. Just do it. They deserve it." Pulling the trigger ripped the night open with the report of the shot. The man grunted and fell to the ground, his flashlight clattering to the rocks beside him. The sudden silence filled with disbelief and a gasp. "Ed!" The man by Jackson turned and crouched, but didn't stand a chance. Scott pulled the trigger again, this time not aimed as well, but still hitting his target. His ears rang. The second man fall on top of Jackson's body. Scott didn't move. He just stared at what he'd done. He'd hit them. There was no other evidence of anyone else coming after Cady's place. He'd made sure of that. Sinking to his knees, he leaned his head against the wall and left his hands resting against the windowsill. He didn't let go of the gun gripped tightly in his fingers. The full import of what he'd done hit him in the chest. There was nothing he could do to prepare himself for that. Even telling himself it was okay hadn't worked. He couldn't convince himself that they deserved anything. They hadn't pointed a gun at him. At least not yet. No matter what else had happened, Scott had killed again. Even as much as the guilt hurt, killing those men wasn't as hard as his first time killing. Was it going to get easier and easier? Or had the sheer amount of innocent lives he'd taken the first time desensitized him to taking any other lives? Scott wasn't perfect, but he had a feeling that wasn't a good thing.
Chapter 13. Margie. Margie took the backpack from Riker and waited for him to take a drink of the water. They hadn't been able to carry a lot of the water, but they could drink what they'd brought. She swigged from the bottle after he finished and passed it to her. Then she twisted the cap on and tucked it back into the pocket on the side of the pack. Margie, I can carry it more. I don't feel right making you take the bag. Riker shifted his feet, yawning and covering his mouth with his arm. Shaking her head, Margie pulled the straps up her arms and hoisted it higher on her shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she considered Riker. With everything they were facing, he was concerned about her. He had manners, and that somehow created a bright spot in their flight toward Cady's. No, we need to keep going. If we share the load, it won't be so bad. Keep going. That's going to have to be our mantra. Keep going. She'd thought for sure they'd be to Cady's by then. She glanced back at the approximate spot they'd left her bright orange bag. They couldn't afford to carry it, and she was disgusted they had to leave it. But some things just had to be the way they were. Margie could deal with that. She could handle losing a bag of gear. What she couldn't handle was losing her or Riker because of the reflector strips going down the sides of the bag and her stubbornness to hang on to it. Some things had to be more important. If they walked through the night, they could get sleep and food and more supplies at Cady's. It wouldn't take that long. It couldn't. At least Margie hoped so. She hadn't even allowed herself to really think further than getting to Cady's and having a home-cooked meal. She'd been so focused on keeping the sanctuary of Cady's home as her goal that she'd refused to even acknowledge that Cady and Bailey might not have made it. Sure, the thought had crossed her mind, but dwelling on it hadn't been something she'd allowed to happen. The home might be in someone else's hands. Pushing aside that very real possibility was getting harder and harder with everything they were forced to face. She smiled tightly at Riker, even though he couldn't see her. Ready? They moved north, keeping their steps measured and consistent. Margie stared ahead, trying to make out the different shapes and shadows as they walked. Thankfully, they had a relatively clear trail to walk. As the clouds moved across the moon, glimpses of the road came and went. The inconsistencies drove Margie mad, but she clenched her jaw and ignored the shadows. One step forward. 2. Was that her foot scraping on the ground, or was she breathing harder than before? They weren't moving faster. Margie measured her breathing, and nothing had changed. Must have been a misstep. She focused on picking up her feet better, glancing down every once in a while in case she could catch a glimpse of where she was actually stepping in the dark. The silence was peaceful and lulling. For a brief moment, Margie wondered just what they were running from. A dog's snarling bark jerked them from their trance of just moving forward. Margie inhaled sharply, reaching behind her and grabbing for Riker's arm. They ducked behind some of the young pine trees to hide. A branch scratched her cheek, but Margie just shook it off. She stared in the direction the barking came from. It had sounded louder, closer than she'd pictured possible. Riker's voice split through the quiet. "Do you—" Margie reached up and covered Riker's mouth with her hand. "Shh," she breathed. If the men with the dogs were following them, they had either seen Margie and Riker, their dogs were scent chasers, or they were just moving north as well. There was no real way to be certain. No matter which one it was, Margie wasn't willing to take the chance that they would be caught. Margie murmured, "We need to get inside somewhere. Can you run? I think there's a collection of stores up here, about a block or so. We can cut across the woods when we get closer to the next crossroad." She pulled her hand down when he nodded. Breaking into a trot, Margie was careful to keep her hand on the bottom of the backpack to prevent it from bouncing and making noise. Her arms grew tired fast, but there weren't any other options. Their slow lope covered the ground, and sooner than Margie had hoped, they broke past the forest to their right. Finally, they were catching a break. An intersection stretched out before them, highlighted by the moon breaking through the clouds overhead. Judging by the moon's position in the sky, they were well past midnight. To their left and right, running east and west, prairie cut across US 95. The choppy edges of buildings created deeper shadows in the night, competing with the treetops in the skyline. Across from their position, a strip mall claimed the majority of the north end of a 10-acre lot. Closer to where they would cross, a smaller building with drive-through access offered protection on the south end of the lot. Bushes blurred the crisp lines of the building's shadow. The clouds shifted, and moonlight flooded the lot, exposing the faces of the abandoned businesses like a diffused spotlight. Glass hung like jagged teeth in the window holes of the large buildings. Where restaurants and shops had once been stood ravaged storefronts with little familiarity to their faces. They didn't need protection. While a broken window wouldn't offer much safety, a closet inside might. If they could just get across the street, the blacktop, all that empty space, they might find some safety. Their tasks were formidable, and Margie just wanted to lay down and sleep. Whispering, Margie pointed toward the lot. If we break this into chunks, we can do it and still be safe. Keep an eye out for anything that looks... She left it there. What would she say? Anything suspicious? Unsafe? Scary? Edible? Margie pulled on Riker's sleeve, the cool air using the open street as a tunnel to blow easily from east to west. They stepped fast, but soft, trying not to scrape their shoes on the street. The empty street was almost eerier than if a mob had chased after them. Margie glanced to her left and right out of habit, as if a car would come speeding toward them at any moment. Across the street, ducking behind bushes and decorative foliage around the bank, Riker and Margie paused. They breathed deep, their footsteps crunching the lava rocks and the flower beds around the building. If only they could get inside the bank, there'd be safety inside. Should be. They took a break, adrenaline spiking and enhancing their senses. There was no sound of barking dogs or rough-voiced men. A gunshot rang out, enhanced with an echo like from inside a cave. Jumping and pressing her back to the brick wall of the bank, Margie covered her mouth with one hand and scraped her other palm down the rough face of the exterior. There was nowhere for them to go. They couldn't go inside any of the buildings without facing the danger of some unidentified shooter or something else, and they had someone on their tail that relished killing with their dogs. Margie didn't even want to think about Manson and what he was doing. That was a train of thought better left alone. They were stuck. Margie turned to Riker. She searched as much of his face as she could see. What do you want to do? I don't want to risk our lives without your opinion. She didn't have any ideas and needed a second to think. With how tired she was, she had a feeling that her judgment was altered, and who knew if her decisions were anywhere near sound. The teenager nodded. Let's go. It looks like there are more trees that way. If we can get there, maybe we can hide. He motioned further north, past the strip mall, the shooting, the empty ocean of blacktop. Margie glanced to the north. In the dark, it was hard to see just where they were going and what lay in the trees, but they didn't have a lot of options. Walking to Cady's was the only choice they had. Unfortunately, a break wasn't in their list of options. She readjusted the backpack on her shoulders, letting the weight of the contents snug against her lower back. Tucking her chin, Margie hardened her resolve. It'd be better to die on the move than there in the deep, shadowy skirt of some bank. Let's go. They dropped into a crouch and ran toward the hulking line of dark trees. Please don't see us. Please don't see us. Chapter 14. Cady escaping in the truck with her daughter by her side. Cady still couldn't avoid the truth. The vaccine hadn't worked like Jackson had promised. Not only that, but the vaccine created a situation with more variables than what the virus presented on its own. If Bailey got the virus without the vaccine on board, Cady would know what to expect, to a degree. But since she had the vaccine, there was no way to know just what symptoms she could have, or even what the duration of the sickness could be. Jackson hadn't seemed fatigued when he'd gotten out of the van. He'd just seemed... Sadie hadn't examined what it had been like seeing her friend from so long ago. Not only putting a face to the name, but also knowing He was the reason so many people had died. He was the reason she was constantly in fear for her daughter. All she wanted to do was protect Bailey. Even from the grave, Jackson was going to prove Cady couldn't even do that. The dashboard lights glowed on Bailey's skin, giving her an eerie greenish tinge. Her wide eyes stared out the windshield, and she hadn't released her grip on the armrest of the door or the chest seat belt. Choking back a desperate sob as reality rushed over her, Cady concentrated on keeping them on the road. She wasn't worried about other vehicles. The only one she'd seen was that white van, and those survivors were long dead, probably strung up on the barbed wire fence. The road wound and curved, leading to long stretches of straight road, and then a sweeping curve to the right. Cady nor Bailey said anything, as if they could keep the truth at bay. Her daughter was going to get the virus. To what degree, Cady wasn't sure. She couldn't know any of that, or even if she would survive it. Jackson hadn't died of the virus. He'd died because Beth had shot him. Had Jackson known he'd been infected? Had he somehow come to warn them? No. Sadie wasn't that naive. He wasn't altruistic by any means. Sadie gripped the steering wheel so tight her fingers hurt. They turned east off Clagstone, headed toward Athol. As Cady's headlights illuminated the area by the overpass where she'd dumped Kent's body, she tried not to see if his remains were still there. She hadn't been able to get his body far off the road. She slowed her rumble into town, sticking to the speed limit, even though there was no one demanding that she obey the laws. No trains to watch for at the railroad crossings. No reason to stop at the stop signs. No reasons other than to feel normal for a second. No lights, but the stars and moon as they shone through the meandering clouds. Was a storm approaching? Usually that heavy of clouds preceded a storm in that area. They hadn't had heavy rain in a while. Cady leaned forward to glance up into the sky for a better look. She squinted. Do you think it's going to rain? Maybe. Bailey searched the sky herself, moving her hands to the back of the baby and leaning to the side. They'd brought Scott's niece with them, and Cady was sure it was a bad idea. She was sure they were just setting themselves up for failure. Either the baby would die from something or they would all end up dead because of the weakness having the baby with them caused. Bailey loved the child, though. Sadie couldn't take it away from her. Not to mention, Scott hadn't been completely with it before they'd left. He couldn't take care of an infant in his state of mind. Cady wasn't going to abandon a child to something out of her control. Reaching over, Bailey grabbed Cady's arm. Mom, stop, what is that? Cady slowed reluctantly. She didn't want to stop. Stopping would leave them vulnerable. They didn't need to be more vulnerable than they were, but she had to agree with Bailey's concern. She killed the lights and stared straight ahead. Lights on the other side of the highway shined, north and south of the road like cars were in some kind of a face-off. They were far enough off that they might not have seen Cady's truck. Maybe. What do? We need to get on the ramp there, right? Bailey half turned toward Cady, worry in her face. Cady needed to think. The cars were set up like a gauntlet. She had to somehow get through them to get on the highway. Going the opposite way up 95 wouldn't work. At least she didn't think so. She wasn't sure where it would take her, or if there was a spot where she could cross. The exits were different. Everything would be too different. She was having a hard time thinking. She really was too tired and not completely better from that virus. There wasn't time to decide right there. Cady turned off the main road down a side street behind the park. She parked the truck in front of an older-looking house with painted shutters and flower boxes. They weren't safe. She had to face the fact that they'd never be safe again. Bailey studied the area around them. She reached up and rubbed at her lower neck absent-mindedly. Unable to miss a telltale sign like that, Cady worked to smother her anxiety. What's wrong with your neck? Sadie dug her fingertips into her palms. Was Bailey already facing the disease? Had everything Cady dealt with since Zach's death been in vain? She hadn't needed her husband to die. It seemed like ever since the car accident, she hadn't been able to get a firm grip on reality. She'd done so much to keep Bailey safe, and now she reached up and shut off the engine, turning the key in the ignition. It's been itching lately. I think stress or something. Bailey's voice seemed loud in the sudden quiet. How are you feeling? Tired or anything? Does your throat hurt, or do you feel like you have a fever? Cady scooted on the bench seat to face Bailey. Would it give her concern away if she reached out and felt Bailey's forehead for a fever? Cady squinted in the dark to see her daughter, but couldn't see anything. No. Well, I'm tired, but who isn't? Bailey half laughed. After a second of silence, she whispered, Mom, we can't stay here. We need to go. Why not? They were as safe there as anywhere. But Cady knew what she was talking about. I know. You're right. Do we just head north on 95? Take the exit instead of the on-ramp? Cady was running out of energy. She was running out of courage. As much as she hated leaning on her daughter for her strength, that didn't stop her. Let's do it. We can cross the divider when there's a cross street. Bailey nodded, patting the dashboard with her hand. If not, then let's go back home. We can't just sit here in a random neighborhood. They weren't going home. There was nothing for them there. And with the men chasing them off the property, they couldn't be sure it was safe to return. No. In fact, they could be certain it wasn't safe. But sitting there wasn't safe either. Bailey was right. Cady restarted the engine. Okay, let's go. She left the headlights off and crept forward. Once they got on the main road through Athol, she wouldn't get another chance to go back. She rumbled forward, turning back onto the main road. No lights on, no turning back. Hang on, Cady mumbled, punching the gas. The engine grabbed hold and took off, roaring with intent. Cady barreled down the street and turned left, going north up the exit ramp and accelerating faster. She couldn't see if they were being chased. Bailey and the baby were silent beside her. Cady didn't want to talk about Bailey's neck and the possibilities. She didn't want to face her fears, which were bigger than any roadblock. She had to get them up through Sandpoint. 45 minutes of driving before the virus. Who knew what lay between there and their goal now? Cady gritted her teeth. She could do it. She could get Bailey to Margie's house, get there, and then her daughter could get sick. All of the oils in the back would help a lot. They wouldn't guarantee survival, but maybe, just maybe, they would give them a chance.
Chapter 15. Manson. Manson didn't find the keys, but he found a dead family he would have been fine not seeing. The virus had taken its toll, and Manson had been fairly sheltered from its effects on society locked in prison for so long. He didn't mind death at all. Decaying bodies, however, not his favorite. An old cellmate had been so enamored with death, he'd contracted a sexually transmitted parasite that was only accessed by men when having intercourse with animals or dead bodies. He'd worked in a morgue, and they'd caught him violating a client. Forensic evidence had turned up. Multiple clients had been violated by the same man that weren't already buried. He'd worked in the morgue 15 years. If Manson remembered correctly, the night after the necrophiliac's confession, he'd been found by the guards with his tongue ripped out through a slit in his neck. Manson had been applauded the next time out in the yard. No one wanted to be in a cell with someone like that. Manson was the guy to take care of the job. Probably why he was assigned the mental case as a cellmate in the first place. In prison, he was sure he'd faced the worst of humanity. He'd heard rumors there were worse in other penitentiaries, but they couldn't be much worse than he was. The longer Manson was out during the end, the more he realized he was probably amongst the milder members of society in prison. Cannibalism had been the last way he'd left things, and looking back, eating others hadn't been an option for himself. It had been one of his better suggestions, though, to turn the groups on each other. Curiosity had him wondering how soon the other prisoners escaped. Had it taken them long to go out the way he'd gone? He was too far away to find out now, but he'd love to know just how many actually survived the desperation on the inside. Without keys to the car, Manson would have to hotwire the older Ford. Easy enough. He'd had a lackey a few years back who'd done anything for him just to make sure he didn't get claimed by the larger groups. The 19-year-old was in for auto theft, and he knew his stuff. He'd talked all the time about how to hotwire vehicles, how to change out plates, how to file a VINs. His automobile knowledge had been immeasurable. Manson had soaked in some of the things he'd said. Digging into the dash by the steering wheel, he fumbled a few times. But after a bit, he sparked up the engine, growling triumphantly when the engine turned over and caught. He'd never been a thief. Not what he was incarcerated for anyway. There definitely was a thrill in taking something of someone else's. He wouldn't deny that. Was it stealing, though? Did it count, if the owners were dead? He grinned. Did he care? He was on the chase, and stealing a car was the last thing he really cared about. He needed to kill Margie, but on his own time and his own plan. As he waited for the car to warm up, he settled into the seat. Locking the doors, he kept an eye out for anyone coming toward the car. Killing Kelsey hadn't been as fulfilling as he'd hoped it would be. He'd been glad when her annoying voice had stopped screaming, but as Margie had driven away, Manson could have used Kelsey to take out his frustration. In his haste, he'd already killed her. No point carving up a dead body. Manson still hadn't let go of his crowbar. He stared at it, a tightness in his chest warning him not to let go of it just yet. Okay, he could listen to his instincts. He wouldn't put it down. No way. Not yet. He wasn't comfortable enough. Maybe after he got going, he'd put it on the seat. He shifted into park and settled back into the driver's seat. The car was responsive and solid, exactly what he needed. He didn't smother the hot pride coursing through him. He'd killed again. He'd hotwired a car. Things were getting back on track. He was out of prison, and there was no one left to take him back. He didn't answer to anyone. The end of the world was turning out to be the best thing that had ever happened to him. Yeah, he was going to get Margie, and then she would wish she hadn't tried to get away. As he settled into the comfort of the drive and the safety of the car, Manson set the crowbar onto the bench seat beside him, the hooked end opposite him on the vinyl. She'd gone north. If he wanted to catch Margie, he'd go that way too. Life could be a dream, if I could take you up to paradise up above. Manson sang softly, his hands resting comfortably on the steering wheel. Euphoric, he bopped his head along to the song he had in his mind. The headlights barely penetrated the complete darkness, the shafts slicing through the night. He turned the steering wheel the slightest to the left, then to the right, as he rolled smoothly from one side of the road to the other. He wouldn't find anything just driving straight. He had to zigzag to catch anything in his beams. Through 3 different traffic lights on major intersections, Manson studied the area. He didn't go too fast, but he wasn't sure what he was looking for. A flash caught his eye as his lights bounced off the back of a minivan. Was it the minivan he'd ridden in with Margie and her crew? He couldn't know for sure, but the odds were definitely in his favor since they'd headed up this way, and they were very low on gas. Manson beelined for the parked car, slowing as he got closer and closer. He pulled over behind the van, parked on the highway, keeping his distance about 10 feet. What if they'd set up an ambush? Were they smart enough for that? Brave enough? He knew they were low on gas, but low enough to die only a couple miles up the highway. Manson killed his lights and sat there for a minute, the gentle rumble of the idling car more lulling than he wanted to admit. He was tired, but he was going to rely on adrenaline to get him through. Margie had to be more exhausted than he was. She'd driven straight through and, judging by the comments she'd made in Ritzville, she'd driven the entire day as well. Were Margie and Riker inside the van? Were they sleeping? They hadn't seemed stupid when he'd traveled with them. Sitting in a parked car on the side of the road in the open like they were would be pure idiocy, especially considering the fact that they had to know he was coming after them. Wouldn't they know that? He hadn't been subtle when he'd killed Kelsey or hit Margie over the head with the bar. If anything was likely, it was that Manson was subtle. But too subtle? He furrowed his brow. What if he hadn't been clear in his intent, and Margie didn't know he was coming after her? That didn't sit well with him. When he found them, he'd have to be very clear about what he was going to do. Part of the appeal of the chase was the prey knowing they were being chased. Brushing that aside, Manson stared hard at the dark interior. Had he really caught up to them that fast? Grabbing the smooth grip of the crowbar, Manson left the engine running and climbed from the driver's side of the car. He looked all around. They could be hiding at the front of the van, waiting for another car to drive by with gas. Hyper alert, Manson smoothed his breathing out. Studying the windows for any sign of movement, he approached slowly, crowbar gripped tightly in his hand. At the driver's side, he squinted. No one was inside. The reflection of the moon on the glass had him ducking and cupping his hand around his eyes to see better. Nope. No one was inside. He slid around the back, looking through what they'd left behind. Not much. So they would have their bags and some of the food. If they'd left the van, then they were on foot. There was nowhere to get a car for a ways, unless they'd tried to get a car from the parking lots at the stores around there. He wasn't sure about neighborhoods, but he wouldn't be surprised if people had lived amongst the commercial zones of the area. He moved to the front of the van, pressing his free hand to the top of the engine compartment. Warm. It wasn't hot, but there was lingering warmth on the metal. They weren't gone that long. They couldn't be too far. He'd give them a couple miles at the most. Turning, Manson's shoes scraped the blacktop. He folded his arms across his chest and studied the northern skyline. The barest tinges of the northern lights made it easier to identify where the trees were and just how far off things were. Where are you, Margie? Where would they go? North, of course, but what would they be doing? Sticking to the road or the sides? He wasn't familiar enough with the area to know what was ahead. If there were neighborhoods or stores or just the woods, all of that made a difference on which way they would go and what they would do. If Margie was as tired as Manson knew she was, she'd need a place to hole up to rest. She'd probably be tired enough to make some poor decisions, and she'd drag Riker along with her. Manson tapped his chin and stared intently into the darkness. He couldn't be sure what to do or where to go, and that was frustrating. The flicker of flashlight beams, too, just barely penetrated the darkness from a rise way off in the distance. Manson narrowed his eyes. Had he imagined them? He waited, breathing slowly in case his breath was fogging or he was hallucinating. Both possibilities. But no. There they were again, easily seen and on the road, moving north. He couldn't even see the lights clearly. It was more what they were illuminating as they swept over the road. Margie was being dumber than he could even have hoped. Manson almost skipped his way back to the car. Being a beacon in the dark, he could handle that. Sliding into the driver's seat and shifting into drive, Manson smiled. He'd reach them in no time, and then he'd get his revenge. Margie couldn't live very long now, but that was okay. He'd find himself a new group. Maybe he'd keep her alive until they got to her daughter's place. She was the only one who knew how to get there. Manson didn't need to keep the daughter or granddaughter alive. What were a couple more kills when he was heading toward Prepper Heaven, or whatever term Margie had used to describe it to Riker? One way or the other, Manson needed new people to lead, but he had to terminate the loose ends of the group he was in. Admin tasks. What a pain. Chapter 16. Buck hidden. In the pool house at his neighbor's place all day, Buck hadn't been able to sleep or do much of anything except sweat. Not a normal, hard work sweat, but a stressed out, sticky, cold sweat. He panted and tried slowing his breathing down to a painfully slow in and out pace. He blew air up toward his forehead. Nothing helped. His heart pounded erratically and he wanted his adrenaline to dissipate. But he couldn't calm down. The musty heat of the pool house didn't help, adding to his claustrophobic anxiety the longer he was in there. It didn't matter what he did with his eyes. Closed them, stared at the wall, stared at the floor, smashed his fists into the sockets. He couldn't get the vision of his neighbors' bodies floating in the pool out of his head. Every time he saw the image, his heart jumped and his throat tightened. He couldn't get the picture of their bloated skin out of the recesses of his mind. Buck had ducked into the pool house in case the killers were still inside or around. He just needed a safe place to breathe for a second. They wouldn't mind. Ever again. Plus, he wasn't planning on staying long. He just needed a safe place to gather his thoughts, make a plan. Too much was going on, though. He couldn't get a grasp on what he needed to do to survive. Leaving the neighborhood during the day wasn't an option. He couldn't bring himself to walk outside. As tired as he was, Buck couldn't sleep to pass the time. He was hungry, but scared. Buck Scranton. Scared. Rolling to a sitting position on the futon in the pool house, Buck sighed. It would be completely dark again soon, and he needed to take a leak as well as get something in his stomach. He had literally lain there on the futon, straining his hearing for any threatening sounds all day. Without any fans on or air conditioning, the heat had gotten pretty intense until the sun's rays were blocked by the fence outside. That moment had been marked by a couple-degree cooling, and Buck had actually felt the skin around his eyes slacken. He wasn't stupid. He had to move. He had to get out of there to find some way to live, but he was terrified that he was going to end up wishing he hadn't survived the virus. If he was honest with himself, he could already say he wished for that instance a few days ago. What had he done to deserve this? He was a good guy, even if he never played one on the screen. He gave to different charities. Didn't that count? He wasn't brave enough to kill himself, so he would chase survival like a kid with an escaping goat. Wait, did kids like goats? Enough whining. Get up, Buck. Time to do something. He didn't have any reason to complain. He wasn't in any different circumstances than a normal person. The virus had leveled the playing field. He still couldn't believe it, but okay. He could deal with it. He wasn't anyone special, and for the first time since he'd become famous, he was getting what he wanted. To be normal. After forcing himself to leave the futon, Buck faced the front door of the small cottage and took a deep breath. He nodded his head, once, twice, then 3 times. Reaching forward, he yanked open the door and peered out into the darkening night. Looking everywhere but directly at the pool and its contents, Buck strained to hear anyone or anything. Nothing but the sound of wind stirring the fronds of the palm trees broke the silence. He wasn't going inside their house. He couldn't. What he could do was return to his home and see what he could salvage. Most likely the looters had taken his car, or guns, or whatever else they could find, which was fine. He'd resigned himself to abandoning his things, but having them taken from him was something entirely different. Maybe, just maybe, there was something he could scavenge still. He would check out the neighbor's place, but he knew his home better, and there was a greater chance he would find something that the looters had missed at his place than at someone else's home. Cautiously, Buck rounded the pool, keeping his shoulder to the fence. Once he reached the gate between the 2 properties, he slipped through the small opening. He wasn't going to risk creating a sound that would easily carry in the silence. If he could get inside the garage before it was completely dark out, he'd be able to see better. Without a light, he was pretty limited. Not that he would use a flashlight when it would just showcase where he was. He shuddered, thinking of those men coming back. Crossing the grassy space between the properties, Buck kept his head low. Half crouched over, he still limped with pain in his knee. At the side of his house, Buck pushed his back against the wall next to the garage door. He took a deep breath. What if the men were still inside? They could have liked his house the best, and made it their headquarters or whatever groups like that did. He closed his eyes and listened intently. Nothing that sounded remotely like another human being reached his ears. He reached carefully for the door handle and turned it, pushing through the door and almost falling over the door jamb. His slipper sole had caught on the metal lid of the frame. As if his body ran on autopilot, he pushed the door shut softly behind him and waited for evidence he wasn't alone. He wasn't sure, but the double-car garage door had been opened manually and left down about a foot. They hadn't touched his rig, probably unsure how to run it or get in with the driver's side blocked with a high stack of tires and snugged up against the wall. He'd paid his valet to get as close to the wall as possible, so his most recent girlfriend couldn't take his rig out. She was a horrible driver, and he didn't want to lose his special toy. The Range Rover was a toy Buck had bought to fit in with his brand. He didn't rove any ranges except shopping. Well, that wasn't completely true. He liked racing through the mountains in the winter months, but nothing like his fans thought he did. The more Buck looked back at his life, the more he realized what a fraud he'd been. Instead of pretending to know survival skills, he should have been learning them. He could have done himself a huge favor if he'd known a tenth of the stuff his characters had known. Checking the cement floor where he walked, Buck sidestepped the various items that hadn't been wanted by the looters. Camping stuff, football and basketballs, a tennis racket. Buck had only gotten it because his second wife demanded it. So much stuff that he didn't want either. What good was a football when he was hungry? He couldn't even trade for it. He moved to the back corner closest to the storage shelves. A black shiny vault had been pushed over onto its side. He didn't remember a bang, and it would have been deafening when it landed. The vault was as heavy as a Volkswagen. Chipped paint around the dial lock and on other parts of the vault showed someone had tried getting in, but had been unsuccessful. The ironic thing was, there was nothing valuable inside. He'd planned on getting guns at one point, maybe starting his own collection of valuable muskets or something. But he'd never gotten around to it. Plus, owning guns legally in California was harder than getting a screening. He kicked a fallen backpack out of his way, but then stooped to look through its contents. He'd used the pack in a movie almost a year ago, and if he remembered right, he'd stashed protein bars in the bottom of it. Digging through the main compartment opening, he sighed in relief when his fingers closed around the slippery wrappings of a bar. Pulling it from the pack, he dropped the canvas bag and tore into the wrapper. He finished the bar in 3 bites. Closing his eyes, he waited for the ache in his gut to subside. At least his stomach didn't feel like it was gnawing on itself. He bent over, twirling the dial on the vault and tossing the garbage to the side. The slight metal ticking as the tumbler clicked around and around was the only sound in the garage for a minute. He might not have used the vault, but his gardener had once asked to use it. Buck had waved him off. Maybe. Then Buck realized his breathing wasn't the only one in the garage. Eyes wide, he jumped from the front of the vault and scanned the dim interior of the garage. Where were they? Someone else was in there. But who was it? And what would Buck have to do to stay alive?
Chapter 17. Bailey. Bailey scratched at her neck again. Thankfully, she'd cut her nails off when she started taking care of Jessica so she would scratch her. Rubbing at her skin with the tips of her fingers was almost painful while also relieving. She didn't know why, but the itch was almost like a burn. She probably had hives. There was so much stress surrounding them, covering them like tar. She wasn't sure what was wrong with her mom, but it would make sense. Bailey was overly stressed since they were on the run, and they weren't even sure what they were running from. Just plain fear pushed them forward. No one seemed to follow them up the wrong way ramp of the highway. All of the red signs screamed they were going the wrong way, adding a tinge of overkill to the already traumatic situation. Mrs. Turley, Bailey's English literature teacher, had often talked about dramatic overkill. If they were in a book or in a movie, Bailey would have to comment that the red and white reflective signs in the headlight beams that Cady had turned on were unnecessary at that point. Of course, they were going the wrong way. But not only literally was it the wrong side of the highway, but in a figurative sense, they could have easily made a bad decision in leaving their home. What if they were supposed to stay there? What if their home was the safest place for them to be? They didn't know what the route to her grandma's would bring. Just thinking about it left her stomach tight. Forget the men shooting at Bailey and Cady as the women thundered from the drive. What if they hadn't run? What if they'd turned and fought to keep their place? Bailey and Cady had guns, and they were good shots. Maybe they could have protected the house, maybe not. But they could have tried. If nothing else, they should have tried. If it was Bailey's choice, they would have tried, instead of run away. She cuddled Jessica, grateful that both her mom and Scott hadn't put up too much of a fight about Bailey taking the baby with them. After everything she'd lost so far, she wasn't sure she could lose the sweet innocence. Jessica's presence. She'd do whatever she could to protect the baby, but she had a feeling she needed Jessica more than Jessica even needed her. They'd only been driving 20 minutes when her mom crossed onto the right side of the highway, using the intersection at Williams Road. No cross traffic, which Bailey didn't know was a good thing or not. At least they were on the right side of the road and things felt somewhat normal. Something about driving on the right side of the road released some of the tension in the cab. Bailey just wanted to get somewhere to rest. She was tired and wanted to be safe. She wanted everyone to be safe. Jessica fussed, pushing her fist against her mouth, her eyes still closed. Bailey reached into the bag she'd shoved by her feet and pulled out a bottle, slipping the nipple into the baby's mouth. The gentle sucking sound filled the cab, and Bailey could almost imagine things were normal. Almost. If the virus hadn't spread, she wouldn't have a baby at her age. They wouldn't be driving like the hounds of hell were chasing them, and Bailey's nerves wouldn't be strung tight enough to strum. No, if things were normal. All that aside, and maybe she could feel like things were normal for just a minute. Dad would have hated all of this. Bailey lifted her gaze to stare out the windshield. They never talked about Dad and his death, or any of the deaths they'd experienced. They didn't talk about much of anything. Bailey needed to. She needed to talk about the things they'd witnessed. Her mom was too quiet, too accepting of things. Bailey wasn't like that. She couldn't be. Not when she wasn't sure what exactly had happened and why. If nothing else, she needed to talk about her dad, bring his memory back. Everything else was too scary to bring up. Cady laughed dryly. Your dad would have been fine with it if we were going hunting or fishing. Everything else, you're right. He would have hated. He wasn't the best under pressure. Bailey's mom's grip on the steering wheel seemed to tighten, as if she were trying to wring moisture from the metal curve. Mom, why is this all happening? I'm so confused. Bailey hated admitting that she didn't know something, but her confusion was scarier and worse than humbling herself to ask. Her mom was smart. She had to have more of an answer than Bailey had. Cady didn't reply for a minute as she continued staring over the steering wheel. When she did, her words were measured as if she were trying to repeat a recipe. I'm not sure. I do know that one man, Jackson, hated people for reasons that never made sense to me. We had a lot of the same ideas about things. Too many people in the world, too much pollution, too much waste, but never did I want people to die. Now Jackson is dead, and we have a virus still out there, and people who have died from the virus, or from the ointment he sent out as a cure. I don't know. Why? She muttered the last part to herself, like Bailey was a nuisance for asking. Cady's answer was uniquely unsatisfying, both in the emotionless delivery as well as the lack of information she gave Bailey. Bailey knew all of that already. She understood that technically it wasn't her mom's fault. She didn't blame her mom. What she wanted to know had nothing to do with the start of the virus or the man behind it. Bailey tried to rein in her frustration, but nothing was simple. No, I mean, why is this happening? We did everything right. Why couldn't our house be safe enough to stay there? Why did we have to... Oh, I don't know. I'm not even sure what I'm asking. She shook her head, pulling the bottle from the sleeping baby's lips. Jessica left her mouth open, a little bit of milk pooling to the side of her lips. Bailey smiled. As long as she was fed and taken care of, Jessica didn't let the stress affect her. Are you wondering why us? Her mom glanced at Bailey, then back ahead to the road. I've thought the same thing, but I keep coming back to why not us? Why should we be so lucky when the rest of the world is dealing with the same thing? We at least have more answers than most people. We know how to treat the virus. Did she really feel that way? Or was she just thinking with her analytical side? Bailey was never sure. Yeah, but we don't have to worry about the virus anymore. So That's useless information. Bailey reached up and rubbed her neck. At least they had that going for them. Information they didn't need. Great. Well, about that. Sadie took a deep breath, a tremor in her voice sending a shiver of trepidation through Bailey's chest. Sadie cleared her throat. Jackson. He had the rash from the sickness. He took the only other vaccine and he got the virus. Her words worked themselves through Bailey's mind, slicing and cutting up the logic of the last few weeks that she had left. Jackson had gotten the virus. He'd gotten sick, even though he'd had the vaccine. Flashes of how Jason had been when he'd been sick crossed Bailey's mind. The black stuff coming from his nose and mouth, the feral gleam in his eyes as he chased after Bailey and Jessica. The way he didn't care that he'd been shot as he'd come determinedly toward them on the roof. No. Just no. Panicked, Bailey reached up and clutched at her chest. Because what her mom wasn't saying was that Jackson hadn't been the only one to take the vaccine. Bailey had as well. If Jackson had gotten the vaccine and he'd gotten sick, then Bailey would most likely get sick. Her neck. She'd been scratching at her neck, and all this time she'd ignored the possibility of it being the virus because of the vaccine. Scott and her mom had been in such pain. Bailey started to pant, trying to catch her breath as panic set in. She didn't want to hurt like that. She didn't want to get sick like Jason or Kent. She didn't want to die. All of the turmoil around taking the vaccine seemed pointless. She'd felt betrayed by her mom, and she'd spent a lot of time trying to get over that. Now, how did she recover from this? We're going to cross the bridge soon. I'm not sure what will happen when we're so exposed. We're pretty lucky nothing has happened yet. Her mom spoke quietly, as if she didn't want to disturb what Bailey might be figuring out. Lucky? Lucky was the last word Bailey would assign to them. She didn't flinch when the tires transferred from the blacktop to the long, stretched-out bridge across the Penderale Lake toward Sandpoint. She didn't blink as Cady accelerated, faster and faster, and she ignored Cady's sigh of relief when they reached the other side unscathed. She didn't care. Bailey was sick and she wasn't sure she was going to make it. Wait, not that she wasn't going to make it. More like she didn't know if she wanted to make it. Nighttime wrapped around the truck as they continued driving. Bailey was suspended in time and she stared out the window. What was she really ready to deal with? Glancing down at Jessica, Bailey knew she'd have to make a decision soon. Did she want her and Jessica to struggle through everything? She wasn't sure. Maybe surviving through the virus and all the rest of the deaths and desolations wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Best case scenario. They made it to their goal, safe and sound. Worst case, they died trying to get there. Could it be easy, though? Could they make it to her grandma's before anything else happened? The aggressive way her mom drove almost guaranteed they were getting somewhere. There wasn't another car on the road, but she drove like she dodged other cars and passed them in various lanes. Cady got them through the dark highway and streets of Sandpoint, turning toward Bonner's Ferry when the highway faded into a normal road. A bridge ahead of them was blocked with hazard signs. Orange and white diamond-shaped signs glared at them from the front of cement roadblocks. Sadie pulled to the side of the road and studied the entrance to the bridge, leaning over the steering wheel with her shoulders hunched. What's wrong? Bailey's voice lacked conviction, but at least she asked. She had to care. Jessica needed her too. If she didn't care, then what would make her actually try to survive? Motioning forward, Cady sighed. That bridge is blocked. We only have to get through. And then we have about 3 miles to get to Grandma's. 3 miles. That's it. Her mom stared at the bridge. The engine idled as if in agreement. The truck rocked gently side to side with the vibrations of the motor. Only 3 miles separated them and relative safety. And the bridge was blocked. Can we drive through the blockade? Bailey squinted toward the bridge entrance. If they could get to her grandma's place, she could relax. The virus was going to attack her soon, judging by the rash on her neck. If that happened, she'd rather be somewhere other than the truck cab and on the run. No, it looks like cement dividers are across it. I can't tell for sure. Cady turned, twisting and studying as much of the darkness that she could penetrate around them. Finally, she put the truck in reverse and then turned around. I'm going to park over here. There's a dump area we can maybe use to our advantage. A garbage site? Great. Bailey blinked rapidly as she tried processing what her mom was suggesting. How can that be to our advantage? Speaking slowly, Cady turned the wheel and avoided moving the truck in fast, jerky motions. Well, if we have to leave the truck, I'd rather hide our things where people won't look. In plain sight. Leave their things? Leave the truck? But the baby formula and extra diapers were there. The essential oils that Beth had brought with her were in the back of the truck. The last of their personal items were in the back of the truck. If they left the truck, they would be on foot. Bailey jerked her gaze to her mom. They would have to hike? Coming down with the virus, Bailey didn't need more stress on her. She'd watched the virus burn through her mom and Scott, followed closely by Jason. No, things were not going to be easy. Chapter 18. Barbara Sue Monica liked the name Barbara Sue. Didn't Marilyn Monroe and the other big actresses change their names? Well, if Monica wanted to survive, then she had to become Barbara Sue. She would have to become someone else and just leave her old self in the past. The weak Monica wouldn't survive any more of the circumstances she'd been subjected to. No, Barbara Sue needed to relieve Monica from the pain and torture she endured. She weakly pulled the torn sleeve back up her shoulder and avoided meeting the gazes of any of the men around the campfire. From her position on the periphery of the clearing, she was more in the shadows than in the warm glow of the fire. But right then, Monica was glad for that. Most of them had passed out after using her or the other women. Barbara Sue had stopped making noises or fighting the night before when one of the women she was imprisoned with had been killed during a gang rape because she wouldn't stop screaming. Killed in the middle of being used. Barbara Sue didn't want the Monica in her, the innocent one, the one who still believed in happy ever after and romance, to have to experience She moved, slowly, dropping from her knees to her butt and wrapping her arms around her drawn-up legs. She stared at the fire. A body moved up beside her, and she involuntarily flinched. "It's just me!" Tabitha's whisper soothed Barbara Sue's anxiety. Tabitha was done being used for the night. Now they would huddle together for warmth until the morning sun came up, and they would be put to work around the camp. Unless Perry came for Monica. Tabitha leaned close, resting her chin on Barbara Sue's shoulder and murmuring ever so softly, "This is not what I had in mind when I helped with the Gulch plans." The Gulch. Just thinking of the plans and how they were supposed to play out, and how the families were supposed to be safe and taken care of in a survival situation, made Barbara Sue's stomach clench. Instead, she'd watched her children die. The 3 young ones had gotten the horrible virus and died from the ointment Monica's mama had applied. Her mama had died from the pain in her hands from applying the medicine. Monica had been outside helping her dad and husband bringing in firewood. They'd gotten caught up, arguing with the other residents of the Gulch. When Monica had returned home to check on her family, she didn't remember much of the next few hours, except her voice was gone from the screaming. The virus hadn't affected Monica, and she didn't know why. Her father and husband had both fallen ill the next day or two and died. Perry, their neighbor, had checked on Monica. He'd been the first in the group to turn from a respectable family man to someone who was out to use the weak. He'd taken Monica, claiming she couldn't be a woman alone. She needed protection. His protection had consisted of multiple rapes and little food. "Did you come up with a different name?" Barbara Sue barely moved her lips as she spoke. Perry sat on the other side of the circle, his hooded eyes narrowed at the flames. He'd been unhappy and territorial when he'd pulled the other men together and suggested some changes to the Gulch organization. He'd demanded use of the women and had been expected to share his. He hadn't liked that, but what could he do? He took it out on Monica almost every night after she'd been used by the other men. His jealousy was unquenchable. Barbara Sue hoped he was too tired tonight. She wasn't sure how many more times she would survive at his hands. She hadn't healed from the last few as it was. "I want to use Echo," Tabitha whispered, a soft smile on her sad lips. "What about you?" A fresh, crescent-shaped scar curled around the edge of her eye, drawing the skin tight instead of relaxing as she smiled. Barbara Sue. Saying the name out loud strengthened Monica. She could be someone else. She could protect who she really was and what she'd lost to the virus. "Monica!" Perry stood from the log at the fire and jerked his hand toward her, his dark eyebrows raised. Barbara Sue swallowed her whimper. If she went meekly and didn't make a sound, he'd be nicer. If what he did to her could be considered nice on the horrible scale of cruelty. Tabitha, no, Echo, reached out and squeezed Barbara Sue's shoulder. They didn't need words. What could she say? "I hope you die?" Death was pretty much what they hoped for each other every day. Barbara Sue stood on shaking legs. She didn't look directly at Perry. Instead, she moved her feet, forcing her body to do what she had to. At the edge of a trail, down from the center of camp, ended in a ledge that overlooked the valley. A sharp drop-off fell hundreds of feet to the rocky floor below. A cool breeze swept up through the mountains and stirred the material in her shirt and the edges of Monica's hair. She didn't want to be there. Did she have any other choice? Perry stopped to say something to one of the men, watching Barbara Sue as she went toward his sleeping area. She stopped by the trees, staring out at the stars over the valley. The scenery held nothing for her, nothing special. She didn't care anymore. It was nothing to her, and she swallowed back bile which tasted like sawdust. She was sick of being used, sick of being in pain. She glanced back at Tabitha, who watched her in the dark. Something clicked between them. Tabitha nodded slowly and moved into a crouch. After a second, she broke into a sprint, reaching for Barbara Sue's hand as she tore down the slight grassy slope. Barbara Sue moved with her, running for all they were worth. The men who were still awake shouted, rousing themselves from the late-night stupor. They moved into place to block the women's escape at the only two ways in or out. But they thought Tabitha and Monica were trying to run away. No, they wanted to escape. Barbara Sue relished the speed as they ran harder down to the drop-off. She let go of Echo's hand as they pushed harder and harder. Glancing over her shoulder, she almost stumbled to see 3 more women fleeing after them, determination hardening their features. At the sheer drop-off, Echo and Barbara Sue didn't hesitate. They reached out, grabbing for each other's hands, and they leapt from the horrors of survival. And for the first time in a long time, Monica felt weightless and free.
Chapter 19. Scott still had time to catch Cady, maybe. He could get in his rig with Ranger, and they could chase after Cady. What would he say if he caught up to her and Bailey? Of course, he was an idiot. He'd apologize. But what were the odds that he'd find them? What were the chances she'd forgive him? Even though she left, he was the one who had abandoned her. It wasn't hard to see who was to blame at that exact moment in time. The longer he sat on the floor, the lower his chances at catching them. His rig was still out front. He could grab a few things and follow them. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, but could it really have been long enough for them to entrench themselves at her mom's? Scott hoisted himself to his feet. His eyes adjusted, but not much, and he stumbled toward the door. Leaning against the door jamb, he swung the panel open, closing his eyes and inhaling the cool night air. He was going to miss it, the scent of home. He couldn't even pinpoint the exact root of what the aroma was. If he could, he would burn candles of it everywhere he went. He mustered his strength and stepped onto the porch. "Ranger, you out here still?" He called out low and soft. He wasn't leaving Ranger again, not by accident or intent. He clung to the white porch post, looking and listening for his dog to reach him. A loud blast filled the air, echoing off the vinyl siding and the composite slats of the deck. A flash in the dark wasn't enough to see, but Scott blinked at the there and then gone light. A burning in his upper thigh made Scott stumble. He reached down, hot liquid on his hand. He'd been shot? There were more people there? Dropping to the deck, both because his leg didn't want to support him and because the shooter might still be out there, Scott pressed his palm to the painful area on his thigh. He squeezed his eyes shut. There was no shortage of dizziness, and he rested his head on the deck, his shoulders tense. The last thing he needed was to stay there. It wasn't safe. He wasn't safe. He'd failed. Was he going to die? A snarling bark in the dark pulled Scott's wandering focus. A man cried out, and then was silent. Then, as if he could read Scott's mind, Ranger was there, licking his face and sniffing over Scott's body. Scott half closed his eyes, trying to keep pressure on his wound, and also petting his friend. "I messed up, buddy. We should have gone with Cady. We should have gone and protected them. My head—" He swallowed, suddenly not wanting to talk. His mind wasn't right since Jason had died. Bailey might have shot him to defend Scott's niece and to save herself, but that didn't lessen the pain anymore. Because the virus changed Jason so much, he'd tried killing the baby he hadn't stopped protecting before he'd gotten sick. What if Scott had said and did things while he was sick that weren't part of his characteristics? He hadn't been as sick as Jason. Cady had taken care of him, administering the essential oils and other things to help him feel better. Scott and Cady hadn't been able to do the same for Jason because they'd been too sick and trying to recover. His thoughts were in a whirl, and he couldn't say for sure what was causing his headache: the pain of the last month or so, the blood loss and pain in his leg, or the general fact that too much was happening, and there hadn't been a break for him to recover. Nothing abated, and he couldn't seem to gather himself before the next horrible incident occurred. Staring to the left, up past the edge of the roof overhang, Scott tried counting the stars he could see around the edges of the clouds moving in. Clouds. Were they due for more rain? He closed his eyes. He should go inside. Wasn't he supposed to be chasing after Cady? Ranger nudged Scott's hand with his cold nose. He pressed his warm body against Scott's side and watched out for him. He didn't whimper or make any other sounds as his breathing pushed his chest back and forth on Scott's arm. Scott's murmur barely reached his own ears. "It's okay. I'm not dying. I'm just resting. We have to find Cady." He would just take a minute, that's all. He could do that. Didn't he need a short break?
Chapter 20. Margie and Riker crouched into some kind of a hunkered-over run and rushed across the west edge of the parking lot. Panting, Margie paused by the next collection of domesticated forest behind the strip mall. She took a deep breath and held it, listening for any signs of danger. Riker must have had the same idea because for a moment their breathing couldn't be heard. A dog barked in the not-so-far distance, drawing their gazes. Sweeping flashlight beams, 2 to be exact, walked down the center of the highway, closer and closer to Margie and Riker's position. The lights reached the intersection, flashing east and west, then north. Margie reached out and grabbed Riker's hand. She couldn't cry out like she wanted to, her vocals frozen with fear. Every time the lights moved forward with a step was another lost second of freedom. Riker and Margie could keep running, but they weren't going to be able to stay ahead of the men for long. Margie was exhausted, and Riker had to be getting there as well. They could rely on their adrenaline for only so long. She tried to see Riker's face, but his skin and eyes were just pale in the dark, minus any real features or definition. The men's voices were easy to discern as they crossed the intersection and moved closer and closer toward Margie's position. Let's keep going north. We'll find some fun soon. They moved methodically, untired or unfettered by fear. Why would they be scared? They had the advantage. Most likely they weren't afraid, and they slept when they wanted, ate when they wanted. They were the type of men who took advantage of bad situations and made them worse. The bounce to the lights was confident and unhinged. They must be carrying guns to be so sure of themselves. Either that, or they'd been doing the killing by dog for a while now and knew how to present a fast, sure kill. Headlights moving up the highway caught Margie's gaze at the same time she heard the far-off sounds of a car roaring down the highway. She tightened her hold on Riker's arm. He seemed to nod and shift his footing. The men drew almost abreast of Margie and Riker. Margie inhaled sharply as she and Riker pressed their backs against the sapling bark, the trees too dense to get through. The dogs growled, their suddenly alert stance and refusal to move as they looked toward Margie and Riker, alarming in the intermittent light. Margie swallowed. That was it. They were going to die. She hadn't made good decisions. If they were going to die, right there on the highway. Cady's house suddenly seemed too far away. Everything seemed unattainable. Fear held them frozen and confused. "What did you find, Rocky?" The man's voice chuckled as he turned toward the forest. The car coming down the highway finally broke through the men's concentration, and one turned, shining his light south. "Hey, what's that?" The lights didn't lift to focus on Margie and Riker like she expected. Instead, the other man turned, distracted by the sound of a straight six engine. She'd know that sound anywhere. David, her husband, had driven a Ford when they'd dated. She'd learned the sound of his car and had never forgotten what it sounded like when he got to her house. She could run down to him without waiting for him to come up to her. In her fatigue, for a split second, she thought David was coming for her. But that wasn't possible. David was dead. She'd watched him kill himself. Margie tightened her jaw. She couldn't lose it. Not yet. She could have a breakdown at Cady's if they ever got there. Or she could see David in the afterlife, when she died. The car screeched to a stop, the bright beams of the headlights warring with the LED shafts of the flashlights. The silhouettes of the men revealed they had packs on their backs and some type of rifles in their hands. They were having a hard time juggling the flashlights and the rifles at the same time. The dogs weren't on leashes, but they backed down at the sight of the car. The car stopped. The transmission shifted into park loud in the relative quiet. A door opened, and Manson's voice reached Margie and Riker, sending another shiver of fear through them. "Margie, put the lights down." The men with the dogs laughed, half lowering their lights as they realized what was happening. "Margie, huh? Sounds like we have a woman we're looking for. I told you we were going to find some fun." One of the men stepped forward, choosing his flashlight over his rifle. Margie winced. That was going to be a stupid mistake. "We'll help you find this Margie, man. That's a nice car you got there." The man laughed, half turning back to his friend as if looking for agreement. His friend laughed and then screamed as the end of a crowbar went into the first man's face and out at the back of his skull. Margie held her hand over her mouth, gasping in silence. Riker turned away. Watching in horror, Margie distractedly noticed the car was left on. Too bad he was there and they were here. If they could slip around the side, they could take the car. It'd be risky, and Manson would never let them leave. But what if they could get it? What if he couldn't stop them? Desperate fear emboldened her. Margie leaned close to Riker, both to counsel with him and to distract him. "Let's see if we can get the car. Watch for it. I'll say when." She didn't need to see his terror. Why were they going to rush into the mess that Manson was causing when they could keep running north? Because Margie knew Manson wouldn't stop until he found them. He'd never expect them to be there, taking the car. Getting out of there alive meant taking huge risks. If they failed, then they would have faced their death sooner. They were out of options, and Margie knew it. The man's screams turned to yells of revenge and rage. He dropped the flashlight, bringing up the rifle. Manson bent to the side of the headlights. and the sickening sound of him removing his weapon was barely audible under the rumble of the car. Manson turned off the lights of the car, but left it idling. The only lights left were the flashlight beams laying on the ground, neither of which offered much help. You can put the gun down or not. Either way, it's your choice how you die. Manson's soft voice carried easily on the spring night air. Margie tugged Riker forward. Now was their chance. While Manson stalked the other man, he was distracted. He wouldn't be expecting a carjacking. Her heart beat erratically in her ears, and she tiptoed back toward the bank until they were parallel on the walkway with the rear of Manson's car. A dog growled. The man, still standing, laughed. "I'm not going without a fight. If anyone should be prepared to die, it should be you." Both men maneuvered themselves and spoke to get a feel for where the other was. Margie and Riker didn't wait. They bent over, moving quickly to the back of the car. The sweet scent of exhaust encircled them as they crouched behind the rear bumper. Hearing Manson and the other man from that position was more difficult. Margie pivoted on her feet and peeked over the top of the trunk hood. From the looks of it, Manson had stolen the classic Ford she'd been eyeballing on her gas run. They couldn't chance opening another door. The driver's door stood wide open, the dome light dark. The only lights glowed from the minimalistic dash. The older cars didn't have the fancy contraptions the newer vehicles did. Basic gauges and dials were just another reason older cars were so appealing. Manson's voice seemed to move further from the car. A dog growled again, like a warning. Wasn't there more than one dog? Margie glanced around. Was there one just waiting to pounce on them? Had they miscalculated the entire thing and were just then about to die? Her fear was like a hard ball in her chest. She couldn't blink in danger of missing something and ending up dead. If it was just her, she wouldn't be so worried. But she had Riker to watch for, and she didn't take that responsibility lightly. Riker was still beside her, which was a good sign. They had to get in that car. She leaned back to Riker, pressing her lips to his ear, and breathed. "You're going to slip into the seat in front of me. Duck down and crawl across. I'll get in and drive." He nodded, his eyes wide. She'd just told him he was going first. He should be terrified. Margie was scared. Everyone should be scared. Why wasn't everyone freaking out? Because there wasn't time for that. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. There wasn't more time to gather more calm. That was all she had. Snapping her eyes open, she ignored her chattering teeth and closed her lips around them. Her whole body was shaking, but that didn't matter. She'd go into shock later. Manson was laughing at something. "You think I'm scared of your dogs?" The man hissed, and the sound of a dog barking and snapping his teeth followed. Margie watched Manson lean to the side as the dog attacked. She jerked her hand to Riker and crouched down again. Riker moved toward the driver's door ahead of her, but she didn't let him get too far ahead of her before following. He looked back when he reached the opening. Margie was close enough to put her hand on his back. She nodded. Now or never. Chapter 21. Cady ignored the pleading look in Bailey's eyes. Her daughter was terrified, and Cady didn't blame her. The virus wasn't something to be excited about. Parking the truck behind a copse of trees at the dumpster area, Cady shifted the truck into park. Studying the area the best she could with the extremely limited light from the stars and moon, she pulled the keys from the ignition. Without the keys, it would be next to impossible to siphon gas from the dual tanks. She'd installed a locking cap and other features before she even realized her prepping hobby was going to be necessary. Cady studied the layout. It was an obvious place for people to scavenge, but no one would look past the dumpsters. That would keep anyone's attention trained there. How many times had she herself gone to the dump to drop off things and never seen the forest or the fencing around the area? Even the porta-potty-sized office at the other end was easily ignored. No, There wouldn't be any worry about losing their things permanently. Right then, they just needed a safe place to stash things. I think we'll put the majority of our things over there. Cady pointed toward the collection of boulders and moss-covered rocks that led the way into the woods. The natural crevices would help hide things they couldn't carry. She wasn't willing to lose the things they had, not without at least trying to protect them and keep them for later. Leaving her home had been hard, leaving behind so much of her preparedness items and the place Bailey had grown up. The men who'd invaded and the gunshots pinging into the back of the truck had helped tamp down any reservations at leaving. But sitting there in the truck and trying to prepare to leave almost everything behind, Cady didn't know if she could do it. Some of the things in there were essential to their survival. The oils, the baby formula, so much. She glanced at Bailey and Jessica. What if Cady didn't know what she was doing? If Cady were going to be completely honest, she would be able to say to Bailey that there was no question of what if Cady didn't know what she was doing. No. She had absolutely zero idea what to do. None. Her daughter and the baby's lives were in her hands, and she had no idea if what she was doing was wrong or right. Bailey didn't need to know that. She couldn't panic. Adding any stress on Bailey would exacerbate the virus. Maybe. There were too many variables, too many unknowns. Cady's sense for control and stability balked at not having the answers. She gripped the top of the steering wheel and leaned her forehead onto the top curve. "Mom!" Bailey cut off her words when Cady held up a finger. "Just a second. Just give me a second." The sickness had left her depleted of energy, and she hadn't stopped to rest. Not really, since that morning when she'd forced herself to get up. They'd gone into town because Jason had been sick, and they had to see if Beth had more oils. They'd grabbed Beth and all of her things, and somehow avoided getting killed by the men who had followed them relentlessly with the van. And then again, the men with the fence full of bodies. Sadie and Scott had gotten back to her place to find Jason dead and Beth shot in the rig with them. Jackson had arrived, and Beth had killed him and then herself. Sadie and Bailey had left with the baby, with gunshots following them. Last but not least, Bailey most likely had the virus. Scott hadn't come with them. There was too much. Sadie just needed a minute to ground her sanity. Just 1 minute. Bailey seemed to sense that her mom was on the brink of something. She didn't interrupt Cady's mental stretching. She didn't ask questions or hound Cady, as Cady just let her eyes rest for a minute. Her entire body was tired, achy, and she didn't want to sit there too long and fall asleep. They needed to get somewhere safe, or safer than their truck in a roadside dump, before they could drop their guard enough to get some sleep. Sleep would make all the difference. Sleep would solve a lot of their problems. True, not the safety one, but making decisions and resolving some of the issues they faced would be 10 times easier with sleep. After a time period that was longer than a minute, Cady lifted her head, even though she didn't want to. Facing Bailey, she sighed. "Okay, you were going to say something?" Bailey nodded, eyeing Cady like she might lose it. "I wasn't sure I heard you right. We're leaving all our stuff over there?" She furrowed her brow and pointed toward the rock shadows. Cady nodded tightly. "Yep, you should stay here and watch the baby. I'll move things and get us packed with the stuff we have to have right now. Hopefully we can come back and get more of our things, but right now it looks like we're stuck going by foot." "I don't think you're in a condition to hike, Mom." Bailey watched Cady and the lights from the dash, as if her condition had a say. "It doesn't matter. We don't really have an option, do we? We need to get to Grandma's and then we can sleep. It's only 3 miles. That shouldn't take more than an hour to get to. If they could get across the bridge and any other road jams that might be in place." She kept her concerns to herself. 2 women out walking with a baby would be prime targets. Sadie tried to keep the scenes of post-apocalyptic books she'd read out of her mind. Hard to do when she was living during those types of conditions, and she had been an avid reader. Glancing around the truck, Cady opened the door and slid from the cab. She closed the door without slamming it and moved to the back of the rig. She had to pick and choose the things they could take and hide the things they couldn't. Would anyone know if she sat down and cried? She just wanted to beg for some kind of mercy from the heavy burdens weighing her down. Instead of giving in to her desire to cry and give up, Cady hefted the bins and items from the truck and then dragged them to the rocks. Positioning them among the dips and behind boulders with depressions in the backs, Cady did the best she could with the energy she had and the options before her. She retrieved their 72-hour kits from the back seat, ignoring the look Bailey gave her from the passenger side. Cady had to be able to fit some oils in their packs and more formula. The few that Bailey had packed in the small satchel wouldn't be enough to last but a couple of days. Cady packed enough formula concentrate to last a month, but the 10 canisters took up a lot of room, and she had to leave behind clothes and a thin sleeping bag to fit them. They would have to find a way to get back there before the month was up, if they were still all alive. Stepping back multiple times from the rocks, Cady checked and rechecked to make sure that nothing was visible, but the true test would be during the day. No way were they waiting around for that. She'd have to have faith that her hiding job was as good as she could make it. She dug through the essential oils, searching for helichrysum and ravinsara. Neither were prepared. A small roll-on vial labeled shingles was at the bottom of the last bin she hid. She held it up. The dark black words, easy to read in the dim lighting on the white label. If that was all she had initially, then she'd use it on Bailey. Something was better than nothing. The oils bins and the guns with ammunition bins she tucked in the back of the rocks, closer to the trees and fence. She covered as much as she could with loose pine needles, cones, and boughs. It probably looked contrived, but Cady was running out of time. Tucking her handgun into its holster under her arm, she opened Bailey's door and handed her the gun she'd brought from the bin for her. Time to go. Let's get you situated. Sadie had packed her own bag the heaviest. If Bailey was carrying the baby, she didn't need to be overburdened. Bailey pulled on her dark jacket and twisted a rubber band around her hair into a loose bun. Mom, I really think we should wait. Maybe sleep here? It's pretty safe, don't you think? Nothing is safe, Bailey. Not out in the open. We have to get moving so we can get to Grandma's. I'm not going to keep arguing with you. We need to go. Here's your pack. If she remembered correctly, they had to hike about 300 yards past the bridge to the north to get to the footbridge. Once there, they could cross and start the trip deeper into the North Idaho forest. Cady wouldn't accept any more arguments. She had her mind made up. They had to get to her parents. Fortunately, most of North Idaho had its prepper groups, and most residents were intent on being capable of survival in most situations. Some groups and neighborhoods had set up procedures beforehand, and Cady's parents' area had such an organization. The Mosses hadn't been as fanatical as some of the members, but the Gulch was in a position to help out the families in their group, if they had any survivors. If nothing else, Cady and Bailey could get into the group and survive. Cady had met a few of the members, and that would make it easier to be integrated into the group. They just had to find a way to fit in once they got there.
Chapter 22. Manson. The dogs came out of nowhere. Manson knew they were there, but their actual location was a mystery. One attacked him below the knee, clamping his teeth through the soft skin and flesh on the top sides of his shin. From the side, another one clamped his teeth onto his forearm. Manson lost his grip on the crowbar, but just for a second. Repositioning his fingers, he swung the bar wildly, hoping to hit something or someone. A whimper from one of the dogs, and a solid whacking sensation shot up his arm. He'd connected. The man cocked his gun. Manson hadn't caught a clear look at the weapon, but the sound sent a chill down his spine. He ignored the still gnawing dog on his leg. If he didn't get to the man before the man shot Manson, then the dog wouldn't be an issue. Nothing would be. Manson lunged forward, drawing back his arm and swinging it in the general direction of his main threat. It was hard to see exact locations in the dark. Depth perception and everything else was off. He'd turned off the interior lights in the car before he'd gotten out, and now he wished he hadn't. On his second swing, the crowbar connected with the muzzle of the gun. The sound twanged through the darkness. Manson kicked at the dog, throwing himself toward the man. The slam of the car door broke his concentration, and he snapped his head around, his hands grappling for a full grip on the man's neck or arms. Anything. What was happening behind him? He should be focused on the fight, but instead, part of his attention was on the car. Was someone stealing his car? The lights from the dashboard in the car illuminated Margie and Riker clearly, the latter staring with wide eyes out the passenger window as the car peeled out, racing forward. Letting go of any handhold he had on the man, Manson turned, sidestepping, and reached for the car. No! Before he could do anything else, the cold round barrel of the man's gun found the back of Manson's head. The last thing he saw before the explosion was the red taillights of the Ford Fairlane he'd stolen driving away with the woman he was desperate to kill inside. Wasn't that the brakes? Boom. Chapter 23. Perry. We lost 5 or 6? Perry stood at the edge of the ravine with the moon just barely peeking through the gathering clouds. He glanced over his shoulder toward Dick, his third cousin once removed, or that's that they told people. Perry couldn't remember how they were related, just that they were related. Saying it that way made it sound less like an incest family tie than anything else. Incest wasn't unheard of up that way, but Perry had a reputation to protect. I'm not sure. We still can't find Vanessa. Dick shrugged, his inebriated movements almost animated looking in the contrasting moonlight. Perry heaved a heavy sigh out his nostrils. Fine. Round up the rest of them and tie them to the trees. We need to replace the ones we lost. There's too much work to be done. We're going to lose ground on the wall at this rate. He turned back to stare morosely into the depths of the ravine. He couldn't see the girls, but the 5 they'd seen go over were most certainly down there. Monica and Tabitha were the first to jump. Monica. Why did she have to go? He had a good thing going with her. Then she'd turned into the camp whore, even more than the other women. She'd shared the beds of a lot of the guys until Perry got her last every night. He hated sharing. He'd been lucky to find her when her family died. The Gulch needed work. Where were they going to find more women that weren't dead from the virus? His brain was a little fuzzy from the alcohol they continued to steal from town. Next trip in, they were going to have to scrounge up some girls. The guys would never be able to get their needs met with just a handful of women. There were too many men. Dick stumbled up the incline, barking out orders to the other men like he had any authority. Perry let him think he had sway. As far as Perry was concerned, Dick was a means to an end. They all were. One of his ends was in the bottom of the ravine. Perry wanted to start a new family to replace the one he'd lost to the virus. He couldn't do that when all of the women were made to service the men. He'd have to think on it. But maybe he could find another woman, like the one who had just thrown herself off the cliff. Maybe. Maybe not. He spit out over the rocks and turned back to the camp. They needed to call another meeting in the morning for the members of the Gulch organization. Things needed to change, and Perry was done with the democracy set up. He was going to take over, and the rest of them could be hanged for all he cared. Chapter 24. Buck. The light was disappearing fast, making it difficult for Buck to see who was in the garage with him. He cleared his throat, bending down and grabbing the closest thing he could put his hands on. He rolled his eyes when he realized he'd grabbed a spray can of paint. Why did he have paint in his garage? What was that good-for-nothing gardener doing with spray paint? He gripped the cool can in his fingers and hoped the other person didn't have a gun. Maybe Buck could find a lighter or some matches or something and turn the can into a torch. In the distance, the sound of men shouting carried faintly on the ocean breeze. A few rounds of gunshots followed, and the person's breathing turned to whimpers. They must be running from the men. Buck held up his hands, a can still in one. "Hey, I'm not with them. Who are you? What do you need?" Buck spoke softly, hoping to keep the group of men away from his home as long as he could. Shuffling from beside his rig gave away the person's position. Buck stepped cautiously around the hood and peeked around the side. A petite teenage girl with her hair in a messy bun and dirty tears streaking her cheeks had curled herself back in the corner of the garage. He motioned toward her. "Come on out. Let's see if we can get something to eat and get somewhere safer than here, okay?" He waited patiently for her to think about what he said and then to move stiffly toward him. She would have to climb up and over a stack of winter tires his groundskeeper stored there for Buck's SUV. The girl approached the tires, watching Buck with wide eyes. Her terror came off her in waves, and it was making Buck nervous. Her clothes were minuscule, a torn tank top, and a pair of shorts that couldn't be longer than her underwear, if she was wearing any. Buck would place her age at roughly 15, give or take a couple years. She was still in the middle of puberty, and her cheeks still had a sweet roundness below the apples. "I think she ran this way." The voices were closer, louder, angrier. They were out for revenge and to claim their lost territory. Buck held up his hands, stopping her from climbing any higher on the stack of tires wedged between the front of the car and the wall. She was stuck and not going to get out if she didn't climb over the tires. But it was a great hiding place. Staring into her eyes, Buck gripped the paint can. He considered her and the situation for a drawn-out moment, making her hold her position. Finally, he spoke. "Climb into the back of the car and hide under the blankets." He kept his tone low, commanding. She was young enough she might respond to the authority in his voice. The girl nodded tightly, the movement small. She sidled backward, cracking open the driver's side door and sliding into the front seat. Climbing over the seatbacks, she got into the back, and Buck sighed in relief at the sight of the lap blankets ruffling up and then sinking down. He was running out of time, and he wasn't sure what he was even waiting to do. He could climb into the car and drive them out of there, but he had no idea what the world was like outside of his neighborhood. What if he would just be dumping them from one bad situation into a worse one? He couldn't just sit there and wait for the men to find him. And her. Was he going to sit there and wait for someone else to decide his fate? He could. It wasn't like it would be the first time. He didn't even have to be ashamed of it. Just one way to survive. Something inside Buck reared up. He couldn't just sit there. He had to do something. Buck could still see his neighbors' faces floating in the pool. Waiting wasn't an option. He scrambled over the tires, wincing with each squeak the rubber made as it rubbed on each other with the movement. He had to suck in his stomach to get himself into the front seat. A spare key was always in the ashtray. That way he could leave no matter who was at the house, and he didn't have to search for car keys. Hopefully, no one had siphoned the gas from the tanks. All of his other gas was gone, but this last car had its gas cap blocked by the wall. The girl was probably the first one who had been back there in a long while. The girl's cries weren't annoying so much as they were worrisome. What would make someone so scared to run and then hide? But at the same time, what wasn't terrifying enough during these times? Buck had seen the girl's dress. He could probably guess what she was terrified about. He just didn't want to think too hard about it. She was a kid. That was just wrong. He turned the key halfway in the ignition to turn on the electrical systems. Gas gauge read 3/4 tank. That could get him to the foothills. All he had to do was drive. He had to make that terrifying leap to do something other than hide in the pool house all day. What was he going to do? His voice shook. "Hang on. I'm not sure what we're up against if we leave." His hand hovered over the key to turn it once more, but this time to fully engage the engine. The men would be upon them soon, and Buck wouldn't have the option to leave anymore. It was now or never.
Chapter 26. Bailey. Leaving the truck was harder than leaving the house. They were chased off the property, gunshots hitting the truck. There wasn't an opportunity to say goodbye, to draw out the moment with sadness and wishful thinking. When they'd left the house, It hadn't been a safe haven any longer. The truck, though, was the only true port of safety up there in the woods that Bailey knew about. Bailey was learning fast that people couldn't be trusted. She and her mom were leaving their things and the truck to set off down a trail. Her mom wasn't even sure was clear of people like the ones at the house. There wasn't a lot of confidence in Cady's expression as she bustled around Bailey to get them all ready to go. Bailey readjusted Jessica's position on her chest, wishing she'd demanded they stay there a bit longer to sleep, or maybe drive somewhere else. She didn't want to hike with a baby and no light. She didn't want to hike with a baby at all. The pacifier Bailey's mom had gotten for Jessica was a lifesaver, and Jessica slept while sucking on the rubber device. At least she had that going for her. How much longer would Jessica be happy to just be held? Bailey's back hurt. She hadn't considered anything when she'd told Scott she wanted to take Jessica with them. She hadn't thought about how tired she'd be, or that she might get sick herself. She hadn't thought it through. "Mom!" Her whisper was hoarse, and hopefully Cady heard it. Bailey stumbled, and her mom turned to catch her arm. "Are you okay?" Cady's voice was soft and unhurried. She looked around them, caution in her gaze. "I know you're tired, but we need to stay quiet until we get to the footbridge. We're almost there." But her tone wasn't 100% confident. Was she looking around them for possible danger or because she had no idea where they were? "Mom, are we lost?" Bailey searched her mom's face. Cady had been so certain they had to leave the truck and their things to head up toward Bailey's grandparents' place. To think everything could have been for naught didn't sit well with Bailey. "Seriously, are you lost?" Bailey stepped back, folding her arms under Jessica's form. Sadie shook her head and took a step toward Bailey. "No, I'm not lost. It's just been a while since I was up this way last. I've never hiked it in the dark, either." They were lost. That's what she wasn't saying. Sadie hadn't been up to visit her mom in a long time. "Okay, so what do we do?" Bailey turned in a half circle, trying to get her bearings. She didn't even know which way they'd come. They hadn't been following a specific trail or anything. Just kind of walking along the side of the road until just before the blocked bridge, and then veering off to the north. They'd left the view of the river with its silvery ripples under the moon, and they'd been walking a lot longer than 300 yards. Bailey worked her tongue in her mouth. She was thirsty, and it was almost time to check Jessica's diaper and feed her. She was so tired. She just wanted to sleep. She pivoted on her heel back to her mom and stepped on a log, falling through the rotten wood and twisting her ankle to the side. Crying out, Bailey caught herself before falling on Jessica. Shifting to her side, she sat on the chilly ground and cradled her ankle. "Bailey, where are you?" Cady's panicked whisper came from deeper in the shadows of the forest. When had she gotten that far away? The situation went from nerve-wracking to terrifying. "Mom, I'm here." Bailey whimpered in reply. The pain was sharp and debilitating. She wasn't sure she could stand, in fact. She was pretty sure she couldn't even crawl. At least for a bit. The pain jutted up her calf and down into her toes. Heidi returned to her, kneeling on the ground beside Bailey and looking her over. "Are you okay? Is Jessica?" She patted Bailey's back and shoulders as if she could tell her condition by feel. "What happened?" "I fell. My ankle. I don't think I can walk." Bailey spoke through gritted teeth. "Mom, I need to rest. I can't keep going like this. I'm too tired. You're too tired. We need a break." Sleep or no, she literally couldn't keep going like they were. But she needed sleep. It wouldn't hurt one bit. "I know, but I'm not sure where we can go." Sadie looked around, studying the deep night for a sign of safety nearby. "Here." She passed Bailey a lighter. "I'm going to start walking that way. When you hear me whistling in a bit, light this, and I'll follow it back. Okay?" She didn't wait for Bailey's agreement. She turned, striding off as if she wasn't worried there would be a log for her to fall on. The night hadn't felt all that cold as they'd walked, keeping their blood moving and a slight layer of perspiration on their skin. But as her mom left, Bailey suddenly noticed the chilly night air. The warm spot on her chest kept Bailey calmer than if she'd been completely alone. She slid her pack from her back, leaning against a tree trunk to rest. Pulling Jessica carefully from the wrap, Bailey checked her diaper. Pulling her jacket off from over the shawl wrap she'd created, she laid Jessica on the warm insides of the jacket and pulled out some diapers. Her arms and fingers were cold, and goosebumps rose on her skin. Cady had mentioned they would need to make some cloth diapers once they ran out of the disposable ones. Thankfully, Jessica wasn't soiled, just wet. Bailey did the best she could in the dark and then redressed her. She wasn't a fan of changing diapers already. How would she feel with the cloth ones to change? Mixing a bottle in the dark was almost impossible. But she made do, sipping on the water in the plastic bottle just a bit before returning it to the bag. Rewrapping the shawl around her midsection and across her shoulders, Bailey repositioned Jessica. The baby didn't stir, so Bailey didn't wake her to feed. She'd heard once not to wake a sleeping baby. She wouldn't have changed her if she wasn't sure when her next chance would be. Plus, staying busy had helped with the pain. But now that she had nothing left to do and no way to walk around, she became acutely aware of her situation. Her ankle throbbed, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on her forehead. She was in serious pain, made worse by her fatigue and hunger. She didn't dare pull out any food, though. Where had she put that lighter? She patted around the ground, feeling for the small metal body. Hopefully, her mom would be signaling for her any second. She continued patting the ground. Where would she have put it? She couldn't go far with her touch as she felt for the small device. A soft whistle called off from the direction Cady had gone, and Bailey's breath came faster and faster. Where was the lighter? Another whistle, shorter and more urgent, called out. Bailey wrapped her fingers around the lighter. As if one movement, she exhaled on a whoosh and flicked the lighter until she got a flame. Holding it aloft, she sat there in a tiny pool of light and waited for her mom to find her. The metal got hot where the flame was, and her thumb burned by the time her mom finally walked into the clearing. An older man with an Army veteran's hat on and a dark blue bomber jacket followed behind her. Bailey let the lighter turn off, blowing on her thumb as she waited for her eyes to adjust. What was her mom doing? "This must be her." The man's gruff voice seemed comforting under the circumstances when it shouldn't have been. They weren't supposed to trust anyone. No one was safe. Why was he there, and what would he have them do? "Thank you again, Dusty. I knew you and Elba were around here somewhere, but I couldn't remember where. I can get Bailey back to your place if that's okay." Cady's voice was warm, and she bent down to help Bailey up. Bailey accepted her mom's help reluctantly. She strained her eyes to see her mom beside her, but nothing worked. Cady's face was a pale blur as she struggled to get Bailey to her feet. The yellow gold of the hat was like a beacon in the night, very easy to see and identify. Dusty nodded his head, his hat moving up and down. "Yep, you two follow me back. There's some more things that will trip you up if you're not careful." He waved his hand and bent down, claiming the pack sitting beside Bailey. Hopefully, she'd packed everything. Changing Jessica was one thing. Leaving everything spread out on the grass around her was something else. Sighing in relief, Cady wrapped Bailey's arm around her shoulders and hoisted her daughter as much as she could. "You need to help. Put your other hand under Jessica and keep her from jarring. You're going to have to lean on me and limp or jump. One of the two." She waited patiently for Bailey to get her bearings. "How far is it?" Bailey whispered. She didn't want to ask Dusty since he was the host, but she needed to know how much she had to suck up the pain. Dusty's hearing wasn't typical, and he answered for Cady. "We're not too far this way. The way you're limping, we'll be there in about 10 minutes. Your mom found it in 5. 10 minutes. Bailey could do anything for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. That's it. That's all it would take. Each painful half limp forward, and then stop for a short break, was discouraging and debilitating, when she just wanted to sit down. The pain increased, and she was gasping in no time, panting hard for a full chest of air. 10 minutes passed like it was a year, but they finally reached a log cabin with one level. Dusty held open the door and motioned them inside. A small candle burned further inside on a small table, providing more light to see without being bright as having all of the lights on. Elba is sleeping. She's not the same since the virus. Tosses and turns a lot. I never sleep. I'm full of piss and vinegar. He winked, chuckling as he closed the door behind them. He held out his hand and waited for their coats. Bailey handed hers over, and Dusty got a good look at her front. Oh, you have a child. Well, later in the morning, Elba would be tickled to see the baby, if that's all right by you. Until then, we need to get you some rest. You two can stay here until it's safe. His words were meant to make them feel better, but some of them felt like lies to Bailey. Not like he was going to kill them in his sleep, but more like, who was he kidding? As far as Bailey could tell, it would never be safe again. Bailey and Cady had already established that possibility was long gone. Now they just had to find a community or a place to belong so they could survive. Bailey understood that. She wasn't against it. She just wanted to figure out how to get there and get it done. Who would want to let into their group a girl with only one working foot? Old Dusty, though, set a bar across his door and handed them both a thick crocheted blanket he pulled from the back of a couch. We only have the one bedroom. Kids never were in our cards in this life. We never had a need for more rooms. You're welcome to the couches and the recliner. Wherever you can sleep. I'm up for the day. Dawn should be soon, and I'm not one to waste the daylight. You'll both be fine here. Old Dusty will watch out for you. He set Bailey's pack by the couch and nodded at them, moving down the hallway and leaving them in the open family room. Sadie motioned toward the couch. Get some sleep. We need it. Bailey didn't know if she would ever be able to wake up again.
Chapter 27. Scott Ranger's tongue licked Scott's cheek and forehead, then disappeared, leaving behind a cooling trail of dog spit. A few drops of water followed, landing on his eyelid, nose, and chin. Was Ranger spitting on him? Scott groaned, reaching up to wipe his face. More water landed on his hand, and he blinked heavily. Ranger, stop. That's gross. The wind surged, and a pocket of water sprinkled more onto his face. Rain fell from the sky, and while Scott was protected from the overall onslaught, a few stray drops would blow under the overhang to find him. He shivered, more from the cold than anything else. He was bone cold, where even the heat of Ranger's leg by his arm couldn't penetrate his chill. He blinked. Memory returned along with the aching burn in his thigh. He'd been shot. It couldn't have been from a shotgun, because the majority of his thigh was still intact, and he only had the one entrance wound, actually. He pressed his fingertips around the pained area. Judging from the position of the wound, he'd been grazed, but pretty deep. Blood still seeped at his touch. What was he going to do now? He had to get his bearings and get out of the cold. Exposure to the elements when he was probably in shock wasn't a good combination. The white of the porch posts was barely discernible from the rest of the darkness. Scott rolled to the side opposite his injury and lay there panting for a bit. Ranger stood, moving to Scott's head as if to support Scott with moral presence. It's okay, buddy. We'll get this figured out. Scott huffed, stretching his arm up to grip his fingers on the ledge of the windowsill. He just needed to find the strength to pull himself to his feet. That was all. It shouldn't be so hard. Scott had the distinct impression he was fooling himself, and he wasn't very convincing. He'd lost so much time. But how much? He was supposed to head for Cady, find her, and help her. At this point, he didn't know if he'd ever be able to find anyone, even himself, ever again. He was having a hard time moving. How did he expect to drive his rig? Scott held onto the sill with both hands, bending his uninjured leg to try to stand. Instead of finding success, Scott slumped back to the porch, slowly lowering himself to the prone position. Maybe he'd just lie there for a bit longer to gather more strength. The chill would have to be okay, as long as he was out of the rain. He was out of options. unless he crawled. Maybe he could crawl. What if he did crawl into the living room at least? He'd bleed all over everything, but he had to find Cady before she'd remember to care about her home. He didn't have the energy to try to crawl. He wouldn't be able to roll himself inside or to do anything that might jostle his thigh. So pretty much anything. The rain picked up. The sound of dripping water changed to one of a tumultuous nature. Scott turned his head, so his cheek lay against the rough surface of the composite. He stared out into the dark night, watching the shapes and listening to the cacophony of nature. Maybe he was going crazy. He was dying. Right? Wasn't that what he was going through right then? Death? He'd always hoped he'd die in the comfort of his own home, but he wasn't dumb enough to think that was a guarantee. Just because he wanted something didn't mean it was going to happen. Light was suddenly there, flickering through the undergrowth of the island. Two lights which curved and cut through the darkness. Scott's angels? Was he being sent home to heaven? No. He wouldn't go to heaven. He wasn't an idiot. He had done a lot of things he wasn't proud. His pride was strong enough. He didn't believe the things he'd done were forgivable. He hadn't done much with his life that he would change, except for that incident in the NICU. He had no doubt he'd be charged harshly for that. He already judged himself more harshly than anyone else could. The lights rounded the loop, and Scott finally realized it was a car coming up the drive. He didn't think the angel of death would come by automobile. He blinked at the raindrops reaching him, wincing at the brightness of the headlights. He hadn't brought the gun outside. That would have been more masculinity than his thigh afforded him. Scott was vulnerable, and he'd never felt more weak and exposed. What else would he have to face before the good Lord took him? Ranger. Scott's plea was weak. He wasn't even sure what he wanted or what would help them both. Maybe he could hope Ranger would run away, hide, do anything but sit there and watch Scott die. The car's approach had slowed and then finally stopped alongside the van. Jackson had parked and died by. Scott couldn't keep his eyes open under the onslaught of the light. He didn't have to see his death come. He'd be fine just dying there and never knowing how it happened.
Chapter 28. Margie. The rain had started somewhere along the curve in Clagstone. Margie didn't try to outrun it, but she would be happy to get into Cady's house away from the cold and wet as soon as possible. She couldn't get there fast enough. As she pulled up to the drive, though, Margie's jaw dropped. Cady's gate was wide open, the bright orange, black, and white. No trespassing sign that hung in the middle of the heavy-duty gate lacked any form of authority with the gate opened like an arm of welcome. Margie turned down the drive but decreased her speed slower and slower, growing more cautious than she thought she would have to be at Cady's. Why was Cady's gate open like that? Raindrops blurred the scene through the glass, and Cady waited for the wipers to slick away the majority of the water away. Even during the normal times, when the worst thing that was happening in the neighborhood was who was running the HOA transportation department, Cady locked the gate up tight. Now, Margie gripped the steering wheel, leaning forward as she searched the pre-dawn darkness beyond the scope of her headlights for a sign of danger, a sign that she should turn and run. The headlights sliced through the night, and Margie held her breath. What would she find? Her daughter's body? Would she find an assaulted Bailey and a dying Cady? The worst scenarios she could think of traipsed across her mind. If she didn't find them, she'd never be able to sleep again. She'd never forgive herself for leaving. Around the curve in the loop, Margie swallowed. A van had been left on the north side of the driveway, closest to the island. Margie parked to the side of it, closest to the house. Like a spotlight, the headlights lit up the scene of the front yard with rain slicing through the beams and gently soaking everything in sight. Margie stared, her lower jaw dropping open as she took in the gruesomeness before her. Even the rain couldn't temper the appearance of death and blood. The bodies of men lay on the ground, what looked like 3, and then Margie spotted one lying beside a dog on the deck. All were down and unmoving. She peered at them, looking, searching. Was her daughter there amongst the carnage? Had her body been discarded like trash thrown to the side? We should get out of here. Breaking through Margie's worry, Riker reached over and locked his door, slipping down in his seat. He stared around, as if searching in the darkness for someone to attack them. Margie watched the dog, who stared at them, but didn't move from the man's side. After the incident on the highway with the attacking canines, Margie wasn't taking any chances. She nodded. You're right. This isn't safe. She reached up, shifting into reverse, since she wasn't going to be able to drive forward, with the body-littered drive blocking her way. As she backed up, light from the headlights glinted on the barrel of a gun in one of the fallen men's hands. She screeched the brakes, shifting quickly into park. She couldn't leave that there. She stared hungrily, almost desperately, at the glimpse of protection so close to within reach. What is it? Riker jerked upright in his seat, scanning the direction she stared. He has a gun. They might all have guns. We need something like that, Riker. Margie glanced at him, her expression set. She didn't have a choice. They needed a weapon or two for protection. It would have made things so much better and different if they'd had some form of protection. They wouldn't have had to run like they did. If she could get them some guns, it wouldn't matter who was inside. Margie and Riker could somehow get in and get some rest. The fact that she was thinking about breaking inside Cady's home after seeing the scene proved she needed sleep. She wasn't thinking coherently. Riker furrowed his brow but nodded softly with a frown. Okay, what do I do? His quiet acceptance that he had to do something to stay alive upset Margie more than she'd thought possible. He shouldn't feel like he had to do the dangerous stuff. The windshield wipers thunked on the glass. No, I'm not sending you out there. Margie glanced at the gas gauge. They didn't have more than half a tank left, and she didn't know where they were going. She had to know if Cady was inside or where she'd gone. But how would she find out? They needed to get some rest. It wouldn't be long before Margie and Riker would be worthless in any situation. I'll get the guns and check to make sure they're all dead. If that's the case, we might consider holing up here and getting some sleep. She didn't know where else to go, but the sanctuary she'd been counting on with Cady wasn't there any longer. But maybe she could create it for just a brief spell. Margie chewed on her lower lip. If she could get one gun, she wouldn't be so nervous to approach the other bodies, if they were in fact dead. She opened the door quietly, welcoming the chilly rain that didn't thunder down around them. But more came steadily, persistently from the sky. She crept from her seat with a pit in her stomach. Everything in her said to run. Get out of there. Rain soaked through her hair, sticking the strands to her scalp with definitive determination, as if to say you're going to be cold, wet, and it's not going to be worth it. But Margie had to find Cady. She had to at least know if her daughter was alive. Margie moved into the protecting shadows of the van, cautiously but with determination. Wiping at her face, she set her jaw. She wouldn't run. Not right then. She was too close to finding Cady, too close to getting a gun. Coming upon the first man's feet, she kicked the soles of the boots, listening for any sound that would indicate he was alive. She crept forward, bending down to press into his flesh above the boot top. Noting the cold stiffness to his form, she narrowed her eyes. Okay, that one was definitely dead. Margie didn't breathe easier, but she could tick off one of the bodies as gone on her mental list. A second man lay slumped across the first man's upper body. His hand was the one she'd noticed the gun in. A long-barreled gun of some kind. Hard to tell exactly what kind of gun it was in the dark, and with half of the stock and barrel covered by his shoulders. Margie pushed at his side to roll him off the first body, glancing around to make sure the other dead men weren't moving to come at her. Their sodden clothing added a good amount of weight to their already heavy forms. She pushed again, harder, shoving him just so, and he rolled to the side. The gun slid from his hold and off the back of the guy on the bottom to land on the ground. Rain speckled the dry parts of the barrel, and Margie reached carefully for the weapon. Her fingers curled around the cold steel gun, and she jerked it close to her, watching for anyone to suddenly rise from the dead. Was she so far gone in the apocalypse that she believed zombies were a possibility? No, but maybe she worried just a bit. She was tired, and at that point, anything seemed possible. The man's body wasn't warm, but still hadn't reached the rigid part of death. He'd died more recently, which didn't make Margie feel better or worse. She gritted her teeth and clutched the gun with both hands. Blinking the rain out of her eyes, she approached the deck slowly, gripping the gun with both hands. She wasn't sure it had any ammunition or even worked, but she could use its length to her advantage and hit something like it was a bat or a crowbar. Crowbar? Not for the first time, Margie wondered about Manson and if he'd made it. She wouldn't doubt it. The man's tenacity would have been admirable, a skilled trait to have, if he hadn't focused it on killing her and Riker. Rain was unable to continue attacking her as she stepped under the protecting overhang of the deck, feet from the dog and body. The new acquisition of the firearm emboldened Margie, and she almost wanted the dog to charge at her. She wouldn't let him get close. Wait, she hadn't checked for ammunition. What if the man had expelled it all during some kind of a shootout? She checked it. The one shell left, leaving her with very little confidence but a renewed determination to get more. Margie attempted to glance through the side windows of the front door, but the darkness was absolute with the reflection of the headlights blocking her view of anything inside. She'd have to step over the man's legs to get to the door. Was he dead, or was he pretending? Did dogs stand watch over dead people? Maybe they did. She wasn't sure. She'd always been a cat person herself. Nudging the man's leg with her toe, Margie jumped back at his groan. He rolled his head to the side, then back. Reaching out, as if to ward off an attack, he dropped his hand. "You'll have to. Kill me. Before. You get. Cady's." His voice trailed off. His eyes didn't open. He knew her daughter. Margie stepped closer, bending to see more of his face. He had scraggly stubble, but she recognized him as Cady's neighbor. A friendly person. Margie dropped to her knees and hung her head. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks. If nothing else, finding someone she knew of and who she knew was a good person was like finding a haven. Scott would have answers, unless he died from his injuries. Margie motioned toward Riker for him to join her. They could get Scott into the house and figure out what was going on. She stood, moving more confidently toward the last fallen body in sight. That one wasn't getting up either. She closed the distance to the car and disconnected the wires under the steering wheel column. The engine died. She wouldn't be able to restart the car, but that didn't matter right then. They had other options, and Margie might not need to go anywhere else. Cady might be back. She couldn't be sure until she spoke to Scott. Riker climbed from the car with Margie watching and darted to the deck. "We need to get him inside. Watch the dog." Margie wasn't even scared of the dog anymore, as the pup watched them curiously, but seemed to sense they weren't going to harm his master. No. They had to get answers. With a gun in hand, Margie felt much more prepared, and even a little less tired. She could do this. They could get through this part. Anything else wasn't an option. Chapter 29, Cady. The sounds of someone bustling in a kitchen woke Cady gently from her sleep. She curled her fingers around the edge of the blanket before opening her eyes. She was warm, comfortable. She felt safe, which was rare for the last couple weeks. Then she remembered where she was, what she was doing, and why she shouldn't be lying there sleeping on someone's couch. Her daughter was coming down with the virus, and Cady had only been able to grab one vial of essential oils. She snapped her eyes open and stared around the room she was in. Afternoon light shafted through a high-placed window, adding to the other lights spilling through other well-placed glass. Polished to a shine, the log walls didn't need any other accessories to look warm and inviting. The random needlepoint piece or photograph here and there were like bright spots of color in an already colorful rainbow. Cady rubbed her eyes, yawning as she sat up on the couch, trying to see more of where they were. Bailey had taken the recliner to hold on to Jessica better, and Cady hadn't fought her. Glancing at the recliner, Cady froze at the sight of the empty chair. She lurched upward, jumping to her feet and then stepping forward to search for her daughter. Panic welled in her chest. If Bailey was dead, then what was the point? A kindly older woman's voice chuckled, breaking through Cady's sudden urgency. "She's okay, Cady. You can relax. She was up a little bit ago. Told me how you just got over that virus. Her ankle is sprained pretty good. But we got it wrapped and she can move a bit from place to place. It's quite okay for you to rest. You don't have to be anywhere for a bit, and Dusty and I haven't had any proper visitors in quite some time." Elba hadn't changed a bit in the time Cady had been away from her parents' place. Born to be a hippie, but a woman who fell in love with a military man, Elba's silver curls hadn't changed from the pictures on the wall of a younger blonde version, with flowers wound through the strands. She wore an apron over a flowing cotton skirt and a peasant-style blouse. Even in the comfort of her kitchen, she wore bangle bracelets made of wood. Cady grinned as Elba stepped out of the kitchen area and handed Cady an oatmeal cookie. "I made these while you slept, and Bailey fed that baby. She's a good girl you have there." Elba stepped back and clasped her hands at her waist. "Yeah, she is. I kind of like her." Cady grinned, remembering when her own mom had replied to compliments she'd received about Cady growing up. Hopefully, her mom was all right. Hopefully, she'd know to head back to her home. Cady pushed thoughts of her mother from her mind. She couldn't think about that, or she wouldn't be able to function and do what was necessary. The front door opened, and Dusty stepped through, letting in more afternoon light. He inspected the women before he closed the door and slid the large locking bar in place. "Well, Cady girl, did you get enough sleep? You were walking dead on your feet this morning." The older man nodded, wearing his hat with pride and hooking his thumbs into the pockets of his overalls. "I did. Thank you, sir." Cady stood, folding the blanket and placing it on the end of the couch. "Is there anything I can do before we leave?" She couldn't impose on the older couple long. They were prepared for the two of them, not to have 3 more mouths to add strain to their food storage. "You're not going anywhere. Just yet." Dusty shook his head and moved into the house to stand beside Elba. He held up a hand as if he expected Cady to object. "I'm not sure what's going on out there, but here, you can take a minute and gather your thoughts. You have an infant in tow, and you yourself have been sick, not to mention that girl of yours has a sprained ankle." He glanced down the hall and lowered his voice. "I think Bailey has the virus, as well, or a weakened version of it. Her eyes are red-rimmed and her neck is red. She doesn't seem to have a fever, or I'd demand she get back to bed." "I saw it, too." Elba inclined her head and reached out to wrap her fingers around the crook of Dusty's elbow. "You're both welcome to stay here until you recuperate. I wouldn't mind the baby being around a bit." A twinkle lit Elba's eyes at the mention of the baby. "I don't have much chance to enjoy the company of such young women." She smiled, sadness shadowing her gaze. Dusty motioned toward the couch. "Come on now, take a seat. I have a lot of questions." They sat, Cady still unsure what she was doing, but grateful they weren't being chased by anyone or anything for a moment. Dusty waited for Elba to sit beside him before he took her hand and stared thoughtfully at the floor for a moment. He raised his eyes and considered Cady, then spoke. "How bad is it?" The question was straightforward and to the point. He didn't embellish anything, and Cady swallowed the sudden surge of emotion welling inside her. How long had she been struggling to stay strong? How long had she been worried about 1, 2, or more loved ones? How many had she killed to get to where she was now? What made her deserve to be alive more than others who had died? All of her questions burned through with insistency. She had to resolve the pain. She had to stop blaming herself. But if she stopped that, what then would hold the grief at bay? What would help her hold it together? Cady considered her elderly friends and nodded slowly as she struggled internally to gather more strength around her. She took a deep breath. It's bad. There aren't many survivors, but there's more than we initially thought. She struggled to breathe normally. She didn't want to admit to a part in the virus and the end of the world. Cady didn't want to see these pleasant people change to distrusting and disappointed. She needed normal for just a while longer. Dusty processed her words and set his wizened jaw. I'm old. Elba and I won't last long, and we've come to terms with that. You need to know. He glanced down, then met his wife's gaze. She nodded, and Dusty continued. I wouldn't rush off to your mama's right soon. The gulch isn't turning out to be like they had originally planned. Perry runs it, and he's been harassing people. Elba harumphed at his side, releasing Dusty's arm and folding her arms across her chest. Harassing is putting it nicely, Dusty. Okay, he's been stealing from some of the river people up and down the way. I'm not sure his means will be tolerated much longer by any that are alive. Dusty shook his head, creasing the skin between his eyebrows with consternation. Do you know what the survival rate is? Cady twisted her lips. No. He would ask the one thing she wished she had numbers for. No. The news was reporting predictions in the 80s and 90 percentages, but with the sheer number of survivors I've seen or evidence thereof, I don't think that number is possible. She bit her lower lip. Do you know if the entire gulch is involved with Perry? I'm not sure, but I can tell you the ones that are have turned out to be bad eggs. I'd be interested in staging a revolt. I haven't used my infantry legs in a long time. Dusty held up a hand to Elba. Now, Elle, that young girl in there and that baby can't go with us. They'll need you to take care of them. But maybe, just maybe, Cady and I can rescue some of the other girls. His expression saddened as he met the equally sad expression of his wife's. Cady narrowed her eyes, nausea working its way up through her throat. What other girls? Dusty sighed, folding his knotted hands and hanging them between his knees. There are rumors the gulch is keeping women and girls as slaves. They're being expected to build the community wall and to do... He glanced at his wife. Other things I won't say here in front of the missus. We haven't gone out against them because it's been just me sickened by the situation. No one else will fight him and his gang while so many aren't as prepared as they had wanted to be. Cady's empty stomach gnawed in on itself. She clenched her jaw. If they were keeping women and girls, then Cady and Bailey weren't safe looking the way they did. They probably wouldn't be safe in any capacity for a very long time. That wasn't going to work for Cady. She refused to let anyone else dictate how they approached their days. If this guy and his group thought she was going to just roll over for him, he had another thought coming. Cady would have to decide what she was willing to do. Other girls like herself or like Bailey being treated like slaves didn't sit well with Cady. She had to agree with Dusty. If she wanted to be safe, she might have to step out and do something. She was just angry enough at the entire situation. It might be exactly what she needed to do to get rid of any more threats. And wasn't ensuring Bailey's safety Cady's biggest priority?
Chapter 30. Buck took a deep breath, swallowing past the lump in his throat. How was he supposed to save this young girl and himself while wearing slippers? His knee wasn't completely healed, and he hadn't eaten anything solid in days. He swallowed again, his throat dry. The painful reminder that he also hadn't had anything to drink in a while seemed even more concentrated with his hand clutching the key. What if driving off or trying to get away wasn't the best choice? He didn't want to be ruled by fear, but fight or flight was more like freeze forever for him. The clap of a rock hitting the upper part of the garage door snapped him into focus. Like the sound of a director's board announcing action, the clap spurred Buck to act. He moved, turning the ignition. He grinned when his rig started right up. Shouts from outside underscored his excitement. Too late to stop now. He couldn't take the time to be excited for the small victory. He needed a whole slew more of them before he would be able to celebrate. He shifted into reverse, backing out with a burst of speed and taking out the bottom panel of his garage door. Steering wildly, he careened the rig over the curb and onto the road. They bumped, jerked, jostled, and somehow came to a startled stop. Buck blinked and shifted into drive. He wiped his damp palms on his pants, one at a time, staring at the crowd running toward them. A collection of men with guns and shovels rushed their direction, eyes wide and savage. The girl didn't make a sound, but she reached forward and gripped the side of the seat beside Buck with white-knuckle intensity. Buck didn't need any more encouragement. He pressed down on the gas and the vehicle responded, lurching forward like a panther after prey. 3 men screamed as they fell under the front of the SUV. The Range Rover barely acknowledged that it drove over the bodies. Another man with dreadlocks took a shot at the windshield with a 12-gauge shotgun, but the impact did nothing to the reinforced glass. The girl screamed when he shot, but then sat there in stunned amazement at the lack of damage. "Hang on. No one's going to get us in this thing." He powered through the crowd, bouncing and forebying over his neighbors' yards. Poor Mrs. Santiago's rose bushes don't stand a chance, and they were award-winning, you know? Buck cranked on the wheel, turning this way and that, tightening his seatbelt when they hit another curb. More shots rang out behind them, but hit dully on the metal of the car. The Range Rover wouldn't go far with the gas because of the extra weight on the vehicle for bullet and bomb-proofing. Buck had crazy fans not too long ago. They were probably all dead by then, but he was glad he'd been forced to get prepared. Even if they crashed, Buck and the girl could stay safe in the car until they died of starvation inside. "Do you think we're going to make it?" The girl's slight voice reached Buck as he turned onto the upper main drive to get out of his gated community. The gate had been torn down and lay to the side of the street with its spindly tops reaching down the road with its own level of desperation. "I don't see why not. I'm sure we're going to be fine." He smiled reassuringly at her, but inside he was sick. He had no idea where to go or what to do. There was a reason he hadn't had children, and being responsible for someone other than himself wasn't something he would have chosen willingly. No matter where they went or what they did, they wouldn't be 100% safe. He couldn't guarantee her safe passage anywhere. He was just a weak man with no way to protect them. He didn't even have proper shoes to wear to the end of the world.
Chapter 31. Bailey. Leaning on the wall to limp from the bathroom, Bailey reached out and snagged Cady's arm before she could leave the front room. "Mom, why are you going out there? You're still recovering. He's not exactly in his prime." Looking around for the older man or woman, Bailey kept her voice low. Cady tilted her head, furrowing her brow. "I don't understand. You're always saying we should help others. I'm going out to see if I can get more information, and to see if we need to save women and girls like ourselves. That's what I'm doing. I'm not playing Rambo or anything and forcing these people to do anything to take care of their own." She arched an eyebrow and studied Bailey. "I know it's scary and worrisome. I get it. But I don't have the luxury of standing still because I'm nervous. If they're out gathering up women—" She let the statement fall between them, then turned toward the door. It was true, though. Bailey was constantly bugging her mother to do something, help someone. She couldn't argue with her mom going out to help, but she didn't feel right about the sweet couple they'd been welcomed in by. "Okay, that makes sense. But Mom, seriously, don't involve these people. They're too good. What if something happens to him? Elba won't have anyone to look after her." Really, Bailey wanted to scream at her mom that she didn't want anything to happen to her. To Cady. Bailey didn't want to be left alone. Sadie turned, gripping Bailey's biceps. "You're going to be fine, Bailey. Elba is going to help with the baby. I'm not taking you with me. Your ankle needs to get better. And that old man out there is military, retired or not. He's going to be our best bet to see just what we're up against." She studied her daughter, her eyes softening for the first time in a long while. "You're a good girl, Bailey. I don't tell you that enough. I let a lot of things get in the way of me being closer to you, and I always blamed it on things other than myself." She reached up and brushed Bailey's hair back, then twisted a few strands around her fingers. "You're not going to like what I asked Elba Scissors for." Cady motioned outside with her head. "Come on." Bailey glanced back to see if Elba needed help with Jessica. Cooing coming from the back room suggested Elba didn't need anything but time alone with the baby. Finally, Bailey could release some of the responsibility to someone else. Limping after her mom, Bailey tried to squash the twinge of sadness sparking in her chest. Scissors were only used for one thing: cutting. Bailey could put two and two together, and she wasn't excited for what she suspected her mom wanted to do. Cady turned back to Bailey in the afternoon sun. She wrinkled her nose and half shrugged. Pulling scissors out from her back pocket, she smiled. "Okay, so we're in danger the more we look like girls. I think we should cut off our hair and try to fix the initial idea of our physical appearance to help us get an edge." Cady pressed her lips together as she let Bailey consider her suggestion. Bailey had been growing her hair for years. She rarely got it trimmed. From what her mom was saying, though, their safety could depend on the hair length. Was there really any question as to what the right option was? After a minute, Bailey nodded. "Okay." "Okay?" Sadie widened her eyes. She put a hand on her hip and jutted out her jaw. "You're not going to fight me on this?" A shadow of something like disappointment crossed her eyes. Bailey sighed, too tired to argue. Plus, her ankle throbbed and she didn't want to stand there much longer. If she went along with what her mom wanted, she could sit down faster. "We don't have time to fight. It's just hair, Mom. It'll grow back." If they were still alive to grow it back. Bailey kept her comments to herself. Dropping her hand holding the scissors to her side, Cady blinked back tears. Bailey reached down and claimed the scissors before she became emotional as well. "I'll do yours, and you do mine." She clamped her lips together and tried to smile. Her expression wasn't convincing, and she could feel its fake bravado on her cheeks. Less cynical than normal. Cady nodded as if she understood the effort Bailey was putting forth. Cady pulled her ponytail down and let her long dark hair fall past her shoulders. "Go. I want it close to the scalp, all over, but longer by my face so I can pull it across my eyes, if I need to." Her jaw tensed and she set her shoulders like she was going to battle. Bailey gripped the scissors and twisted a chunk of her mom's hair around her fingers. She'd learned how to create chunky hairstyles from Rebecca, one of her friends in school. Twist and cut across the turn of the tresses. Her hands shook and she took a steadying breath. She didn't want to cut their hair. She wanted to go back inside and act like they were visiting family. That was all she wanted to do. She didn't want to regret actions or make choices that lives depended on. She lifted the scissors and stuck her tongue between her back teeth. "Ready?" She didn't know who she was speaking to, Cady or herself. Did it matter? Ready or not? She closed her fingers in the scissor handles. The shearing slice of metal blades through hair was unmistakable and undeniable. Bailey swallowed her gasp as almost a foot of hair fell to the ground at Cady's feet. Her mom's eyes flew open, and they held each other's gaze in shocked silence for almost 10 seconds. Then Bailey twisted another chunk and cut again. They were doing whatever they could to adjust, including dropping the last vestiges of who they were as women. Their rights were slipping away, and they didn't even get to keep symbols of their femininity because of the potential danger associated with being identified easily as a female. Bailey finished her mom's hair. She shifted her weight and handed the scissors to Cady. Tears brightened Cady's eyes as she copied the same technique Bailey had used. After a few minutes, Bailey was able to turn her back on her own pile of tresses. Wait a minute. Cady turned Bailey back and pulled her into her embrace for a hug, then smiled softly at Bailey. I'm not as tired as I look, and I'm stronger than you think. I'll be back. She wiggled her fingers as she walked toward northernmost outbuilding. Dusty stood by the door, determination in his tight expression. A gunsling striped across his chest, and he pointed at Bailey. Lock that door when you get inside, girl. I don't need to be worried about you three while we're out saving the world. He chuckled, and Bailey watched her mom shake her head as she joined him. Bailey went inside and set the lock bar in place. Elba walked into the living room, her expression softening when she saw Bailey. It's good for them to go. We've wanted to save those girls for a while now, but Dusty hasn't been too sure of himself being on his own. With your mom, they can rally up a few of the other survivors and do what no one else will. Stick up for what's right. Elba motioned toward the kitchen, Jessica resting comfortably in her arms. Let's make some dinner. It'll be time to nestle in soon. Bailey trailed her fingers on the wooden rail used to blockade the door. One way or the other, she had to have faith that her mom knew what she was doing. So far, Cady had kept them alive. So far. Even through the virus, she'd helped Scott. How was it possible that things had escalated so quickly? It felt like so much longer. At some points, Bailey wasn't sure when she'd lost her dad, and she forgot to grieve him. She reached up and rubbed distractedly at her neck. She softened her touch and examined the rash with her fingertips. The bumps on the rash were getting more pronounced, and she only had one small vial of oil her mom had given her. What if it wasn't enough? What if, no matter what she did, she didn't make it? Everything she'd been through would be for nothing. She chewed on the inside of her cheek. What kind of a burden would she be to Elba? To her mom? Would she try to kill them like Jason had tried to kill Bailey and Jessica? The possibility sickened Bailey. What would she be capable of?
Chapter 32. Scott. The burning in Scott's thigh woke him. He couldn't remember any dreams, but there was a periphery of light like the edges of a bubble. He wanted to touch it, but he felt like he was weighed down by sticky water. His wound burned like fire and took over the edges of his conscious. Gentle murmuring and movement at his side made him drag his eyelids open. The sun had come up some time while he was out. The light inside the living room from the comfort of the couch was soothing and not jarring like he'd expected. Had he been taken prisoner? He would have expected to be thrown to the ground somewhere and beaten rather than comfortable on the couch. Margie, Cady's mom, moved in and out of Scott's field of view, seriousness creasing her brow. Her hair was pulled back in a loose bun, and she looked more tired than Scott felt, which was saying something. She glanced at his face, then did a double take. She paused what she was doing and moved in close, speaking slowly. I'm glad you're awake. I had to dress the wound to get it to stop bleeding, and then we all got some sleep. I don't have the eyes I used to have, but I'm going to stitch you up and we'll hope it works. She smiled and patted his shoulder. Her touch was confident and reassuring. Did your husband make it then? Scott's parched throat didn't want to work. He licked his lips and swallowed. Margie had said them, or we, or something that would suggest more than just her. Margie's movement stilled, and then she returned to dressing his leg, keeping her eyes averted. No, David. He didn't make it. She pressed her lips together and ducked her head, bright pink spots high on the balls of her cheeks. Scott closed his eyes and nodded. For whatever reason, Margie wasn't saying more, and he didn't have the energy to press. Plus, if she had half the pain in her life over the last few weeks that Scott did, he didn't want to pry. Some things were better left alone. Okay, you're done. I'm going to help you sit up, and then I want you to fill me in on some things. Margie leaned over him and slid her arm under his shoulders, lifting him up. Take a second. You've lost a lot of blood and you're going to be disoriented for a minute. Here, drink this. She handed him a small bottle of red Gatorade. Scott pressed his hand to his forehead and waited for the wave of nausea and dizziness to pass. He sipped the drink and felt better in moments. Waiting for his eyes to adjust, he finally took the opportunity to look around the room. Margie sank onto the cushion beside him. They were on Cady's couch in Cady's living room, where Cady no longer lived. A teenage boy with dark coloring sat on the other couch, his hands clasped tightly in his lap, and his worried expression more like a frown than anything else. This is Riker. He's a friend. Margie offered a smile at the young man. Scott stared at Riker. There was something about him that Scott had seen in Jason, a gentleness about the eyes. Something. He realized he was staring, and he inclined his head carefully. I'm sorry. It's nice to meet you, Riker. The boy reminded him of his nephew, and that saddened Scott. He turned questioning eyes toward Margie. Where have you been? The girls were so worried. I wish I could see their faces. I was trying to get here. Margie held up a hand, half shaking her head. My turn first. Where's Cady and Bailey? Are they... For the first time, Margie's vulnerability showed in the quiver of her lower lip and the mistiness of eyes. She lifted her chin. Are my daughter and granddaughter dead? Now, be honest. I can take it. Scott held her gaze, determined not to sugarcoat anything. No. At least as of the last time I saw them, they were alive. They've headed back to your place. Cady was determined to keep her daughter safe, no matter what it cost Cady. Margie's face paled and her eyes widened. She reached out a hand to no one in particular, but used it to steady herself on the back of the couch. No! She shook her head and shouted it again. No! Her voice quivering, she leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees and hanging her head. They couldn't be headed to my place. We were coming here to be safe. Not here. We can't stay here anymore. It's not safe here. Cady said you were fairly remote and set up better than she is. I stayed when I should have gone with them. Scott shook his head. So many have died. I wouldn't have gotten injured if I hadn't stayed. If you hadn't stayed, we would have driven into a terrible situation. I'm glad you're here. Margie nodded, straightening up and stretching her neck to the side, wiping the tears off her cheeks. There are more dead than we can guess at. There are even more dying left and right because of the wrong types of people being let loose to do whatever they want. They sat there in silence for another moment. Scott rested his hand on the bandaged place Margie had treated on his leg. I'm glad you came then. We need to figure out a way to make this place steadier. No, you don't understand. It's not safe up at my place. Margie's words sent a shaft of frozen fear through his chest. She motioned with her hands while she spoke, her fingers trembling. There's a group. They're radicals. If there are enough of them still alive after the virus, the Gulch isn't going to be the same place she probably remembers. What are you talking about? Scott blinked hard, fighting the fuzziness in his vision as he tried to focus on Margie. A prepper group up in our neighborhood, I guess you would call it. They were intense. Cady never could understand why David and I kept our distance. The head of the group was charged with rape multiple times, but was never found guilty because of a lack of testimonies. Margie inhaled and exhaled, closing her eyes for a swift second. They sat in silence for a moment, and then Margie slapped her lower thighs, just above her knees, with both hands, and stood up. Well then, we can't stay here. We've got to get to Cady and Bailey before they get to the homestead. Margie turned to Riker. There's an expedition out there. Load up as much as you can find. I'll open the crawl space to get the most we can. Guns and ammunition first. I'll get Scott to the rig, and then help you get more. Scott cleared his throat. I hope it's not too much of an inconvenience, but I need to take my dog. I can't leave him again. Scott gritted his teeth. Things were moving too fast, but at least he was heading toward Cady and keeping his niece safe. He had a lot of mistakes to make up for, but at least he could do something about that one. Scott responded to Margie's take-charge attitude. He needed that right then. He would just question his decisions. If he could rely on someone else, he wouldn't be frozen to move, to act. Cady was in danger, if Margie was correct. Scott wasn't sure where he and Cady stood, but he couldn't let her die or be in danger while she'd taken on his niece and gone off on her own with her daughter. That wasn't how he was going to meet his maker. He had enough regrets. He could at least try to remove some of them. Thanks to Margie, he would have a chance to try to fix something he'd messed up. He would tell Margie later how much he appreciated her showing up and taking him on. Right then, he had to help get his injured self out to the car. They had a trio to save. Chapter 33. Perry. The wall wasn't going up nearly fast enough. The women were pushing back since 5 of them had taken a dive off the ledge and killed themselves. If they wanted to have a completely safe place to live, they needed to close themselves off from the rest of the crazy world. Who knew what was coming after the virus? Dick approached with a mincing manner, his hands held to his chest and a simpering curve to his lips. The man was annoying, and Perry couldn't wait to kill him. And kill him he would. It was only a matter of time. Rolling his eyes, Perry half turned to Dick. He didn't bother hiding his derision for the man any longer. "What do you want?" Eyes shifting around the semicircular wall going up, Dick licked his oversized lips. "Ted, the night scout said he was coming up from town on rounds, and there were 2 women in the woods by the old Parks place. When he doubled back after putting down his loot to grab them, they were gone. He searched for them, but he couldn't find any sign. He suggested they might be in with old Dusty, but he wasn't prepared to go against the old guy by himself." Dick rolled his eyes like his opinion of Ted was low, but they both knew that if Dick had been in Ted's place, he wouldn't have even doubled back to get the girls. Dusty Parks was fearsome, and Perry had given him wide berth. Until now. "There's our new workers. 2 is better than none." Perry narrowed his eyes, excitement growing in his chest. More women, and they wouldn't be used like the camp ones already. The time for mercy was at end. He had to tighten up the reins and start getting rid of the loose ends. If the men wouldn't do as they were instructed, then Perry would start adding them to the worker list. If they wouldn't contribute there, then he'd walk them off the same ledge as the women. Perry didn't care what people thought, so long as they did what they were told. He had to protect them from the world. Chapter 34. White House Danvers, the old security guard, and Jenkins, an assistant to the press secretary, stood on the lawn of the White House in the rays of the sinking sun. Green grass that had, for the first time in generations, grown up to reach mid-calf was thick and fragrant. "Do you think we'll be able to rebuild?" Danvers' voice was husky, permanently ruined by the effects of the virus. At least he'd survived. He'd been too tired to seek out the cure, and so he hadn't suffered its side effects. With what? At least the vice president isn't dead, but that doesn't mean anything. We need military and people to do the work. We can't do it all by ourselves. Jenkins glanced at his new acquaintance. "What if we just walked away? No one would know." "We would know. And do what? Where would we go? What would we do?" Danvers slumped his shoulders. No matter what they did, it wouldn't be easy. They needed manpower. They needed governmental leadership. At what point would another country get back on their feet and decide America was what they wanted? No one would be in a position to stop the takeover. No matter what they did, it wouldn't be easy. Rebuilding never was.
Chapter 35. Cady's heart pounded in her chest, the sound loud as she hiked quietly behind old Dusty. She turned, glancing over her shoulder for a sign of the house or the clearing, or anything besides the trail twisting off into the pine boughs and bushes they had already walked by. Leaving Bailey and Jessica behind went against everything she'd stuck to till now. But taking them with her, where they were going, went against everything inside her. She couldn't satisfy both sides, her need to see that they were safe versus the need to keep them safe. As controlling as Cady was, and she could accept that she had issues with that, she could also accept the fact that she couldn't protect a baby and her teenage daughter. while trying to fight. She could accept that. She didn't have to like it. She wasn't even sure there would be a fight. Honestly, she wasn't sure what was going on. She just knew that a group of men were out taking women, which left Bailey and Cady vulnerable. That wasn't going to work for her. Even the fact that she was exhausted and not fully recovered from the remnants of the virus wasn't enough to slow her down. She didn't have a choice, and sitting down to rest wasn't an option. At least not yet. Old Dusty Parks stepped gingerly over a root, his veteran's hat barely bobbing as he walked with the agility of a teenager versus an 80-plus-year-old man with arthritis. The dark green of his cargo pants were hard to distinguish in the shadows. Forget about the brown of his boots. Cady focused on stepping where he stepped, squinting in the fading afternoon light. He moved silently, and there was no notice when a root protruded from the ground and he stepped over it. If she didn't watch, she'd trip over it. Experience had taught her that. She gritted her teeth as she pushed onward. If she fell, who knew if she'd be able to get back up? He glanced over his shoulder and then ducked under a gnarled and crusty branch. The tree might have been killed by a pine beetle, or worse, a root disease. Cady reached out and gripped the base of the branch for aid, maneuvering around the slight twist in the trail. Dried moss grazing her shoulder. Cady continued following, wincing as a chink of newly cut hair brushed her cheek. She'd had Bailey cut off most of the length from her head in an attempt to erase some of the femininity. She'd seen her hair as a weakness, a sign that she was someone to be taken. Sadie hadn't thought things through completely, a drawback of fatigue and constant running, constant adrenaline rushes. She'd heard once that the body could become desensitized to the adrenaline pulsing through one's body. Maybe that was how thrill seekers were born. They pushed their adrenaline levels past the breaking point. Hers was just constantly on, not something she was seeking or enjoying. As she followed Dusty toward fighting back and gaining the safety of her parents' place, Cady would give anything for a boring afternoon of just staring into the sky. That's it. Nothing more and nothing less. Well, maybe she'd want Scott by her side. They had a lot to talk about, but Cady knew she wanted her neighbor and friend with her. She wished she hadn't let him stay. She wished she could have somehow made him come with her or thought about pushing him instead of just trying to get her daughter out. Maybe asking him plainly would have done it, but she doubted it. He was fighting with a lot. And seeing Jackson killed so soon after finding his nephew dead had broken something inside Scott. He probably wouldn't be any good for Cady, except he'd be there with them now as they strove to break down the controlling powers of a group of maniacal preppers who had started taking women as their slaves. Dusty stopped a few feet in front of Cady, and she stopped, ramping up her alert level. She looked around, close to Dusty. Why had they stopped? Was there danger nearby? He crooked his finger and leaned his head near hers, breathing the words more than speaking them. Matt Purdock's place is just ahead. We're going to go in slow. Keep your hands out by your sides. He's good people, but paranoid. Dusty reached out and patted her upper arm, his fingers reassuring with the thump, thump, thump on her bicep. He had no idea how much Cady wanted to turn and go back to Bailey. But she'd committed. She had to help those girls. And to be honest, it had nothing to do with the others. It had everything to do with her and Bailey. Sadie had already run the scenarios. If there was a group taking women and using them as slaves, then Cady and Bailey would be in permanent danger. They might as well have stayed at their place outside of Athol. No. The Gulch would have to return to its normal purpose of helping the small community survive and thrive in a failing society. That was the original goal of the Gulch and its members. Cady had no idea the plan and mission had been perverted. She had no idea how that could happen when these people were originally good people. But couldn't she? Could she really not see how something like this would happen? No, she could easily foresee it, and that in itself was cause for concern. But she had nowhere else to go. They needed the Moss place. Sadie had been forced to give up her home with the understanding that her parents' place was available and ready for what they needed it to be. There was nowhere else. She had to reclaim it for her daughter's safety. The only way to do that was to fight group holding the area in bondage. Fine. She'd do it. Whatever. Dusty turned forward, moving a titch slower as he moved his hands to splay at his sides. As Cady copied his movements, she glanced ahead and blinked. A rounded dome loomed before them as if from out of nowhere. The abode had a stucco underlayer with wood and moss, creating a patchy camo appearance that concealed the enormity of the building. It easily reached to the treetops and spread around like a boulder dropped from heaven. Cady had never met Matt Purdock's or heard the name. Why would they try to reach out to these neighbors when they hadn't done anything to this point? Why did it take an old man and a woman to set things on course? There was more than a little bit of bitterness in her outlook, and she didn't feel she was out of line. The woods seemed to retreat in the presence of the dome, as if the forest recognized the building as otherworldly. Ferns grew naturally around the base, soaking up the shadows. No windows or doors faced them, adding to the out-of-place ambience the building gave off. "Don't go any further." A husky voice pulled their attention to the side of the clearing where shadows mingled with the encroaching darkness. They stopped, Dusty in mid-step. He lowered his food and ducked his head as if to see better. After a minute, his derision came off his tone like acid dripping from a melted spoon. "Jesse Lane, I didn't think I'd be seeing you." "Ain't you mixed up with Perry and his nonsense?" Cady slowly pivoted on the balls of her feet. Anyone mixed up with Perry was an enemy on her list. Balding with a red, patchy beard and pasty skin, a man stepped into the clearing. He jerked his pack when it caught on a broken branch and mumbled something incoherent before turning back to them. Jesse grunted, narrowing his eyes. "Perry's lost it, Dusty. A group of his captives jumped off Old Cherry Cliff to get away from him and the group. Their suicide was the last straw." Captives. Suicide. Stated so calmly, the words almost had no meaning. Sadie set her jaw and stepped forward. "That was the last straw? How many of those women did you use? You watched them and participated in their abuse until they killed themselves." Cady reached into her side holster and pulled out her gun. Her movements were jerky and barely restrained. Jesse stepped back, his eyes wide as he raised his hands in the air. "Hey now." He glanced at Dusty. "You have a woman with you? They're going to kill you and take her, man." His eyes shifted over Cady's shoulder and he shook his head. "Matt, this isn't safe." Cady took a wide sweeping step to the side, keeping her gun up and moving between Jesse and the newcomer, Matt, with his hard jaw and perceptive gaze. He had to be about Cady's age, but his broad shoulders and muscular arms put him in a different class from that of the weaselly Jesse. Matt acknowledged Cady with an inclined nod and a raised eyebrow at her gun. He hoisted his rifle higher on his shoulder and spoke calmly. "Jesse, we're all as good as dead anyway. Didn't you hear what happened to Pete and Tanya? Pete wouldn't let Tanya go, so Ted took their daughter, Mia. She's been with the group for almost a week now." He shook his head sadly, something desperate in his eyes. Jesse glanced to the side. He cleared his throat, blinking rapidly. She was one that jumped. Everyone took a moment to digest his words. How old was she to still be living with her parents? She'd been unaffected by the virus, or had healed from it only to be taken and used by a group of men playing who knew what. She'd killed herself. After a moment, Matt lunged forward, lifting Jesse by the gathered material at his neck. Matt's voice was barely controlled, emotion rippling through his syllables. "You told me you didn't see her up there. You said you..." Jesse's eyes rolled side to side as he clawed at the tight grip on his shirt. "Matt, I didn't know she was their daughter. I wouldn't have..." He kicked his feet as Matt lifted him higher off the ground. "He wouldn't have..." What? Suddenly, as if disgusted to even be touching Jesse, Matt thrust the slighter man away from him. Jesse fell backward, landing in the brush with a thud. He jerked himself upright, brushing at his pants as he minced closer to Matt. Matt side-eyed Jesse as he looked over Cady. "You're outside rather recklessly, aren't you?" He waved toward Jesse and shook his head. "It's obvious what you're up against, yet here you are." "Why?" Cady huffed, adjusting her grip on the gun. "I'd be stupid not to defend myself, don't you think?" She shifted her right foot back for more stability in case Jesse rushed her. She hadn't taken him off her radar as dangerous. There was no such thing as a man who's changed. Most likely, Jesse had done something that made him scared of the group, rather than left it because of good intentions. "I agree. It's not safe out here with the Gulch running around." Matt tilted his head to the side and watched her. He didn't need to move to be intimidating. "What about you? Why aren't you out saving those girls?" Sadie furrowed her brow. She couldn't understand people sitting on their thumbs while others were in danger. She'd done exactly that when she'd found out about the virus, believing there was nothing she could do after trying to tell her cousin, an FBI agent, what was happening. She'd been cut down. Her attempts were worthless, according to him. She wanted to help, but it didn't matter. There was nothing she could do to save anyone. Even Bailey had finally gotten the virus, and she'd been vaccinated. Rubbing her free hand down her face, Cady found it hard to accept the fact that she hadn't done more when the virus had been released. She'd tried warning Scott. No one would have believed her if she'd said anything. Her hands were tied against a virus no one could see. But these men, this community, had a group of bullies stealing the people who had survived the virus, and no one tried to stop them until it was too late. Matt inclined his head, considering her. After a moment, he shrugged. "What would you have us do? We can't get into the group. They're shooting anyone they don't recognize, and torturing those they do. Perry is paranoid, and for good reason. He's taking our wives and daughters." His lower jaw ticked as he spoke. The movement would have been subtle on any other man, but the hard angle of his jawline made it hard to miss the sign of frustration. Cady snorted. "If I got caught, I'd fight from the inside." Her statement wasn't only bravado. She would. Situations like that weren't something she could sit down and accept. But to be fair, she'd never been in that type of circumstance, so she couldn't honestly say what she would or wouldn't do. They didn't need to know that. Jesse laughed, as if he were part of the conversation. "You'd survive a few minutes. The group would beat you until they grew bored. If you lived, they'd rape you. I've seen it." He spit to the side, his eyes hard like he'd seen a few things. "Yeah, I bet you participated too, didn't you?" Cady stepped toward him, moving the muzzle of her gun his direction. Before she could pull the trigger, a new man's voice rang out. She whipped her face to the side as he spoke, but didn't turn. "Jesse Lane? Won't Perry be relieved to find out you're not dead?" The man held his rifle out, pointed at the group. He came in from the direction Dusty and Cady had entered, the direction Cady's back faced. Slowly turning her head back to face Dusty, Cody's eyes widened, and she stared at him as she forced herself to take steadying breaths. She had a gun out. If the newcomer from the Gulch saw that, he might kill her. Dusty flicked his gaze to her face and then back to the man's. "Ted, what brings you out this way?" He was neither friendly nor rude, trying to lower the tension of the clearing. Ted laughed. "Dusty Parks, I'm surprised you're still alive." He stepped into the semicircle the small group had formed, making a complete circle. He didn't lower his gun. Sadie eased her weapon to the side where she tucked it into her jacket pocket. She didn't smile, since that enhanced her feminine features. She tried to breathe normally, but she had a feeling she wasn't getting out of there without some effort. Ted scanned the group, waiting for Jesse's reply. He glanced at Cady, then his gaze traveled to Matt, but then jerked back to Cady. His rifle swung her way, and he smiled, revealing darkly shaded teeth and gaps where they'd gone absent. "You have a woman. I'm going to need to take the girl. We need to protect them at our headquarters." He caught on the word protect, his smile broadening at the prospect. Cady swallowed. She gripped the butt of her gun. Hadn't she just said she would fight from the inside? Hadn't she just promised them she wouldn't give up? What did she have to do? Actually, prove it? Dusty lurched forward, bringing Ted's gun his direction. His growl could have been from an animal. "You're taking her over my dead body." Matt shifted beside Cady, and Jesse stepped back a couple inches. Ted laughed, his eyes hard as he raised his gun. "That's not a problem."
Chapter 36. Buck. The ride in Buck's Land Rover smoothed out, but only because Buck didn't have to drive over lawns, sidewalks, or other people anymore. His erratic steering became smoother, and his breathing evened out. The girl beside him panted like she still ran from a group of men hell-bent on destroying everything about her. Buck still had no idea where he was going, but at least it wasn't back where he'd been. He turned from the steering wheel, careful to keep his gaze flicking back to the road as he sporadically met the wide-eyed gaze of his passenger. "You're okay? You can relax. We're out." Out of the gated community that was supposed to be everything there was safe in a community, away from his home, which had become less of a compound of security and more of a prison and a place to die. Clouds flitted across the azure blue sky as if there were no death, no destruction, no inhumanity plaguing the world. How could the leaves of trees and the flowers on stems not see how horrible the world had turned? Always protected from anything displeasing because of his money, Buck had forgotten what true need was, and he was ashamed he hadn't been more prepared. He couldn't go back in time to warn himself, so what was the point in dwelling? He didn't say anything to fill the silence that spread throughout the cab of the Land Rover. He wasn't sure he wanted the young girl to talk to him either. They had nothing in common, and the only thing he wanted to do was talk about the needs, the problems, and how to resolve any of the major issues in front of them: eating, protection, water, and the basic necessities. He took a deep breath, ready to say something, anything, when fingers appeared on the sides of the seats, this time less white-knuckled and more looking for stability. The adolescent girl slid gangly legs through the space between the driver's seat and the passenger seat. She plopped onto the passenger side and gracefully clicked the seatbelt into place. The material of her shorts was torn and ragged. Reaching back, she pulled the blanket up from the rear seat and drew it carefully over her exposed skin. Casting a side eye at Buck, she sighed and folded her arms. "Where are we going?" That was the question, wasn't it? Buck had no idea what they were up against. If his neighborhood could turn out the way it had, he had serious doubts that many other places were any safer. He cleared his throat. "I think we need to get some food and rest first." He smiled at her as he watched the road. "What's your name?" "I'm Maria Ivanosa." She said it with dignity, lifting her chin on the Osa part of her last name. Bright tears glistened in her eyes. The last little bit of her pride was wrapped up in her name. It was all she had left. Buck turned to the left, down the road that would get them off the small hill he'd lived on. Had lived on. He could honestly say he didn't live there anymore. Wow. An abandonment of heart and home. With a revving of the engine, and he was homeless. "It's nice to meet you, Maria. I'm Buck. Just Buck." His name had no more value. Not anymore. When things were normal, he could get into places based on just his name. He could do pretty much anything he wanted, simply because of his name. Not anymore. He shook the humiliation off. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" He had no doubt she was in some kind of shock. He'd had a part once where the character he was playing had been in shock for some scenes, and the director had told him to shut things off, emotions and anything else that connected him to himself. Then, when he was told to, Buck was to let each emotion come in one by one. Nothing had surprised him more when the of relief had come in first. Maria swallowed, dashing her fingers against her eyes and removing the tears angrily. "They killed my brother. So many of them used him, and then he died from it. He was so little, way too little for that. She sniffed, shaking her head so that her hair moved from side to side. So I ran. There was more strength in her final sentence, which contrasted with the slight hiccup at the end of her words. Buck's stomach twisted in on itself. Her brother was abused as well. They were hurting women, girls, and boys. The familiar taste of bile worked its way up the back of his throat. He swallowed, keeping a tight grip on the wheel. I'm sorry. I won't cry. Maria breathed slow and deep, reaching up to grab the chest strap of the seatbelt. Her expression became like stone as she hid her pain behind a mask. Why would you trust me? I'm a man. Buck wouldn't trust anyone in her situation. He'd probably keep hiding until he died of starvation or something. Maria laughed, the sound hollow and mirthless. You're one man. You can't hurt me as much as 10 did. The stark pain and honesty in her words struck Buck silent. He didn't know what had happened to her, but he knew he wouldn't subject her to that possibility again. Not when it killed her brother. Not when it looked like it nearly broke her. Buck didn't know what survival looked like for everyone, but for him, it was taking on an even more ominous shade. Chapter 37. Scott. The burning in his thigh wasn't even close to the fire and brimstone Scott expected for the things he'd done. Killing innocent newborns, a nurse, and then abandoning his nephew and his niece, and more he couldn't get his unfocused mind to bring up. Through a haze of pain and burning intensity fueled by determination, Scott had to figure out a way to get himself to the expedition that Margie, Cady's mom, wanted to leave the house in. While she and the young man she'd brought with her, the one who reminded Scott so much of his nephew, Jason, loaded up items from Cady's place. Scott wanted to help, he really did, but he could barely breathe with the pain, not just in his leg. Something sharp poked in his chest and wrapped around the side. No matter what he did, he couldn't feel what it could be. There was nothing to remove, and every breath felt like whatever it was pushed deeper inside him until panting was the only option. He'd made it as far as the doorway, and glancing back, the miracle of that in itself was overwhelming. He'd been able to grab onto the couch, the side table, the door jambs, and the walls. If only there was a path like that outside. No, outside there was less for Scott to hold on to, less for him to rely on. Did he really want to go? He had nowhere else to be, and in all honesty, Scott wasn't sure where they were going. Margie had said something about Cady not being safe, and that was all Scott needed to hear in his discomfort. He would go where they needed to, even if he had doubts about his abilities. Leaning against the vinyl siding which creaked with his weight, Scott gripped the bandages against his thigh tighter to his skin. His fingers twisted in the ends of the material, as if that would be enough pressure for him to stop the pain. Instead of helping, he felt more heat seep through his fingers. He tried not to breathe too deeply, as each one was a ragged form of torture. Focusing his eyes on the blurry shape of the expedition with its dome lights on inside, Scott let go of the wound in his leg and gripped his side. It hurt so bad. How was he going to be worth anything? He could barely help himself. There was no way he'd ever be able to limp all the way there. Squeezing his eyes shut, Scott focused on his body. Why was he hurting so much? It wasn't just the one injury. Something was wrong with his side. His leg wasn't even bringing all of his focus with the burning pain there. No, his side was holding him back just as much. He wasn't completely recovered from that virus. Cady had seemed to rebound faster than he had. What was her secret? They'd both been exposed to the same virus, same treatments. Why was Scott having a harder time recovering than she had seemed to before she left? That could be what was wrong with him. He dug into the flesh at his side, pushing his fingers against his ribs and dragging in another painful breath. He'd pass out if he stood there and panted all day. He had to get going. He had to get to the car before they left without him. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, Scott heaved another painful breath. Walking wasn't going to work. He half-sighed, since that was all his chest would let him do, and he slid down the door jamb, his shoulder the only point keeping him from falling on his face. Dropping to all fours, Scott was able to stretch his chest out and take a breath. While it still hurt, It wasn't gut-twisting pain, and he was grateful for that. Wincing but refusing to cry out, Scott braced his weight on his arms and his good leg. He just had to get down the few steps to the rocky drive and crawl a bit to the expedition. No big deal. He could do that. He had to drag his leg behind him. Dragging his leg would be a hell of a lot easier than trying to walk or even limp out there. His breathing was easier. Not easy, but easier by a few degrees. At that point, Scott would take any improvement over none. Sounds of Margie and Riker from around the corner and in the garage spurred him forward. He had nothing of his own that he needed, except for Ranger. He couldn't leave his dog there. Where was the animal? Scott gave a low whistle as he stared at the grains in the composite decking in the steadily growing dark. When had the sun decided to abandon them? When had they lost all sense of hope from any angle? Or was that just Scott? Moving one arm forward, Scott tightened his jaw and moved again. He wasn't going to be able to do this. No, wait. He could. He had to. He straightened his arms and dragged both legs forward, planting the good knee as close to his waist as possible, and then lunging forward with his arms ready to catch him. His hands took the brunt of the fall, and he collapsed onto his chest, crying out. He wasn't going to be able to do this. He couldn't breathe. A moment later, the ticking of nails on the composite alerted Scott that he wasn't alone. Tears seeped from the corners of his eyes as he rolled to the side that didn't feel like he was being jabbed with a hot poker and stared up at the shadowy ceiling of the deck covering. Ranger's small whimper consoled Scott. He needed the companionship, the reminder that he wasn't alone. What am I going to do, boy? Scott's whisper fell on Ranger's ears. Scott half turned his head as Ranger licked the tears from his cheeks. He had to somehow get to the car, or he'd be left behind. Well, he honestly doubted Margie was going to leave him there, but it didn't add any reasons to take him along when he couldn't even walk the 20 yards by himself. His leg was bleeding again. He could feel it, and he was having a hard time breathing normally. He was a wreck, and if he was able to accept honesty, he probably shouldn't even go. But the sudden possibility of being left there on his own was more terrifying than the pain he would have to face to get him to the car. Can I help you, Scott? As if conjured by his cry, Margie hesitated by his side as she stood at the end of the deck, feet from where he lay. Concern knit her eyebrows together as she watched him. Scott could only imagine how he looked in the late evening darkness. Light from the expedition helped illuminate some things, but not much. Dark bloodstains marred his jeans, and his fingers had taken on an otherworldly tinge that looked black and then red, depending on how he moved his hands. But he wasn't. Scott shut his mouth and then nodded. Yes, please. He shuddered when Margie bent down and yanked his arm to get him to the edge of the porch. I'm going to swing you to a sitting position, and then we'll take it one step at a time, okay? Margie moved him around like she had experience with less able-bodied people. Once upon a time, Cady had told him her mother was a nurse. Scott wanted to talk to her, but he couldn't. His chest hurt too much from being upright again. He nodded and put as much of his weight on his good leg as he dared. Margie's arm snaked around his back, her hand pressed into his side. Spots burst before Scott's vision at the pain, but he held it in. He didn't cry out. He had to get to the car. One painful step at a time, Scott hobbled next to Margie, the distance to the truck finitely shrinking with each jarring movement. After an eternity of pain, Margie leaned Scott against the side of the expedition. He reached up, wiping at the sweat dripping from his forehead and down his nose. He rested his head on the cool metal of the vehicle as Margie opened the rear passenger door. Scott tried to catch his breath, only able to half gasp as he stood there. He wasn't sure he could climb into the rig by himself. He could barely stand there without help. Thankfully, Margie had helped him. He'd been too prideful to ask for help, but she'd asked. Standing there with his energy drained, he was grateful he'd accepted. No way would he have made it by himself. As if reading his mind, Margie opened the left rear door and held out her arm. Her wide eyes cajoled him into accepting more of her help. Scott nodded, trying not to sob from the pain and relief. Stumbling on the side step, he flopped onto the seat, gasping for breath. He held his hand on his side, leaning forward to relieve some of the pressure on his chest. His leg didn't even matter right then. He didn't care about it compared to the pain in his torso. Margie moved to shut the door, but Scott reached out a hand and clenched her shoulder. Still breathing hard, he narrowed his eyes and gasped to speak. "I know. It's tight in here, but I can't leave my dog. He's all I have. I've already abandoned him once. Sit at my feet, please." Every ounce of his being begged Margie to let him take Ranger. He had to keep his buddy with him. Thankfully, Ranger had found his way home. This time, though, if Scott left him, he didn't stand a chance. Ranger had never been anywhere else. He wouldn't know where Scott had gone or where he would be headed. He didn't even know that Scott wouldn't return. The dog would probably become prey for the coyotes or any wolves in the area. Leaving Ranger this time wasn't an option. Margie studied him, seeing something in his face that must have told her it was non-negotiable. "I understand. We're almost finished packing. Let's get him a spot next to you." She left the door open and moved back to the garage. Scott leaned back on the seat, closing his eyes and arching his back. He had to make sure Ranger got inside, then he could pass out. That was suddenly all he wanted to do, all he could think about ever wanting to do. Just going to sleep. Eyes closed, Scott pursed his lips and gave another low whistle similar to the one on the porch. His dog wasn't far away, of that Scott was sure. "Ranger, come on." His words ended on a whisper as he struggled to stay conscious. Sure, Margie said he could take Ranger, but would she make sure the dog was in there before they left? Scott needed to be certain his best friend was accounted for before he gave over to the pain and blood loss. A deep woof and the scrabble of nails on the gravel pulled Scott from the fog, pulling him under. He lifted his head an inch from the seat and watched Ranger leap over his legs. The dog crunched onto a box set up on the seat opposite Scott and then turned back to his owner. Ranger's tongue lolled out of his mouth, and he studied Scott before licking his cheek in greeting and also in supplication. Of course, he worried about Scott. Scott worried about Scott. Scott sighed, releasing more pressure on his chest, and gave up the fight. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he acknowledged that the door was closed and the engine started. With his fingers in Ranger's fur, he let himself go. There was nothing else he could do anyway.
Chapter 38. Bailey Mom hadn't really said anything about the essential oils Bailey should use, or even asked if Bailey had very much with her before she'd left with Dusty. More than anything, Bailey needed a direction to stay on. Taking care of the baby was easy. She knew what to do. She knew what to do back at the house regarding taking care of Mom and Scott. But herself? She had no idea what she was going to do. If Mom was giving over to her normal mode, then she was going professional and ignoring the emotions of the situation. She was probably shutting out her worry over Bailey in case something happened to one of them. Bailey got it. She did it all the time herself. Ignoring her feelings for other people made losses much easier to bear. "Bailey, honey, why don't we have some dried apples and you can help me entertain Jessica until she falls asleep?" Elba, Dusty's longtime wife and companion, fluffed the edge of her tie-dyed apron. She laughed and pointed at the orange and yellow swirl on the bottom corner. "I made this when I was in my 20s. Dusty's mama said he couldn't marry a hippie. They were staunch conservatives, you know. They didn't want him to marry a peace-loving witch woman." Elba chuckled and smoothed the wrinkles in the time-faded material. "Honestly, I swing pretty conservative myself. I just like the clothing and style part of being a hippie." This was more to irritate her than anything else. She winked at Bailey and crooked her finger toward the kitchen. Motioning toward Bailey's hair, she smiled and nodded appreciatively. "I like the new length. It adds some attitude." Reaching up to touch the ends of her hair, Bailey smiled self-consciously and more than a little wistfully. "Thanks." She moved away from the front door, palming the small vial of Shingles essential oils mix that had helped her mother and Scott through the worst virus the world had seen. Bailey tried to keep herself calm. What was the name of the virus? CJ 180 was what her mom had called it. Coming to stand in the middle of the living room, Bailey stared forward, blinking. She had been going somewhere, but she couldn't remember. Oh, that's right. Elba waited in the kitchen for her, watching patiently. Jessica would need to be fed soon, and then maybe Bailey could take a nap. Her energy waned, and she didn't want to complain. But a nap was probably exactly what she needed. She trudged across the shag-style carpet and stopped at the entrance to the kitchen. Elba reached out and pressed the back of her hand against Bailey's forehead, and then around to the side of her ear. "Are you feeling okay, Bailey? You're pale all of a sudden." Concern wrinkled the area between Elba's eyebrows as she studied Bailey. "Here, why don't you sit down while I make us something to eat? I think you might need more than just dried fruit. How about something filled with protein and fat?" She grinned. "I'm thinking meatloaf. I still have some ground venison from last season hiding in the freezer." Bailey nodded weakly. When had fatigue and weakness hit her? She hadn't expected to be tired so fast. She reached up to brush at her forehead, wincing at the sheared hair. Mom hadn't put a lot of concern or time into making sure Bailey's hair didn't have a chopped look. The sound of men's voices carried down the chimney to their log fireplace. Bailey turned her head and stared at the brick-framed opening. Was she going crazy? Maybe the Parks place was haunted. Wouldn't that be ironic? "Elba, I think I just heard someone talking." Bailey pointed toward the fireplace, a knot twisted in her stomach. What did that mean? Was she hallucinating? Was the sickness taking hold faster than it had with Mom and Scott? Jason? She would rather the house was haunted than she was hallucinating. Bailey reached up and rubbed at the back of her neck. When had she gotten the bumps? She gasped for air, sinking to the ground as she realized just how sick she was. Elba rushed to her side. "You heard voices?" Twisting her head, Elba stopped talking as more voices drifted toward them. She stood, helping Bailey to the couch. Glancing at Jessica, Elba nodded tightly. "Okay, I'm not sure what's going on, but don't worry. No one knows we're in here yet. Not to mention the terrific locks and barriers protecting us from anyone outside. Remember, keep your voice down, because sound travels." She grinned and pointed at the fireplace. "Obviously." She had lowered her voice as she spoke, keeping her tone calm. She waited for Bailey to nod her understanding. Then she turned, her skirt whirling to the side. Checking the door and the massive lock in place, Elba then checked each window, moving with a confidence in her actions. She'd obviously done that before. Bailey wasn't sure if she was more soothed by the fact that she wasn't alone this time around, or the matter-of-fact way Elba was handling everything. It was probably safe to say all of it made her feel better. Bailey mustered up enough strength to look over the edge of the couch to see where Jessica was. The small infant had a pacifier in her mouth, and she slept in a small hammock that was set up between some chairs. Her small fist moved in the air while she slept. Bailey didn't have to worry about the baby. Not for a little while anyway. Not while Elba let Bailey be a kid. She closed her eyes and breathed. There it was again. More voices, and they were closer. All they had to do was stay quiet. Bailey could do that. They could all do that. Chapter 39. Margie. There were only a couple things Margie didn't have at her place that she could think of off the top of her head. She and Riker finished loading the missing items from Cady's house, like the reloader, for instance. Cady had bugged Margie and David to get one, but it hadn't been on their radar since they hadn't planned on staying if things ever went south. Margie had known how things were going to go. She wasn't interested in being around crazy when it broke loose. Now, with no other option available to her, Margie unbolted the manual machine from the reloading desk and loaded it with all of its pieces and parts into the back. Cady would know how to set it up and run it. Hopefully, Margie hadn't missed any pieces. Margie avoided thinking the one thing that would keep Cady from helping with the reloader would be if she were no longer alive. Riker lugged a large box of food and stacked it on top of a bin filled with extra winter clothes. It might be summer, but the Northwest was crazy with cold weather, and they couldn't leave anything to chance. I'm going to grab another bin of first aid supplies to go with the first one. We have extra room with the back seat folded down. Why don't you look through the rest of the stuff and see what you'd like to bring? Margie dusted her hands off as she turned back into the house, flashlight in hand. She smiled as Riker headed toward the fishing things hanging neatly on the wall beside the tackle supplies. The delight on his face for the first time since finding him left a burgeoning warmth inside Margie's chest. She'd take as many good moments as she could. Margie wasn't sure if she was doing anything right by the boy. What if it would have been better to let him die there with his family? But she couldn't believe that. She had to believe that she'd saved him, the same as he'd saved her. He'd given her a reason to go on. He'd needed her, and she had helped him. Are we ready? Riker stood beside the SUV's passenger door as Margie loaded up the last bin of first aid supplies. They were packed full, and she couldn't imagine trying to fit one more can of tuna anywhere. Margie stopped at the back of the rig, turning with her hands on her hips to survey the house. Part of her didn't want to leave the safety of the home, but the dead bodies on the front lawn testified that the safety was temporary. Plus, she had to find Cady. She had to save her. She was just ready for the traveling to be over. Margie nodded and closed the back door. There was no looking back. They had to be on their way. She had a family to rescue. Climbing into the driver's seat, Margie waited for Riker to settle into the seat beside her before turning the key in the ignition. The key ring had a few keys on it, which jingled when she released them to shift into drive. He doesn't look too good. Riker glanced back over his shoulder at Scott, who was protected and watched over by the dog. The boy's voice was soft and sad. He'd probably seen enough death to fill 2 lifetimes. Margie made a sound in the back of her throat, glancing in the rearview mirror to catch a glimpse of Scott. Yeah, if he can make it to Sandpoint and to our place, I'll see about putting more stitches in. If he doesn't... She let her voice trail off. Scott was a good guy. He'd taken care of Cady when she'd lost her husband, and then some. Judging from the things he'd mumbled while she'd administered to his wound, he cared for her. Smart man. The world could use a few smart, good men at this point in time. We'll go up Clagstone and across. I don't want to attempt the on-ramps in Athol. Margie pulled carefully out of Cady's drive, cautious to let in any sentimental thoughts for leaving the place. The dog whimpered behind them, licking Scott's forehead and then facing out the windshield again. He seemed like a good boy, and Margie was grateful for the distraction for Riker. What's the dog's name? Do you know? Riker reached back and let the animal sniff his fingers, a small smile on his lips. Ranger. Scott said his dog's name was Ranger. Margie didn't want to get too attached to the man or his dog. Scott had been through a lot, and his wound had been deep. If she'd been there a little earlier, it wouldn't have been hard to fix him up. But he'd lost a lot of blood, and that combined with his exposure to the elements had left him weaker than survival required. Margie wasn't sure if he'd survive or not. She hoped so, but she wouldn't hold out against the odds either. Your daughter was smart to have that gas caddy right there. Riker dropped his hand from the dog's nose and turned, facing forward once again. She had a lot of stuff there. That would be helpful. I kind of hated leaving it behind. He tapped his fingers on his knee. Yeah, I know. Cady was into prepping and survival things. She made my husband and I get solar panels on our home, a hydroelectric option to our creek, and an underground cellar-style fridge. The house is designed to be successful off the grid, but she didn't want to worry Riker. He had enough on his plate, and she didn't want to add more. But what? Riker leaned his head toward her. She really didn't have any reason not to tell him. He had every right to know what they were up against. Plus, she needed to talk about it with someone. The honest truth? My daughter might be in danger from a group of psychotic preppers. It's a community called the Gulch in Bonners County. They played at prepping in so much that it allowed them to have guns and multiple survival gadgets at their disposal. Not very many of them understand how to can, dry, smoke, or otherwise preserve food, let alone grow it or scavenge for it. Our home up there is perfect for survival in a functioning society or even just on our own. But the way the gulch was going, not the best option for anyone to have to face. Margie shook her head. The men remind me of Manson. The mention of the man they'd brought with them from Washington elicited an audible gasp from Riker, which brought another nod from Margie. Now you understand. It's not going to be pretty or easy. If they capture Bailey and Cady... Margie didn't finish the thought. She couldn't think of what would happen to her daughter and granddaughter. She wouldn't. As long as Perry ran the community, they were headed into a death trap. Margie could only hope Cady had broken down or gotten lost before reaching the creek. It wasn't a pleasant hope, but it was so much better than the other option. Scott moaned behind them, the sound deep and pain-filled. His ragged breathing grew more labored, and Margie furrowed her brow. Riker glanced around, his eyes widening as he took in Scott's appearance. Margie, his pants are redder, and he looks like he's been running. He's all sweaty and red. Margie clenched her teeth. She couldn't stop. They were on the road, and who knew who was waiting to take their chair. Okay, reach back there and try to apply pressure to his wound. I thought my makeshift dressings would work, but apparently I didn't do them tight enough. It had been a long time since she'd done bullet wounds. If she didn't get Scott's bleeding under control, Margie hated to think what she would have to tell her daughter. Chapter 40. Cady stepped forward, her stomach already twisting in fear. She couldn't let Dusty die because she was afraid. She wouldn't do that. Ted knew she was a woman. The angle of his gun suggested he had used it already to hurt others, and it hadn't been accidental. Cady pierced Dusty with her gaze. She spoke softly, ignoring the deep brown eyes of Matt Purdock's as he studied her. Remember what we talked about? She grinned, hoping Dusty got the message that she would fight from inside the group, but she needed his help in getting out. The latter was crucial. The tight nod Dusty gave her was only supported by the clenching of his jaw. There was no way Cady would let Dusty martyr himself for her when there were more important things to be done. They had girls to save. If Cady wasn't able to prevent Perry's group from going after her or Bailey, then she needed a chance to get inside and break it from within. The fact that she even believed she could was scary. She wasn't sure she could, but she knew she had to try something. A tremor of fear laced her awareness as she stepped closer to Ted. She didn't want to go with him. If she was smart, she'd pull out her gun and shoot him in the face. He didn't look like he expected her to be armed. If she tried to shoot him there, he might get off a shot and take out Dusty or herself. Sadie wasn't convinced she cared about the other men, but death of any kind was undesirable, especially now with so few good people out there still. Ted reached out, grasping her shoulder with sharp fingers, like he knew where to dig his fingertips in for maximum pain. Come on. You're exactly what I'm looking for. His smile displayed a missing canine tooth and a gray streaking in his other teeth. Cady found that hard to believe. She was neither young nor conventionally pretty. If he had any idea of her stubborn streak or her determination to not be ruled by others, he would turn around and leave her alone. Unfortunately, he didn't get the subliminal messages Cady was trying so hard to pass to him telepathically. He pushed her forward with a hit from behind, using the butt of the gun to slam her squarely in the center of her shoulder blades. Sadie stumbled forward, oomping as she tried not to fall down. The fact that he got a sound out of her at all set her jaw. That wouldn't happen again. No reaction. She had to go into the situation with no reactions. None. She didn't have the luxury to be weak or vulnerable. She desperately wanted to take a nap. She wasn't sure she had the strength to pretend to be unaffected. If nothing else could keep her going, it was the image of Bailey with her newly sheared hair waving goodbye to her at Dusty's house. Cady had to protect Bailey, Elba, and Jessica. The most important one there was her own flesh and blood. Would she be safe enough to pull out her weapon when they got some distance between Dusty and them? Looking over her shoulder, Cady raised her eyebrows. Where am I going? Toward the bridge. I'm right behind you, so don't do anything stupid. With the last glimpse of any light fading into the night sky, Cady had no doubt Ted wouldn't hesitate to put her in her spot. She could still see things clearly, which meant he could as well. They stepped off rhythm to each other, Cady watching where she was going on the new terrain, and Ted more confident in his footing with the familiar grounds. The sound of traveling water with its background rushing sound, even as they came upon the crystalline depths, matched the pulsing of her heartbeat. Sadie wasn't sure she was doing the right thing. Spinning and killing Ted was what she wanted to do. Every fiber of her being wanted to fight and break him and get free. Nothing about being captive was natural, and Cady balked at allowing it. A small part of her wondered just what she could do about it. For real. What did she have that would be a match for Ted? Her pistol wasn't the same as his semi-automatic. He would be expecting her to do something, try to flee or fight back or something. If she did nothing, that would throw him off more than if she turned and tried shooting at him, even if it went against everything her entire soul wanted to do. Cady breathed in the refreshing cool of the creek as it threw water into the evening air. If the gulch was operating in the vicinity of the neighborhood, and that was where Ted was taking Cady, they had a solid hour hike ahead of them, at least. Cross the bridge and follow the trail to the left. Ted grunted his instructions, his voice closer than Cady was comfortable with. Cady didn't want to give away that she knew the area. No one needed to know that. She didn't make a sound, just continued placing one foot in front of the other with measured pacing. She didn't speak up or slow down. She didn't do anything but move as he insisted. What was that thing she'd heard on the news so long ago? If you let your abductor move you from the point of abduction to a second site, you were as good as dead. The second site was where death occurred. But if Cady didn't sit tight and she didn't do what she was told, she might not get another chance to fight the gulch from the inside. She'd have to fight her way in, and that was a higher possibility of losing and death than trying from the center. Bailey. The one thing that was keeping her going. She honestly didn't care about the other girls. It wasn't that she was heartless. It was that she had to keep in mind that altruism, when you yourself weren't safe, was just martyrdom. If she wasn't safe and Bailey wasn't safe, then what was the point? Sure, she could save others, but at what cost to herself? She shook her head as they approached the footbridge stretching across 50 feet of flood-ravaged shores, and now summer drought levels. The snow runoff would feed the creek and the small streams that fed the creek well into the summer, but the initial melt had already dissipated, and the flooding was no longer a threat. Faded stains on the lower parts of the bridge showed just how close the water came over the years to yanking the wooden connection from its posts on opposite sides of the water. Cady stepped forward onto the bridge. Once she did this, there was no going back. The only way she would be able to get free would be to fight. One woman against how many men wasn't the ideal situation. She wasn't naive. She wasn't overly strong, and of course she knew better than to suppose she was stronger than any man. But maybe she could out-strategize them. That would have to be the plan. She would have to hope that Dusty got more men together to fight with him. Relying on them wouldn't be the smartest thing. Cady would have to rely on herself. That was scarier than anything else. Ted left Cady alone for most of the hike. He didn't set a ridiculous pace and a couple points. He whistled as they walked. The tune was unidentifiable and flat in parts, but the fact that he was whistling while taking a captive set her hair on end. What kind of a person would do that? What kind of a man would do what he was told? Was his motivation the women? It couldn't be money. Paper had no value without an intact government. Government needed people to run it. There weren't a lot of those left, either. The moon had begun its ascent from behind the mountains, and Cady wasn't ready for the chill its presence left in the air. Even August heat wasn't immune to the drop in temperature at night. Take a left, right, Here. Ted directed Cady through thick brush, and then suddenly a clearing opened up before her with a background scene of sloping mountains and steep, craggy cliffs just past the initial boundaries of the campsite. As her eyes adjusted, she took in the details one can only see at night with the shadows and the silver highlights. Tents had been set up in a semicircle under the protection of trees cradling the clearing. A fire with tree trunks around it for makeshift seating, and an area with what looked like a bunch of used mattresses made up the remainder of the visible site. Used mattresses with no sheets? What a random thing to have on the outskirts of the camp. Maybe the place was an old dump site. Cady stumbled forward as Ted pushed from behind. A group of men milling about the opening in the clearing to the cliff noticed their arrival and turned as if one body. The head of the group moved forward, recognizable with his shock of black hair and streak of white at the temples. Perry, with his hard eyes and simpering weak mouth. He'd been the one to sell them Margie and David's house once upon a time. He'd assessed Cady then as he assessed her now. Cady Moss, surprised to see you here. But the glint in his eyes suggested he was more excited than surprised. Sadie inclined her head and motioned toward the campsite. What's going on, Perry? This idiot thinks he's taken me captive, but I'm a member of the Gulch since my parents are dead, and I'm their heir. Throwing around confidence like confetti, Cady lifted her chin and tilted her head to the side. She folded her arms like she had all the power in the world. Fake it till you make it kept running through her mind. Perry chuckled and stepped closer, almost into her personal space. Not stepping back took everything Cady had. She wouldn't be intimidated by him or anyone. Well now, that's a problem, Cady. Our rules are pretty clear that a woman can't do anything on her own or be unsupervised. It's just not safe out there. His mock concern did little to assuage her worry. Even his tone offered little comfort. Sadie laughed, shaking her head. Well, I assure you, I'm perfectly capable of... Perry cut her off by slicing a hand through the air. He turned toward Ted. Where's her daughter? He motioned toward Cady in an up and down sweeping gesture of his hand. She never travels without the girl. He turned to Cady. How old is she? Now, 12? 13? We have some guys that prefer the younger flesh. His grin came out of nowhere as he didn't even try to hide his intentions. Some men behind him chuckled. Cady narrowed her eyes, ignoring the anxiety his words caused. He only knew her daughter existed. He didn't know where she was. Opening her mouth to say Bailey was dead, Cady stopped as Perry ignored her and continued speaking to Ted while studying her. Don't worry about it. I sent Dick with a group to the Parks place. I think old Dusty has had enough protection up till now. He smirked. Sadie almost wasn't able to hide the panic flooding through her. Dusty was with this one, so that's probably a good idea. Ted studied Cady as well, his beady eyes greedily taking in her shape and form, leaving an itchy sting under her skin. Yeah, I don't see this taking very long. Grab Abby and have her get Cady into place. And then I want dinner on soon. They've been later and later with the meals. Perry turned from Cady as if she was no more than another log around the fire. Cady stared after him as she struggled with her desire to scream that he leave her daughter alone. That he leave the Parks couple alone. Even as panic ripped through her at what her daughter was going through, she couldn't help seeing Perry as a walking dead man. Because even as she knew she was in for a hard ride, she wouldn't lose her need to fight. And killing Perry had just become her reason to live.
Chapter 41. Buck. The only way to go is probably north, you think? Buck braked at the fork in the road. A yellow sign warned of a construction zone straight ahead, so that option was out. There aren't as many people, I think. How many times had he stopped there, intent on getting to Los Angeles for a shoot so he'd gone left without really thinking about it? Or how many times had he taken the middle road and gone into the cozy neighborhood across the way, where the construction was. To the right, though, they could head north, toward woods, and less chances of running into any dangerous populations. He could survive in the woods. Maybe. Maria's eyes widened as she studied their options. After a moment, she bobbed her head. That is fine. Her English was solid with a slight Mexican accent that complemented the golden tones of her skin and deep browns and blacks of her hair. She had finally stopped shaking, but her calm was only skin deep as panic seemed to be held at bay in the rims of her irises. Buck turned the steering wheel, moving them north. Maybe they could hide in the redwood forest or along the Oregon state line. They would have to find more gas if they wanted to pass the hills and mountains segregating parts of California. Buck couldn't pinpoint exactly how far they would make it on what was in the tank already, but he'd give it another hour or two. He kept his ruminations to himself. Instead, he cleared his throat and glanced Maria's direction again. Well, Maria, where's your family? Did they get sick? Conversation might help them feel normal, or close to normal, which would help with keeping calm. Buck felt the stress of trying to survive eating away at his state of mind. Maria didn't answer for a long moment, her lengthy lashes holding back a sudden wetness. She stared out the front windshield, as if lost in memories. Then she turned her distraught gaze Buck's way, and he glanced from her face to the road, back and forth, so as not to miss anything in either direction. Well, my brother is dead, as you know. My mama and papa died with the virus. My uncle promised to save Emilio and I, but instead joined the group we just got away from. My uncle is dead. He tried cheating the leader out of a bottle of tequila. She laughed dryly. The humorless sound sent shivers up Buck's arms. He only got to abuse me before they killed him. At least he wasn't involved in Emilio's death. A large tear worked its way down her cheek. She ignored its presence and fell silent. What did Buck say to that? He'd known about the pornography issues and pedophilia in Hollywood, and he'd turned a blind eye. As long as he didn't acknowledge its existence and didn't participate, he figured he could move along working his way through movies and roles and not cause waves. He'd stayed out of it, which didn't get him any respect, but didn't garner him any enemies either. Right now, though, he'd taken Maria and the gang on with full force. He'd taken one of their toys, Maria, and the group would most likely be after them. Plus, revenge was a strong reason to rile up a group of bloodthirsty men. Wasn't that what they were? Lawless and unfiltered. They needed something to focus on during the end of days. Wasn't that what would be all-consuming now? Something to entertain? They could do what they wanted to who they wanted, and there was nothing Buck or anyone else could do about it. Unless, of course, he wasn't there to deal with them. That's why Buck had to escape, and a huge part of him recognized that he needed to help Maria as well. All of his pent-up guilt over the years, about all the people he hadn't helped and had turned a blind eye from, came crashing in on him. He had to help her. There was no other chance for redemption. They fell into a vacuum silence. What did you say after her rant about her experience? There were no words, and Buck knew it. They sped past a few mile markers, climbing higher and higher into the mountains, passing trees that started out sparse and became thicker and thicker as they climbed. The air thinned, but in a pleasant way, without the weight of the slowly dissipating smog from the valley to cling to them. Maria's voice cut through the quiet. I know you're famous. Her tone was more accusatory than awed. Startled by the turn in conversation, Buck laughed and shook his head. His wrists relaxed on the lower curve of the steering wheel. Was. Not anymore. Besides, what was a young girl like yourself doing watching my movies? They weren't PG-13. Buck had prided himself on not being in the teeny bopper industry. There was a lot of money to be made appealing to preteen and teenage girls, but the fandom you could create was often cultish, and Buck didn't have the stomach for it. My papa loved to watch them. His favorite was Pivot. Maria half smiled, as if the memory of the movie was full of sweet things instead of the double agent aspect for a group searching for freedom from the mafia. Buck huffed. Well, that's sweet, but I still think you shouldn't have watched them. What kind of a home had she grown up in, watching rated R movies? Ridiculous. She shrugged. Oh well. Your movies were like watching Saturday morning cartoons compared to what I've been living. She tapped her finger on the armrest of the door and then jabbed her finger into the air toward the front of the Range Rover. There's a gas station. Maybe they have food? Buck tightened the muscles in his neck and shoulders. He hunched closer to the steering wheel, studying the sudden appearance of the out-of-the-way convenience store and gas station sitting on the shoulder of the road with the bluffs as a backdrop. Buck had passed by the station multiple times, but never really saw it for the possibilities. He had always opted to get his gas in town, where you could network at the pumps and see who was where. Faded wafer board had been nailed up over windows and doors with 2x4s crisscrossing to reinforce them. The building had an abandoned air about it, but that wasn't a guarantee, and Buck wouldn't have faith in one anyway. I think we need to assess where we want to go and what we want to do. Let's see if we can get inside and take a minute to get a beat on things. We can't keep driving forever. Plus, this place might have food, you think? The excitement in Maria's eyes convinced Buck to turn in, even if he hadn't wanted to. Where are we going to park? Maria bit her lower lip. She might have been dealing with worse situations than most adults would survive, but a light of vulnerability and innocence still shone in her eyes. As if an epiphany slammed through him, Buck realized there was no way he would ever let anything happen to her. She'd been through enough. Even without shoes on, he could do his best to protect her. He scanned as much of the area as he could see from his fast-approaching position. Motioning toward the side, Buck nodded. Let's park in back, and I'll see if I can get us inside. You can stay in the car until we know it's relatively safe. She would know he was displaying trust in her by leaving her in the car alone. There might be food in there. He tried not to be too hopeful, but he was starving, and he was sure she was too. She nodded, folding her arms across her chest and huddling in on herself. Buck pulled off the road and parked behind the cement-blocked building. Smothering his trepidation, he offered a smile to Maria, grateful his lips didn't quaver with nerves. He wasn't sure what he would find, but his lack of guns or anything else had never felt more apparent. What if he checked it out and someone killed him, tortured him, or tried to grab Maria? Brown, dry weeds grew from the cracks in the blacktop surrounding the building. Gray paint covered the cement squares, enhancing the texture of concrete pitting. Even the rust on the pipes running outside the building didn't break up the appearance of dry, just dry. Everything was dry, like it hadn't been tended in a while. The trees past the property line were vibrant and green, but their roots ran deeper than the weeds struggling to survive in the parking lot. No matter how long he looked, Buck wasn't going to find anything new. His view wasn't changing. Taking a deep breath, Buck ignored his slippers as he carefully slid from the driver's seat. He didn't touch the keys in the ignition. It wasn't until he'd closed his door with a soft click and rounded to the back door of the building that he realized there was nothing stopping Maria from driving away and leaving him there. It had only been a passing thought before, but the real possibility hit him as he faced the heat and an evening stuck in the elements. He had to take his chances. Plus, the possibility of finding food inside would probably be enough to keep Maria planted right there in the seat. Buck took a deep breath and reached for the door handle, not surprised when it didn't open. Of course, it would be locked. Why wouldn't it? People who boarded up windows wouldn't leave doors unlocked. He searched around each window until the lopsided appearance of a board looked as though the original owner had forgotten or maybe run out of nails since only one end of the boards were nailed in place. The other ends rested on each other, and 2x4 blocks placed between the ends. What would Buck find when and if he was able to get inside? Whatever it was, it had to be better than what he'd left behind. Chapter 42. Scott. Thump. 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 Scott blinked until his eyes were fully open and turned his head to the side. Staring out the rear passenger window, he tried to process the scenery blurring past the glass. Cement railings with their intricate designs in the headlights and beyond, that the sparkling waters of Pandora Lake highlighted by the silvery orb of the moon as it peeked from behind random clouds. He moaned, careful not to move too much. Everything hurt with a low throb, like it was trying to keep time with his pulse. "Oh, good. You're awake. How are you feeling? Are you dizzy?" Margie's voice pulled Scott's gaze slowly toward the front of the SUV. He met her gaze in the mirror and blinked hard, raising his eyebrows as he tried to focus on her. The movement of the expedition swayed, and a wave of nausea hit him full force. Scott licked his lips, lifting his limp hand and finding fur meeting his touch. He averted his eyes and found Ranger studying him. The most profound joy flooded through Scott. His friend was there. He'd made it. Swallowing, Scott curled his fingers into Ranger's furry side. Did the babies make it? How would they know? Who would know if the babies had made it? He hadn't even found out of it they'd actually died. Some of them. Wait, hadn't he waited and watched them die? His mouth formed an O, and he licked his lips again. What was he talking about? Of course the babies didn't make it. He'd killed them. Suddenly his eyes filled with tears, and he leaned his head back. No, they didn't make it. I killed them. I killed all of them. And her. I even killed the nurse. He sobbed, his side and chest burning all the way to his spine. He couldn't even cry fully with the pain ripping through his side. A gasp from the nephew-like boy in the front passenger seat had Scott lifting his head. He nodded shakily. Yes, I did. I killed so many of them. In that NICU. I had to save Jessica and the nurse. I can't even remember her name. Did she have a name? She had to have a name. What would her mom call her? Scott blinked as the lights from the dash stained his vision. She begged me to kill them, begged me to do it. It was so dark, and there were so many bodies in the hallways. No one was coming. No one. Scott's sobs increased, shaking his chest and arms. He hadn't wanted to kill them. He hadn't wanted his parents to die, or his nephew. All he wanted was to know that some good came from his actions, that he'd done something worthwhile. He glanced at the boy in the front seat, who had half turned to stare in horror at Scott. Scott nodded, lifting his hand and thrusting his thumb toward his chest. That's right, Jason. Me. I killed so many, and then I left you alone when you were sick. He slumped back against the seat, exhausted. How many decisions he'd made had caused more harm than good? What had he left on the line? What could he have done differently? The tires thumped over the lines in the bridge, and Scott sighed, then gasped at the jagged, sharp pain ripping anew in his chest. Heat in his thigh seemed to pull from the rest of him, leaving a wake of chilly forgetfulness behind. They were headed to save Cady. Another regret in his life. Another person he'd let down. She'd taken his niece because he couldn't. So many people he'd let down in his attempts to do what was right. Cady was at the top of the list. She let me down too. Scott startled himself with his voice in the quiet car. Margie and Riker hadn't said anything. They were silent as if they hadn't heard him. He gripped the armrest and tried to lean forward, but the effort cost him his breath. He leaned back, gasping, and then said, I love her, you know. Cady. I loved her when she wasn't available, and then I pushed her away when she was. He laughed at himself, the chuckle dry and resentful. That sounded just like him. Hot moisture collected in his eyes and burned streaks down his cheeks. He reached up and touched the tears on his skin. Ranger's velvet sandpaper tongue licked at Scott's neck and hand. Slowly, Scott nodded and leaned his head back again. Okay. Okay. He closed his eyes. Everything was going to be okay. As long as he didn't breathe, everything would be fine.
Chapter 43. Bailey. A fine sweat broke out on Bailey's skin. She couldn't tell if it was from the sickness or from nerves as the sound of the men's voices stopped. She turned to stare at the door. Where else could she look in her panicked state? She wasn't sure what she was scared of. The house was stable and safe. She'd watched Elba secure and double-check to make sure everything was locked up. Even the windows were small on the ground level and prevented a full-bodied person from climbing through, if they did break the triple-paned glass. Dusty had been thorough as he'd created his safe place. A pounding on the door made Bailey gasp, and she covered her mouth with her hand, staring wide-eyed at the door. A rustling behind her, and then the candles were snuffed out. They should have blown them out a while ago, as the darkness had encroached. Bailey didn't dare move. What if something she did gave away their presence? What if she sneezed, or cried, or tripped and made a sound? The pounding on the door came again. Harder, louder, more impatient and demanding. Ever so slowly, Bailey turned her head and met Elba's gaze over the back of the couch. The older woman's eyes seemed to agree with Bailey's instinct to keep things quiet. Their very survival could depend on how quiet they could be. The men's voices carried into the fireplace again, like a cacophony of angry dogs growling. Their voices began to fade, as if they walked away. Safety was within reach. Bailey leaned her head back, closing her eyes in gratitude. Jessica's sudden cry split the air, folding in on itself as she paused to drag in a breath, and then to cry again. Bailey snapped her eyes open and jerked her head around to stare at Elba. The older woman froze, then turned to stare at the infant, who had been quiet and peaceful for so long. Her face was red, and her mouth was open in desperation as she cried out. Small fists flailed and triggered something inside Bailey. She rushed to Jessica's side and picked her up, careful to not let her fear come through to agitate the baby further. Jessica soothed quickly, hiccuping as she blinked. She too was covered in sweat, but not from anything like Bailey was worried about. No, after that crying jag, she was lucky she wasn't a puddle of water. It's okay. Sheesh. It's okay. Bailey stood, holding the infant and moving toward the couch. A wave of dizziness passed over her, and she took a deep breath to steady herself. Back on the couch, she nestled Jessica, and then Elba moved to her side, placing shaking fingers on Bailey's shoulder. Listen. Her whisper was cut off by the growing sounds of the men outside, like they were laughing. The sound sent a shiver down Bailey's back. What had just happened? They'd heard Jessica crying. They knew people were inside, and they knew there had to be women because the baby was there. Wasn't that logical? Didn't that make sense? Bailey's eyes widened, but she continued rocking Jessica slowly from side to side. What were they going to do? The men couldn't get inside, as far as Bailey knew. But it wasn't her house, and she doubted Dusty and Elba had ever had a chance to test run a group of men determined to get at what was inside. The banging started up again, consistently growing louder and more demanding. Bailey tried shutting it out as she rocked the calming baby. Each time a bang shattered the quiet, though, Bailey jumped, which jostled Jessica. The baby started crying again, but less desperate and more with a tired bend to the tone. I know. Sheesh. I understand. I feel it too. Bailey's own strength was waning, and she leaned forward to rest the slight weight of the baby on her upper thighs. Elba rushed to her side as multiple hands began banging on the door and the walls around the panel. She spoke under the barrage of sound. We have a cellar you can get to from inside the pantry. If anything happens, you take Jessica and get down there. Let's go now. All three of us. Bailey shifted to the front of the couch, ready to escape to the cellar that Elba promised was safe. There would be protection from the cacophony of sound. Something sad darkened Elba's eyes. She shook her head. No, honey. It's not big enough for two people. You'll have to fit in there with Jessica. Bailey shook her head, overwhelmed with the banging which had moved to the windows and parts of the walls. Her neck hurt, and a headache had started. Was that a flush of heat from a fever? She wanted to lay down and take a nap, not hear that she was going to have to hide by herself with Jessica. She couldn't do that again. Bad things happened when she was by herself. She licked her lips, flicking her gaze around the interior of the home. Elba, can you hold Jessica? Elba sank onto the couch beside Bailey, her brow furrowed. She reached for Jessica, unanswered questions in the line of her lips. Bailey pressed her hand to her forehead. No, I can't go into the cellar. I'm sick. I can't guarantee that I'll be well enough to take care of the baby, or even that my mom will come back. Jessica needs someone who isn't sick to watch over her. You go into the cellar. I'll do what I can to protect the house. Of course, she couldn't get Jason's death out of her mind. The last time she'd taken on the mantle of protecting the home and the baby. If she didn't have to worry about Jessica or Elba getting hurt by her, then Bailey could maybe do what she needed to do. Die without hurting anyone. Jason had scared the crud out of her, and she didn't want to go out like that. She couldn't. Bailey blinked back her tears. After all she'd survived, she didn't want to die. Elba leaned over, Jessica cradled in her arms. She placed her hand on Bailey's shoulder. No, we'll stay out together. If it comes to it, we'll see who is better equipped to go under. Bailey had no doubt what her move would be. She wasn't as strong as her mom. Being sick wasn't a strength of hers. How would she ever be able to explain to her mom, if she ever saw her mom again? Chapter 44. Margie Delusional. That's what Margie would say about Scott, if anyone asked her. His mumbling rose and fell as his eyes closed. The view of him talking in a stupor wouldn't leave her rearview mirror, and Margie realized she didn't have to watch him. She didn't to keep glancing in the mirror. There was nothing behind them. There really was nothing ahead of them. The shadows of thick, lush trees and a sparkling lake reflecting the moon couldn't drown out the desolate feeling left behind. Abandoned. That's how everything felt. Like it had been tossed aside and left there to rot on the side of the road, the flies to hover. Scott's condition wasn't getting better. In fact, Margie wasn't sure what else she could do for him. His breathing hadn't deepened and was even more ragged than before. As soon as they could, she would get him to a safe place and let him get some rest, maybe attempt to inspect him more. She'd only taken time to work on his leg. Before they'd all had to sleep for a bit. Moving around wasn't good for his wound or his state of mind, but she couldn't waste any more time than absolutely necessary. Stopping Cady before she got to the gulch had taken on more importance. She wasn't sure what the pressure was around her, but Margie could feel something in the air, like tension when clouds moved in, except there was no storm coming. Is he going to be okay? Riker twisted back to face forward from watching Scott. Concern knit his brows together, and he glanced at Margie. I mean, I don't know him or anything. It's just... He shrugged, obviously embarrassed, but not enough to cut the conversation. Margie kept her voice low as she turned on the exit to get through Sandpoint. Look, Riker, you don't know him. I don't want you to get attached. If he dies... She swallowed and nodded jerkily. If he doesn't, then it will be a good thing. But he'll be in pain, and there will be a lot of things he'll have to do, and there will be even more for us to do. She wasn't concerned for herself. She could do it, but they weren't safe, and they wouldn't be. Not by the time he needed it. Sometimes you wished for death simply because of convenience and relief. Margie hated being the one doing the hoping. What can we do to help him now? Riker folded his arms and stared out the window. Well, if the bleeding doesn't stop, we'll see if we can find some cayenne pepper. That should help. The seasoning was fairly common, and there had to be enough empty houses along the route there that they could find some. Margie didn't want to seem careless, or like she didn't have sympathy for Scott's situation, but she had a daughter and a granddaughter headed toward a worse situation than she could define. She couldn't wait for Scott to get better. She just couldn't. As far as she was concerned, if Scott made it, then it was a bonus. If he didn't, well, she'd have to apologize to Cady when she was safe. Through the funnel-like beams of the headlights, emerald green leaves fluttered to reveal their silver undersides as wind ruffled the branches of the aspens along the water's edge. If Margie squinted, she could pretend everything was normal. She could unsee the lack of cars, the empty yards on a summer night, the deserted beach spots showcased by the moonlight. She could look past the silence of the roads as she drove down them. What she couldn't unsee was the dump site with a parked truck. She knew like it was her own. Sadie's rig. Had her daughter left it? Why was it sitting there, nestled between the dumpsters with no sign of life? Had she been robbed? Were they sleeping in the seats? Was that why they were nowhere in sight? Could it really be this simple? Cady would have guns. If she were anywhere around, she'd be armed to the gills and then some. Margie didn't want to surprise her daughter. She'd most likely get shot at. She rumbled into place in front of the truck and looked around. Now what?
Chapter 45. Perry Dick was a jerk. Perry was sick of waiting for the lazy man to return with the other girl and news from the Parks place. Dusty Parks was a thorn in any man's side, but most especially in Perry's. Dusty was a hardcore constitutionalist who didn't let things slide. Didn't Dick know Perry only allowed him to live out of sheer boredom? The whole thing was ridiculous. They should have killed Dusty and Elba the first go-round, but they hadn't because of some misplaced respect for his veteran status. Not anymore. There was no United States of America anymore. There was no nothing. The only systems of due process and order rest in the hands of those willing to claim it. Plainly speaking, Perry had no problem getting his hands dirty. None. He stood off to the side of the clearing, only a few feet from his tent, and watched as the new woman folded her arms across her chest and stared around her. She seemed to avoid looking at him, and that annoyed Perry. Cady Moss was no one special. Perry remembered mildly flirting with her back when her parents had first moved into the gulch. She'd been less uppity then. Guess she thought she was the princess of the apocalypse. Well, they all had their delusions to fight through. Perry's was in thinking he'd be able to be a friend and a leader. Things didn't work that way, and he was fine with it. His new delusion involved his future filled with loneliness. He had to smash that one. He needed a woman who was both strong but submissive. He couldn't teach strength, but he could beat submission into one. He continued studying Cady. Her chunky hair framed her face that was just barely beginning to show signs of age, with small crow's feet wrinkling the corners of her eyes and lines along the sides of her mouth from smiling. She was a petite and attractive woman, and the tilt to her head screamed derision. She had spunk as she made some comment to a man who whistled at her from across camp. Perry grinned. Yeah, he could take her and not share. That was the problem last time. He'd had to share because he was trying to fit into the group. But now, he was the leader, and he didn't have to follow the same guidelines as the others. He would give Cady a little more time with the others before he staked a claim on her. She usually had her daughter with her, and when Dick came back with the girl, Perry could use her as a weapon to get complete docility from Cady. Dang, he might keep them both as his. He wasn't above a little mother-daughter action. He'd have Cady's agreement before the weekend was out when she saw her choices included his attentions or the men's. Perry blinked from his thoughts as Ted sauntered toward Cady, arrogance in the swing of his step. He jerked his chin toward the woman and pointed toward the used and dirty pile of mattresses along the edge of the clearing. You and me now. His words reached Perry easily. Clenching his jaw, Perry approached Ted with an unhurried amble. He spread his hands and smiled at the two of them. Cady, with her derisive scowl, and Ted, who hadn't yet looked toward him. Ted, what's the problem here? Ted reached out and clenched Cady's upper bicep with his arm, squeezing hard enough her shirt and flesh pressed out between his fingers. Cady didn't even flinch. Ted snarled, facing Perry. I found her. She's mine first. The challenge in Ted's eyes was clear, but behind the glint of confidence, a shadow of fear lurked. Perry had no such qualms. He inclined his head and held an easy-going tone and volume. I want her. The other men and women at the camp quieted, as if they, too, could feel the tension roiling through the trees. Ted laughed, his brow furrowing. Well, you can have her when I'm done. Come on, Perry. These are your rules. His laughter faded as he stared at Perry. After a moment of silence, where Perry gave Ted an extra second, Ted jutted his chin out. She's mine, man. Laughing and shaking his head, Perry reached behind him nonchalantly, pulling his pistol from the holster at the small of his back. You know, Ted, It is my rule, but that doesn't mean I have to follow it. Perry lifted his gun, and before Ted could react with more than widened eyes, Perry pulled the trigger, his hand jerking back from the recoil. Ted fell backwards, the hole in his forehead off to the left of the center. A collective gasp spread around the camp. Perry didn't flinch or back down. He smirked, glancing at Cady and relishing in the sudden presence of fear and bewilderment in her gaze. Didn't see that coming, did ya? But was he speaking to her or to the entire group? He could feel it. They could all feel it. The power had completely shifted, and Perry wasn't ashamed to admit it was time. It was all coming together.
Chapter 46. Cady Perry had dropped Ted like he was a fly hovering around his food. A spark of crazy lit up the dark part of his gaze, and Cady suppressed a shiver that he wanted her. What had she done to deserve his special attentions? She refused to shift her gaze from his face, to take in the fear that spread throughout the inhabitants of the camp. No matter what, he couldn't think he'd gotten to her. That would be giving him more power than he already had. That wasn't an option. Not if she was to gain any traction with anyone else. She didn't need him to fear her. No one did. But the other women needed to know freedom was possible, that standing up to him, to all of them, was possible and probable. And dare she hope, preferable? Do you think you want to go collect your daughter for me? Or wait until I get her? Perry leaned close and wagged his finger toward Cady. My way probably isn't what you want in reality. A darkly sinister twist to his lips sent a chill down Cady's back, but she tamped it down, didn't show it. She shrugged, irritation arching an eyebrow as she folded her arms and thrust her hip to the side. I don't care what you do. She's not with me. She waved her hand. As you can see. She ignored the presence of the dead body feet from where she stood. Looking at his sightless eyes would probably push her over the edge of nausea, and she'd lose it, along with any credibility she might have gained. Perry nodded, his smirk bone-chilling. I know. She's at the Parks place. No big deal. I have my best guys on it. They'll drag her out and kill anyone else. Cady refused to let him affect her. Dusty was out there, rallying people to come get her. She just knew it. Bailey was safer with Elba and that baby than she would be anywhere else. Cady had to believe that wholeheartedly, or she'd lose her composure. She had to control her faith in something she couldn't control. The lack of control was something she'd have to adapt to, something she'd have to accept, at least for the interim, at least until she could get more power back. For the moment, all she had control over were her own emotions, her own reactions. For the time being, that would have to be enough. Do what you need to, Perry. She rolled her eyes and folded her arms. I'm still waiting for someone to offer me a drink. She ignored the throbbing pain in her cheek from the random hits she'd been delivered as she'd been led to the camp. Evergreen trees surrounded the clearing with a spiky intention, as if they too saw the happenings and weren't impressed. Would they burn as easily with rain so close? Would a fire burn past the creek and get the Parks place? Cady wouldn't be able to escape the flames, but it was a possibility. There were so many possibilities. Would the flames redirect and head toward her parents' place? If Dusty couldn't get to her, couldn't help her escape? If Cady herself couldn't convince the women to fight back? If. There were so many ifs. If they couldn't do what was needed to be done, then Cady had to come up with a contingency plan. Something that would take care of the animals threatening her daughter. True, if she burned down the forest, she would have to cope with the very real possibility that her parents' place would go too. A lot of innocent people would die. But at that point, what else was new? What else was at stake? If she didn't continue to put Bailey and her safety first, then everything else to that point would be in vain. She couldn't have that on her conscience. She had to keep Bailey's safety first, even over her own interests. She could do that. You look lost in thought. Is camp life already getting to you? Perry stepped to stand beside her, tucking his gun into his waistband. The odor of cologne mixed with unwashed flesh assailed her nostrils, and Cady fought back the gag working its way up the back of her throat. If nothing else, killing them would be a favor. I'm thinking of how you should die for kidnapping me and threatening my daughter. She smiled sweetly and looked directly at him, holding his gaze as he studied her. After a moment of silence, where so much passed between them, Perry's smirk broadened to a full-on grin, and he threw back his head and laughed, humor rich in the barking sound. He calmed down, wiping at his eyes and motioning toward the rest of camp. You're funny. He lowered his voice and shifted on his feet to angle himself closer to Cady, his smile never shifting. You have no idea what you're walking into. You have no idea how much fun you and I are going to have. With your mouth. His gaze shifted toward Cady's lips, and then he raised his eyes. You'll watch it sooner rather than later. He chuckled, then reached out and grasped her by the back of the neck. Bending her forward, he forced her to walk at a bent-over, half-crouched position, flinching from the tight grip beneath her skull. Cady did everything she could to not fight, to not struggle. Men like Perry thrived on the fight, the display of power. He had probably been a rapist for a long time. Cady had no idea how long he'd been a killer. As she stumbled over the rocky terrain beside Perry, she acknowledged the fact that she needed a plan to get out. More than just a passing confidence that she could rally the troops. Before she cold processed that Perry was stopping, Cady tripped on his extended foot, and he thrust her onto the dirty ground in the midst of a group of about 15 to 20 scantily clad women. Cady landed with an oomph, but didn't voice her discomfort. She rolled quickly to her rear and leaned on her hands as she drew her knees up closer to her chest. Perry knelt, his hands folded and hanging easily between his bent knees. He spoke conspiratorially, ignoring the rest of the women who shied away from his attentions, avoiding his gaze. Get some sleep, Cady, because the fun starts in a few hours, and I'd hate for you to miss any of it. A couple of the women whimpered, and Perry stood, strolling off and waving his arms. I want this body taken care of. Somebody get me news on Dick. People scattered and scurried to do his bidding. The man had lost it, and no one was stopping him. Cady glanced around the group of women. They were her hope of escape, of rebellion, of getting them all free and rising above the oppression of Perry and his gang. The women, collectively, refused to meet her gaze as well. They cast their eyes downward, shifting closer together to gather more heat and protection. If this was Cady's last hope, she had better start planning a different source. They weren't going to help her. Not when they themselves didn't know what hope was anymore. If she wasn't careful, the same could happen to her.
Chapter 47. Buck. Getting through the paneling hadn't been as hard as Buck had expected it to be. Inside the store, the fading light of the evening sunset seeped through the edges of the boards and through the seams between panels stacked on each other, creating a patchwork sensation that didn't quite light up the insides. Buck slid through the opening and then thrust backward, pressing his shoulder blades against the wall. His gaze darted left and right, eyes trying to adjust in the lack of light. Night would fall soon, and it would be perfect if they could shore up in the convenience store at least until they got some rest. Hello? His voice echoed off the laminate flooring and the glass doors to the coolers along the back. Items had been flung from the shelves, but that seemed to be the extent of the looting. Was there food? There was food. Bottled water had fallen across the floor from a stack on the side, and he bent his knees until he had crouched down enough to pick one up. Water. He blinked back relieved tears. Twisting the lid, the tearing of the plastic parts startled him. But Buck didn't hesitate to chug the bottle down. All of it. The cool water had a stale flavor to it, but it tasted as refreshing as a spring well to Buck. They would be safe in there that night, and maybe for a few more days, until they had something figured out. Buck gripped the now empty bottle and turned, pressing his shoulder against the panel of wood and pushing until there was a sizable gap to see through. He scanned as much of the surrounding landscape as he could before calling out, "Maria, turn off the rig! Come here!" At least the sound of the truck hadn't left, which meant she hadn't left. For some reason, that mattered to Buck more than the absence of the Range Rover did. The motor turned off, the resulting silence casting a morbid sense of urgency into the air. Maria peeked her head around the corner. Her dark hair hung in ply around her shoulders, and she stared at him with wide eyes. "It's safe?" Her tremulous voice held more disbelief than question. He jerked his head up and down, and then brandished the water bottle like a flag of victory. Even empty, the bottle still represented possibilities, and Maria didn't hesitate any longer. She scurried through the gap Buck created and into the shadows. Buck ducked his head inside, still holding the wood open. "Go to the back door and let me in. When I knock, I'm going to reclose this board up." He waited for her to respond. Maria nodded, her knuckles pressed to her teeth as she half-hugged herself and hunched her shoulders. She stared at him as he disappeared and pressed the wood into place. The nails would hold, but only if he pounded them into place. Buck hadn't brought a hammer. He glanced at his feet. He hadn't even brought shoes. The sight of the tattered slippers emboldened him. He'd gotten Maria away from the psychos in his neighborhood without shoes. He could figure out how to resecure the safe place. He didn't need a hammer. He needed something to act as a hammer. What had he brought in the car? Had Maria grabbed the keys? Questions ran through his hunger-induced confusion. What was most important? He'd board up the window and then grab the keys. Then he could go inside and get something to eat. Food. Anything. Still staring at his feet, his attention shifted, and he found himself studying a large round rock half buried along the water runoff line from the roof. Other gravel and silt-like material had it crammed into its spot, but Buck used a flatter but less stable neighboring rock to scratch it out of its place. He hefted the shoe-size rock in his right hand and braced himself against the wall with his left. Perfect. Using the rock, he hammered in the loose nails. Reaching forward, he pulled on the boards, satisfied they were anchored in place. Moving around the building, he checked for any other signs of weakness, rock in hand. It was a great tool, but also a makeshift weapon. He needed a weapon, and the weight of the rock gave him more comfort than an empty hand. When Buck found nothing else to secure or any other signs of danger, he limped back to the rig and yanked the car keys from the ignition. Clicking the lock button, he shut the door and made his way to the back door. Leaning on the cement building, he knocked with a solid bang-bang. The door was metal. That fact added to his sense of security. Would she let him in? There was no need for her to. She had food and water. She didn't need him. He could drive off, knowing she was safe, and they wouldn't have to speak to each other about the choice she'd made. He needed food, but he could find something else. He would need to. He should go. While he probably should do exactly that, Buck was too much of a coward to leave. He needed something to eat. He needed security. Not too long ago, days if not only mere hours had passed since he'd been relatively safe in the luxury of his home. True, he had been starving, but at least he'd been protected from the elements, the heat of the California sun and the winds. Now he had nothing. The gas station represented a huge find that he didn't want to give up. Not yet. He knocked again, waiting impatiently and with no small amount of worry. Would she let him in? Was she going to leave him out there? Buck glanced behind him, gripping the rock with a fierceness he hadn't been aware he had. What would he do? Break back in? Did he want to risk it as the sun was almost gone? The door opened slowly, just when Buck was certain Maria was going to leave him outside. She looked past him and then motioned him inside. Buck didn't wait. He darted past the door and pulled it shut behind him. He fumbled at the door to make sure it was locked. When had he started breathing fast? He narrowed his eyes at Maria, who had folded her arms across her chest and stared at him. "You weren't going to let me back in, were you?" Buck didn't have to ask, but part of him wanted to hear why she had. His altruistic thoughts on what he should do had fled. Faced with the very real possibility of being left out there, he didn't want to be the good guy. Not for a few minutes so he could be safe inside. She shook her head and half shrugged. But I did. But she did. So true. Buck shifted to the side on his hip, wincing at the newly inflamed knee pain from his injury by the pool. He wanted to start a fire, but there was nothing safe to contain it in. They'd burned down their sanctuary, and Buck wasn't willing to consider that option. They'd both chosen a fruit-filled pie pocket, a can of something, Buck's was ravioli, and plenty to drink, and sat across from each over with a small lantern burning between them. They had taken a spot closer to the back so as not to chance any light from leaking out through the cracks. As they ate in hushed silence, Buck couldn't help feeling some of the worry fade. The faux sense of security would make sleeping possible. Buck wasn't dumb. If they had been able to get inside, others could as well. But he didn't want to think about that tonight. He'd worry about it when he had a chance to breathe, when he'd rested and drank more water and some of the apple juice he'd found. "Are you comfortable just sleeping on the floor?" They hadn't spoken much since sitting down to eat, but as Buck realized no one was going to take his food and that he could actually get full, he loosened up a bit. Maria nodded and licked the sugar frosting from her fingers. She stared at the lantern and then lifted her eyes to Buck, a small amount of fear back in her expression. "You can use me if you want to." Her words brought with them a temptation to not feel so alone, to curl himself into a warm body. But the words didn't hold the weight they should, since they came from a child. He shook his head, holding up a hand as he spoke calmly. "Maria, thank you for the offer, but as long as you're with me, you don't need to do that. Your body is yours. Plus, you're not old enough to make those types of decisions, and those men back there had no right forcing you." He'd never spoken with such conviction before. To have something he believed in felt good. Relief and confusion furrowed Maria's brow. "I don't understand. Don't you need to do that to feel better?" She chewed on her lower lip, looking more like an 8-year-old than the teenager she was. Feel better, as if hurting someone weaker than himself would make him feel better. Pressing his lips together, Buck shook his head. "No, I just ate, drank some water, and now I'm going to use this V8 bottle as a pillow, and I'm going to get some sleep. That will make me feel better, not raping a kid. Knowing you're not being raped is comforting as well." He hadn't known her before that morning, but that didn't matter. One person saved. He could claim that, at least. She nodded tightly and blinked back tears. Her whisper filled the room. "Thanks for finding me, Buck." He had found her, or had she found him? Either way, he was glad he wasn't alone. Chapter 48. Scott blinked at Ranger's whimper. It wasn't urgent like there was danger, but it was more imploring, like Ranger needed to use the bathroom. Didn't they all? The pain in Scott's thigh had dulled, but the chill in his limbs had increased. If he moved, the bleeding would probably restart, if it had ever even stopped. At the angle he'd fallen asleep in with his back slightly arched and his arms stiff at his sides, he could breathe, but barely. He was cold, almost numb, and he had no idea how long he'd been out. Turning his head to the side, he looked past Ranger's large brown eyes and out the window of the expedition. The surrounding area couldn't decide if it was dark or not, as moonlight reflected off a vehicle to their right, and dumpsters commandeered the periphery of the clearing. They cast long shadows with sharp angles and hid secrets in the night. Buck narrowed his eyes at the vision of the truck. He recognized it, but couldn't make out the colors of the paint. The canopy had a white decal on the side window, which was an outline of Idaho. He'd recognize that sticker anywhere. Cady's truck. They'd caught up to her. Relief washed over him. He closed his eyes a moment and then glanced forward, studying the sleeping driver and passenger. Cady's mom had made it back. He wasn't sure why that hadn't clicked before, or maybe it had. Either way, he was relieved for Cady. She would need her mom. Margie would need her daughter. Things didn't feel quite right. Sensations running through him were out of sync or confusing with how he wanted to feel, how he knew he should feel. Ranger licked Scott's face again, his whimper more insistent. Scott studied his longtime companion. "Okay, buddy," he whispered, continuing to breathe shallowly as the ache in his side was ever present. What exactly had he done to himself? He'd fallen, but he didn't remember hitting his back or side. He could have. He'd been more focused on surviving the shootout than what was hurting. He'd been shot. He'd figured that was as injured as he could get. Scott took a deep breath and opened the door to his left, leaning back to let Ranger squeeze past his legs. The light above him blinked on, and he reached up, pressing on the light to turn it off. He didn't want to bother Margie and the kid more than he needed to. His dog jumped down, rushing here and there in his search for the perfect place to go to the bathroom. Scott angled himself to the side, sitting upright as much as he could. Every movement jostled him, and all the pain returned tenfold, and he clenched his teeth. He couldn't stay there. Sudden claustrophobia washed over Scott, and he needed to move, to get out. He had to get out of that truck. Immediately. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Scott fumbled at the door for the handle. Moments before, he'd been able to open the door so easily, and now his panic made it nearly impossible to do a simple task. His limitations annoyed him, but he pushed through the pain in his leg and the warm reminder that he'd started bleeding again. The blood softened the stiff jean and bandage on his thigh. His chest felt constricted and filled with pressure. He had to get out of the sitting position. Maybe that would help. Swinging his legs down from the seat, Scott muffled a groan of pain trying to escape. After the initial stabbing sensation subsided, he gasped and scanned the ground and surrounding areas for Ranger. He pressed his hand to his side, a few inches above the center of his waist. He couldn't breathe. With no water in sight, he felt like he was slowly drowning. How was that possible? In all honesty, he wanted to see Cady, make sure she was okay. He just needed that. Maybe if he could do that, his mindset would turn around. Because something was off. Inside of him, deep inside. Something he didn't want to admit was growing and taking over. Outside of the drowning sensation, outside of the pain, he couldn't really put pressure on his bad leg, but at the same time, he couldn't feel anything but the throbbing pain where the bullet had claimed a chunk of his flesh and had to have hit bone. Margie had muttered something about it being superficial, but she'd been missing the look of reassurance she should have had. She hadn't been telling the truth, and Scott didn't doubt it. Plus, neither of them had known about the pain in his side. Leaning on the rig, he hopped one painstaking bounce at a time, the movement jarring to his bad leg, but liberating at the same time. He gasped with each movement, pressing harder to his torso so he could stabilize whatever was causing him pain. Limping forward and dragging his leg behind him worked. For now. He rounded the expedition and grinned at the sight of the truck still there. Searching the windshield for any sign of Cady or Bailey, Scott drew his eyebrows together. Were they sleeping? Why weren't Margie and Riker talking with Cady? Why were they sleeping? They should have been discussing their next steps, the rest of the plans. Things weren't adding up, and Scott needed to sit down. He would have to pass the truck to get to the collection of boulders just past the rig, and he suddenly wanted... No, he had to sit there. He could watch the sun come up and maybe recover some of his energy. Facing the day, maybe his mindset would adjust. He could use something more positive in his life. He had a feeling there was no such thing in store for himself. Scott hobbled past the windows, peeking inside and finding empty seats. Where was she? Where was Bailey and Jessica? They were gone. Even the back of the truck was empty. Everything was gone? They'd loaded up a lot into the back of the truck and now it was all gone? Had they been robbed? Why would Cady just leave the truck there? They couldn't carry everything wherever they'd been headed. He panted, and sweat dripped down his face. The shadows had become more sinister, more like they wanted him gone rather than welcoming him. The night got darker just before dawn. He was in more pain before he'd get better. He had to hold on to that. With the things he'd done, the shadows should welcome him. He wasn't as good as he wished he were, as he'd tried to be. Trailing his hand on the cool metal of the truck bumper, Scott took a few steadying breaths, pressed harder on his side, and then jumped the last 3 bounds to the rocks. He cried out. He didn't have to move far after reaching the moss-covered stones as he lowered himself onto the flattest one he could reach. His side. Oh, flames. His side. He couldn't breathe. He rolled his head side to side, holding his palm to his ribs and trying not to scream. Scott stretched on the rock. Taking a deep breath, he stared up into the sky. What was he doing? What had he done? He'd stayed behind and gotten shot. As much as Margie had tried helping him, he could feel the pain spreading out from that spot with a feverish heat he didn't want to accept. And his side. Oh, his side. He coughed, lifting his free hand to his mouth. Pulling his hand back, he blinked at the dark flecks on his skin. Was that blood? The top part of the sun's curve peaked above the mountain silhouette, and the sky erupted in pinks and purples. A soft breeze ruffled his hair, and Scott shivered. Even though he wanted to see Cady again, even though he needed a chance to see his niece again, and to raise her, he couldn't continue living the way he was. He had more doubt, and pain, and guilt than any one person should have to carry. The deaths of those babies tore at him. The deaths of his family members and his nephew ripped pieces of his soul out minute by minute. He couldn't be who he wanted to be with so much guilt eating at him. The chill of the rocks at his back seeped deep inside him, and he blinked slowly. The only spot of warmth seemed to be the blood continuing to come from his leg and the pain tearing up through his chest. Scott didn't care. He'd reached his crossroads, and he didn't deserve another chance to mess up.
Chapter 49. Bailey Crash. The tinkle of glass falling to the rock flooring around the mantel filled the silence following the window shattering. Bailey stared upward to the window a rock had just torn through. No one could reach the oddly shaped window from the ground outside. But the men attacking the house didn't seem to care about getting in so much as scaring the people inside. Bailey glanced at Elba, who had claimed a spot on the couch, tucked close to the wall and away from any windows or doors. She rocked her upper body, back and forth with Jessica in her arms, and a blanket corner drawn over the baby's face. The older woman blinked at the rock resting harmlessly on the ground, and then turned her attention to Bailey. She swallowed, keeping her voice low. "Do you think they're going to keep going, or do you think they'll go away soon?" Why was the woman asking Bailey? She wasn't old enough to know what was in the minds of those crazy men. Why would they try to do anything to someone else's house? Why couldn't they just keep going, since they knew someone else was inside? Bailey shook her head and lifted her shoulder, but decided that wasn't good enough. "I don't know. I don't know what they want," she barely whispered. "What do you think we should do?" Elba's worry scared Bailey. "I don't know. Do you have a gun?" She glanced around the living room and into the kitchen like a weapon of some sort would magically appear. What else could they use? A ladle? Yes. Here, take Jessica." Elba stood and carefully transferred the infant to Bailey's arms. She disappeared down the hallway, ducking with each pounding on the door and the yelling of the men. Bailey shushed Jessica, who wasn't making a sound anymore, but was sucking on her fist. Bailey couldn't let anything happen to the small child. No matter what, she had to work with Elba to make sure Jessica was taken care of. The baby had been through a lot and deserved to survive. Cautious treading on the carpet in the hallway pulled Bailey's attention. The fact that she could even hear Elba's footsteps over, or maybe under, the barrage of men's voices and strikes against the house was amazing. Elba fumbled with a firearm, her look of fear and confusion, as she tried to work some bullets into the piece, scared Bailey. "Here, Elba, I'll do it. Let's trade again." Bailey tried smiling at the older woman who had the grace to look embarrassed over her inability to use the gun. She set the piece on the side table with the box of ammunition and reached out gratefully for Jessica. Once she had the baby in her arms again, she reclaimed her spot in the corner of the couch and watched Bailey. Drawing her eyebrows together, Elba watched Bailey confidently handle the gun, as if it were as simple as a mechanical pencil. Elba cleared her throat. How do you know how to do that so well? You're only a baby yourself, Bailey. Bailey didn't take her comment offensively. Of course, she was a baby to the older woman. Of course, she shouldn't be there, putting bullets into a firearm that wasn't hers, getting ready to shoot anyone who got too close to getting inside. Of course, she shouldn't be faced with the end of the world and charged with protecting and raising an infant that wasn't even related to her. She'd killed someone, a boy she'd liked very much. She'd had to see others die. And even without the men trying to get at them from the outside, Bailey faced her own mortality. With the presence of the rash spreading up and down her neck and a fevery need to do something or pass out. She was a baby. Bailey finally lifted her eyes to meet Elba's as she answered. I lost that luxury a long time ago. It was one she'd never get back.
Chapter 50. Perry took his leadership role seriously. As captain of the Raggedy Group, he made sure he was the first one up every morning, rain or shine. No matter how much he wanted to be in bed in the tent, he had a lot to do, and even more to worry about. If you wanted power, you had to make sure those you wanted to wield it over were doing their parts. Dick still hadn't come back. The pre-dawn blush was just beginning to lighten the edge of the eastern mountain range. Dick and the men had been gone plenty long and should be back by then, either reporting dead people or dragging women along behind them. Perry wasn't picky. He didn't care. But having 5 or 6 men away from the camp was a measure Perry hadn't planned on longer than a few hours. He'd taken into account hiking time as well as resistance. But how much resistance could an old man like Dusty and his older wife put up? The coffee he poured from the constantly brewing camp coffee pot was stiff and black. He stood off to the side of the fire, kicking another log into place and stirring up the coals from the night into a warmer blaze. As the sun slowly soaked the sky with rays from its hiding place behind the mountains, more men stretched and joined Perry at the fire. He didn't ask a lot as a leader, but what he did, he made sure the men followed. They might stay up late, but they were also up early. They had work to do. He had to get that wall into place. He was going to keep a sentry every 10 feet or so at posts with rifles. No one was getting in without his permission, and no one was getting out. They'd be a private community that was safe. Safe and private. His 2 favorite things. He stepped away from the growing group around the fire. He didn't like the men he led. He just dealt with them. About 20 feet from the campfire, Perry wrapped his hands around the mug of heat and lifted it again to his lips. Over the brim of the cup, he spied Cady slipping from the sleeping area they stored the women in and approached the fire. Perry lowered his cup and watched as she reached out for the coffee pot and a mug amongst the group of men who fell silent as they watched her. A slight grin slid to the side of Perry's mouth. Was she brazen or what? One of Ted's cohorts, Dan, stepped forward and yanked her around to face him. Anger and other controversial emotions sprawled across the man's face as he glared at Cady. Why was he so mad? Perry glanced to the spot where he'd left Ted's body. Dan must have been one of the guys who had gotten rid of the corpse. They had a standing rule that any dead bodies were to be thrown over the cliff's edge to prevent scavenging animals from coming into camp. Dan drew back his hand and slapped Cady. The woman turned her head to the side, facing Perry. She clenched her jaw and slowly turned back to the cocky man who grinned. Perry was a little disappointed that Dan had slapped her. If you were going to get a woman, or anyone for that matter, into submission, you had to punch them with a full fist. Cady moved so fast, Perry blinked in surprise when her balled-up fist connected with Dan's jawline. Dan stumbled backward at the solid throw. The men shifted to the side, as if making room for the show about to be unleashed. Perry wouldn't get involved this time. Sadie wanted to mingle with the men. She'd have to learn her place, and Perry wasn't the guy to do it for her. He lifted his mug again and settled onto the heels of his boots.
Chapter 49. Margie. Margie lifted her head when Scott slid from the back of the rig. She winced with each muffled moan and scraping foot drag he forced. She knew what he was going through, and yet she didn't. He'd mumbled some things, regrets that she hadn't understood, but the pain in his voice was easy to get. When his words had become babies and kill, she couldn't keep hold of the conversation thread, blocking out everything it could have been or meant. She couldn't comprehend killing babies, even though he said the nurse had begged him. Margie couldn't wrap her brain around that. From her spot in the driver's seat, Margie turned to the side and watched as Scott rounded the front of the expedition and then made his way slowly to the truck. His shoulders drooped, and he forced himself to go further. He was stubborn, and that might help him survive. Stubborn and the will to live were both important to surviving the end of anything. When he stopped at the boulders, the barest blush of dawn casting a grayish hue over the trees and blurring the details of the area, Margie moved from her seat. She quietly opened the door, and the soft morning breeze reminded her why she loved the Northwest summers. She'd been so wrapped up in returning and keeping herself safe, her husband alive, when he was alive, and then just getting to her remaining family, she'd forgotten what it was about her home that she loved. There was beauty in the safety of the mountains, in the strength of the trees and boulders. There was practicality in the mullein growing along the sides of the roads, and the plantains spotting the fields. Earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic explosions, and more didn't plague that part of the world, her small corner of the world. Cady had tried to point that out multiple times to Margie and David, but the couple had brushed off her words of wonder as prepper drivel. But the more Cady had shared with them over the years, and the more knowledge they'd collected, the more the area had grown on them. Until now, as Margie returned to keep Cady from it, she had to admit her home was probably going to be the best place to weather the circumstances. Instead of stopping Cady from going to Margie's, maybe what she should be doing needed to include finding a way to stop Perry and his gang from controlling her home. Her feet hit the ground, and she was flooded with resolve. She'd get Scott patched up, and they'd find Cady, and then they would all band together and stop the Gulch from being the tyrannical group it had become. Maybe they could do something with it, and maybe not. Either way, Margie wanted to go home. She was tired. She wanted her own bed, and she wanted to look out over the field and sit in the porch swing David had loved sitting in every evening. She needed something to feel closer to David for a second. Disconnected from her husband was the worst part of all. He was gone, and she had no way to comfort herself. She needed that. Something like that. Maybe Scott needed something similar. A few encouraging words, or even someone to unload his burdens onto. Margie clicked the door shut, glancing back to make sure Riker hadn't woken. She had to make some hard decisions, and she'd rather just talk with another adult. One who had just as much at stake as she did. Ranger's whimper pulled her around the end of the expedition, and she stopped and stared. Slumped to the side, Scott's hand hung limply at his side, fingertips bloodied with glossy red. His face was pale in the sunrise, and his lashes only drew more attention to the shadows around his eyes. Rushing to his side, Margie knelt on the edge of the rough boulder, her jaw slack. "What did you do?" She placed a consoling hand on his arm, the only place she could see that might not hurt him. "I killed them, all of them, over 40 innocent babies." Tears rolled from his red-rimmed eyes, and he sniffed weakly. "I had to. The nurse begged me to. Begged me. I killed her, too." He licked his bottom lip, his breathing labored. "They were sick, and I can't believe I did it." His confession stopped Margie's panicked attempts to halt the bleeding on his thigh. She glanced at his face and held her expression neutral as she stared at the mess on his leg, where she'd cut away his jeans to bandage the muscle at Cady's house. had been replaced by raggedy edges torn further along the denim edges. But the denim wasn't the only thing ruined. Scott had ripped the gauze and tape from his flesh and then dug into the wound, as if he wanted to make it bleed more, wanted to destroy the flesh further. Margie held her voice neutral as she asked, "Did you do this?" She wasn't sure how she could fix it. There was a lot of damage. Who else would do it, though? It's not like there was a wild animal lurking around the rocks just waiting for a chance to tear at flesh and not eat it. My chest. I needed something else to hurt. He opened his pain-filled eyes, pleading from his very soul. I killed them, Cady. I'm dragging you guys back. I can't go on. I don't want to. He stared at her, caught up in his confession. Please, say you forgive me. I didn't mean, I would never hurt anyone without a reason. You know? Scott, it's me, Margie. She glanced at his thigh and the fresh stream of blood oozing from his flesh. He'd lost a lot more blood over the last day than Margie could see possible. She didn't want to watch him die, but she had a feeling he was giving up. He blinked, ignoring the sweat beading on his forehead. Right, Margie. He licked his lips. I know. But his eyes were glazed and his words slurred where the sounds should have clipped off. Can you just sit with me? Scott's plea didn't fall on a cold heart. Margie wasn't sure how she'd gotten to bear the confessions of her daughter's friend, or what she would tell Cady when the opportunity arose, because it had to arise. She had to be able to talk to Cady again. So did Scott. It's not too late. I could probably... He shook his head, leaning his head back and resting it on the curve of a neighboring rock. I wish there was some way to know for sure that I was forgiven, you know? You don't get to escape purgatory when you kill that many innocents. His words slurred further, and he mumbled some more, and then closed his eyes. His breathing shallowed, and Margie blinked back tears. Reaching up, she brushed at the hair that fell across his brow and murmured, If anyone would be forgiven, Scott, it would be you. Go in peace. She nodded tightly and glanced at the worriedly pacing and whining dog. Ranger, you watch him for a few minutes. When Scott was gone, she'd have to figure out what she was doing. She couldn't leave Cady's things here, and she couldn't justify just leaving Scott out in the open. She couldn't stay there beside Scott while he breathed his last. She shuddered, standing and stepping around the boulder to Scott's left. Her foot kicked the rock, but it didn't sound like a rock, or even feel like one. It sounded hollow, like a bucket or something. Margie glanced back at the slowly fading Scott and debated once again against forcing him to let her help him. But no, he wanted this. She didn't know how she would even care for him after this point. Where would she put him? She couldn't carry him to the truck or the car, and she couldn't force him to keep his hands off the wound. No, this was where he would lie, where he would cross over and accept the things he could not do and the things he had. Margie bent down and brushed a collection of needles and moss from on top of the item she'd thought was a rock. Instead, she uncovered 2 plastic tote bins, clearly marked with Cady's family name. Margie had found where all of Cady's things had gone. She moved the totes one at a time to the truck, stacking them at the back of the bumper. She'd have to leave some things where they were since she couldn't load everything from the expedition into the truck, as well as the things that Cady had packed into the truck. But she could certainly take the majority of it. A tote of baby formula would be added to the items the truck. Margie wasn't going to leave anything important behind. She was going to help her daughter and granddaughter. There was nothing else to choose from. They must have a baby with them if the formula was packed. That added a level of stress to the situation. An extra key to the truck would be on the expedition keyring. It wasn't the first time Margie had borrowed a vehicle from Cady. Ranger whined and whined, his whimpers growing more plaintive and desperate as Scott's breathing shallowed and then dropped off. Margie tried not focusing on the things Scott was going through. At least, he was dying on his terms and not someone else's. She would be able to cope with that. She could handle that if she had to go. Ranger's long, low, mournful call gave Margie pause, and she listened, bowing her head as the absence of his breath shut down the silence. So, Scott had gone. She nodded tightly as if to give herself permission to mourn him at a later time. She would need to cover his body with some branches or something. She closed her eyes again and took a deep breath. How much more would she be expected to cope with? How much more? She stepped back, tilting her head so her face was raised toward the sky. Inhaling deeply, she let her rage and sadness out in a yell that came from deep in her gut. She and Ranger were in the same emotional rut, but Margie couldn't let herself give over to the tears. The temporary release was enough to give her a few more days without a breakdown. She could make it. Margie would tuck his death into the same pocket of her mind as she'd tucked David and Kelsey. When she was safe, she could dwell on her losses, but not until then. When she was ready, she would have Riker help her grab Ranger, and they would head out in search of Cady and Bailey. Maybe her friends, the Parks, had seen something, if they were even still around. Chapter 50. Abigail remnants of the Children of the Sun lay scattered throughout the musty basement. Pictures drawn by children hung listlessly on the distressed wainscoting. Tattered velvet curtains, partly ripped from the rod, hung to the side of the window, blocking only a bit of the sunlight. Timothy, the leader, flopped over the edge of the platform he'd had raised for his glory. Abigail breathed hard, her chest rising and falling. She scratched at the pocked concrete wall she leaned against, staring at the 6 women and 2 men who had survived the virus and the cure, only to drink the punch that Timothy had passed out to them in little paper Dixie cups. She'd watched him prepare it. She'd listened to his insane ramblings. His shaking hands had given away his withdrawal. None of his drugs had been available for quite some time. The same drugs he'd used to make his followers. Well, to make them his followers. How long had she sat there, with her cup of promises sitting on the ground by her knee? Since morning? Since dawn? The afternoon light was over bright as it shone through the sliding doors of the daylight-style basement slider. Timothy had convinced one of his rich followers to give them his house. Abigail couldn't remember the man's name. She'd been given to him a few times, but he'd liked them younger than her, so she'd been spared. Like 17 wasn't young enough. When would she get up? She leaned forward, bracing her elbows on her knees and staring around the basement. Had she really been the only one not to drink? After a moment, she realized nothing was going to change. It had taken all day of sitting among the group for her to come to that conclusion. And she wasn't quite sure what she was doing there anymore. Scrambling to her feet, Abigail leaned down and grabbed her punch. Regardless of what it had done, a small part of her was consumed with guilt that she hadn't followed the orders that Timothy had given. As if maybe she'd failed to prove her faith or something. But she hadn't had a good buzz in a few weeks, and most of her faith was wrapped up in that high. On shaky legs, more from hunger than loss or withdrawal, Abigail stepped around the toppled bodies, tiptoeing toward the slider. There was no food in the building. Everything was gone. A huge reason why Timothy had pulled the mass suicide. He was sick of running out of things to eat as well. What was she going to do? The summer heat would protect her from the cold nights, but Abigail didn't have any food or water. She didn't have a tent or any form of bedding. She had nothing. And there on the hilltop overlooking the desert, outside of Reno, Nevada, Abigail had to accept she didn't have many options. They were about 2 miles from the next building, or outpost. She wasn't sure how far from a town or city. There would be survivors from the illness, but what type of survivors would they be? She glanced back over her shoulder at the swelling bodies of her groupmates. At least they had been family, had endured so much together. She joined the cult. Yeah, she could accept it was a cult, always had, when she was about 15. Her foster mom had kicked her out, and she'd been disinterested in going back into the system. Looking for a solid hit, she'd found Timothy giving out a new drug outside a community center. He'd smiled and offered the light, my child. The hit was good, but his promise of family and not being alone anymore had been more appealing. She hadn't been alone, but she hadn't been herself either. Cup still in hand, Abigail slid open the door and stepped out into the desert heat. The warmth of the sun's rays eased the ache of despair inside the basement. What was she going to do? The suicide had seemed cowardly, but now that she had to face everything alone, maybe letting go wasn't such a bad idea. Maybe accepting that this life wasn't for her anymore was the only choice she had left. Taking a breath, Abigail lifted the styrofoam cup. Staring at the creosote bushes and the sand that abutted the overgrown brown grasses, Abigail murmured, "Here's to the next one, right?" Tilting the glass, she swallowed the bitter drink and waited. It would only be a moment, right? Just a moment, and she wouldn't have to worry about hunger, loneliness, or loss anymore. Chapter 51. Cady's face hurt, but she wouldn't back down. Dan wasn't going to touch her, not like he thought he was. She wasn't going to give in to any of his demands. She might be small, but her dignity would keep her fighting far past the point of sanity. She lifted her chin, balling her hands into fists and glaring at the hot-headed man. "You're such a big man hitting a woman. Is that the only way you can get their attention? Huh?" She didn't back down, holding her ground as the red in his face darkened to an almost purplish hue. She held her hands in fists at her sides, refusing to acknowledge the bruising in her knuckles from the last punch she'd landed. She could feel the group gathering around them, the men laughing at her comments and giving a low catcall at Dan. Cady tightened her jaw. What was she doing? She could back down. She could give up, go sit down. But a break in the men around her caught her eye. The group of women were awake and watching, their eyes wide as they huddled at the edge of the clearing in their torn shirts and bare feet. Cady couldn't back down now, even if they held a gun to her head. Taking a deep breath, Cady had to accept that she wasn't a martyr. But this might be one of those times she had to take one for the team to show the women that they would survive. There was something better than doing what they'd been doing. Even death was better than slavery. She snarled in Dan's direction. "You're not getting anything off me." She tightened the muscles in her back. She was going to get it, and she knew it. He laughed. In fact, the men in the group laughed. Sham. Dan stepped forward, a promise in his eyes Cady had to keep herself from shrinking from. He narrowed his gaze and smirked. "You'll give me whatever I want, or we'll take it. Whatever works for me." He'd said we. Had he meant she'd be gang raped or something? What had they done to the other women? Did she want to push it to find out what that something was? Was it worth it? What if she didn't? What if she gave in and did what they wanted, accepted what they wanted to do to her? No. Another glimpse of the fear and brokenness of the captive women outside of the circle of men strengthened her resolve. She wouldn't be a toy or a tool for these men to take care of their boredom or their fear. She wasn't going to live like that. Not for 1 minute. She'd fight. Because if she didn't fight, then what was she doing? There were more women than men in that group, and she just had to show them what was possible. It didn't matter that she was only one. Just one woman against about 10 men. She'd have to keep her jaw tight so that she didn't bite her tongue when they beat her. They were a lot bigger than she was, and she'd be lying to herself if she said she wasn't afraid. But she'd never admit it, not to anyone there. Instead, she laughed, hard. "So, you're telling me that all of you will beat on me. You're all so big and strong to hit a woman one at a time, and yet to prove just how amazing you are as men, you're going to do it as a group, like a big group of bullies." She laughed again, then spit in Dan's face, deepening her voice. "Go ahead, little man, do your worst. Because all you're proving is that you're worthless. You're nothing. You don't deserve to be a part of anything great, because you're less than anything even unremarkable." She clenched her stomach. Okay, who would throw this at that Where would the pain come from? Something crossed Dan's eyes, a breaking in his anger. Could she have struck a nerve? Was she closer to the truth than she'd thought? Another man mumbled something, and Dan's shaking determination steadied. His gaze hardened. Cady's possible respite passed. Okay, she'd either survive what came next, or she wouldn't. But she'd had the virus, and she'd survived that. It would be just her luck that she wouldn't survive this.
Chapter 52. Buck. Maria woke in tears. Her sobbing roused Buck from the first little bit of quality sleep he'd had in a while. Good solid sleep where he wasn't afraid someone was going to kill him. Sure, the thought had been there in the back of his mind that the girl might try to kill him while he slept, but he hadn't been that afraid since she'd already passed out and was slightly snoring. When was the last time she'd gotten real sleep? When was the last time she hadn't been afraid of being used or abused or hurt? If nothing else, at least Buck had been able to help her escape that. Buck pushed himself up from the dusty, cold linoleum and reached across the aisle they'd chosen to sleep in. He shook her shoulder, saddened by the screwed-up expression on her face as she struggled with something in her dreams. "Maria, wake up!" Buck shook her shoulder a little harder. When she opened her eyes and saw him, she jerked back, hitting her head on the metal overhanging from the bottom shelf of what was marked as the candy aisle. Buck pulled his hand back, keeping his palm open to show he wasn't holding anything or in any way trying to hurt her. "Shesh. It's all right. It's just me, Buck. Are you okay? You were having a nightmare or something." But he knew waking up was the real nightmare. It had been the same way for him. She reached up, rubbing at the tender spot on her scalp and staring at him. She didn't blink for a long time, as if she was nervous about missing a detail, a movement, like he might not be telling the truth. While Maria gathered her composure, Buck rolled to his back and stared at the ceiling. Maybe voicing their options was the best way to pull her out of her stupor. "I don't know what we should do. We don't have a lot of gas left, not enough to get us very far. I don't have shoes, so I won't be able to walk much further after the gas goes out. We don't have any weapons or ways to protect ourselves once we're out of here, or out of the protection of the Range Rover." He didn't want to continue. He didn't want to admit that he was terrified they had escaped one hell and run into another. Maria sniffed. "What would you do without me here?" Truth time wasn't appropriate when she'd just woken up from who knew what kind of a nightmare, but he had to admit that telling her was appealing. Buck turned his head and met her wide-eyed gaze. "I wouldn't be here." The truth settled onto him like a weighted blanket. "We can leave." Her eyes shadowed with fear as she chewed on her lower lip, her hands shaking as she rubbed her forehead. Staring at Maria, Buck nodded slowly as he faced just what exactly he was saying. He spoke slowly and confidently. "No. I mean, I wouldn't be here. I probably would have driven my car off a cliff or something by now." He wasn't joking even the slightest. He didn't want to continue living like this, and the fact that he was there and trying to keep up the survival thing was simply because he didn't want to force anyone, especially a young girl, to do what he wanted. When had he given up? Not when he'd been in his home. Not when they'd broken in and he'd escaped to the backyard. No. Not even when he'd found his neighbors in the pool. Maybe it had been when the mob had rushed his car because they wanted to get at Buck and Maria. Maybe their expressions of desperation and survival had broken down the last of his need to hang on. Maria shifted to her back, folding her arms across her chest and staring up at the ceiling as well. The silence fell around them, eerie in the early morning, with the light creeping through cracks in the wood-covered windows. "I don't want to be here either. An escape would be nice. Just to find freedom, you know?" She didn't look at him, but left her near whisper there in the air between them. Yeah, to find freedom. What was she saying? What was Buck admitting to? Could they really want the same thing? The truth was too much to face, too much to accept at that point. Getting ready to leave wasn't something they talked about. It was more like they just fell into the rhythm. They didn't pack much as they quietly gathered the few things they'd brought in, taking bottles of water and snacks they'd scavenged from the aisles. While Buck stood guard, Maria darted into the woods along the back of the store, just above the drop-off, and relieved herself, while Buck availed himself of the side of the building. They got into the Range Rover, subdued with their lack of a plan. They didn't know where to go. They had nowhere to be that was safer than where they'd been. They could drive for as long as the gas would take them. They could try to hike further than that, taking any path that felt right. Or... Buck started the engine and glanced at Maria. She stared resolutely back, as if she didn't know what to do or think except, just keep going. Could her gaze tell him what she wanted to do? What he should do? Pulling from the gas station, Buck gripped the steering wheel. They climbed up the mountainside, the trees the only break between blue sky and black pavement. A yellow sign flashed ahead of them, and they both saw the cliff warning at the same time. Buck glanced at Maria, his pulse speeding up. Did she have the same idea? Eyes wide, she met his gaze. She did. They were on the same page. They both wanted the same thing, and Buck was the only one who could give it to them. Buck would have to get out from the edge of the cliff as far as possible, which meant he needed to pick up as much speed as he could get before the turn in the road. He'd been out there plenty of times and knew the lay of the land. There would be a spot just before the guardrail that he could get the Range Rover through, and then they'd be flying out over the drop-off and into the canyon, a solid 400 or more feet below. All he had to do was hit that hole right. No matter how much bulletproofing he'd put on the vehicle, it wouldn't survive that fall. They wouldn't survive that fall. That was the most important thing. Sitting at the bottom of the ravine injured would only be a worse spin on an already horrible situation. Buck squeezed the leather steering wheel cover. Are you sure? He couldn't deny he was nervous about the decision. He didn't want to push her into anything, but they both had to be sure. Yes, I don't want this anymore. Pure conviction rang through her voice, and Buck responded, grateful someone else had made the final decision. He didn't want it either. They didn't need more words, and Buck could accept the fact that he wasn't his characters. He needed someone else to write his lines. He didn't have any sense of bravado or misconceptions. This last act was what he could do for them. It was a way for them to be free. All he could do was press his foot to the pedal and take the acceleration with grace. The curve appeared around the edge of the first wall, climbing higher on their left. Maria pointed at the spot just before the guardrail. She'd had the same idea. Buck glanced at Maria. Tears rolled down her tight cheeks. She stared ahead, resolution strong in her expression. Buck tucked his chin and pressed the gas harder. They'd hit the hole at about 65 miles an hour. There was no going back. At this point, there was no way he could slow them down. If they hit the guardrail, they'd maybe make it and suffer in pain for who knows how long. Their only choice was to go for it. Do what they had opted to do in a split second of insanity. Follow through on impossible. Now, even if their fear were enough to make them stop, they wouldn't be able to. Buck tamped down the nerves and sudden desire to fight to live. He didn't have that option anymore. He was out of options. One more glance at Maria from the corner of his eyes proved he was the only one with second thoughts. She'd suffered more than he had. She'd been under more pain, and she wanted to go. She knew this was better than what was out there. Anything would be better. Buck set his jaw and hunched his shoulders. They were going to go over the edge, and for the first time, he understood the ending of Thelma and Louise. The smooth suspension of the Range Rover smothered the bumps in the cracked pavement. Buck gripped the steering wheel with both hands. They hit the shoulder of the road, and then bounced over the rocks and bushes. He overcorrected when the tires shifted on the gravelly surface, and the side of the car scraped the guardrail. "Don't stop!" Maria's scream reverberated through the rig as she reached out and gripped the handle above the door. She braced her hand on the dashboard. That was it. They were suddenly flying, suspended in the air. Done. Buck didn't have to think anymore as he lifted up in his seat, his seatbelt keeping him from launching forward. He blacked out as the car smashed into the first bed of boulders on the edge of the mountainside. Chapter 53. Perry. The solid thuds of men fists pounding on Cady would have been wince-inducing if Perry didn't know it would be better for everyone in the long run. Each woman there had been through something similar to establish their understanding in the group. Cady's was harsher, but her attitude was one that needed definitive breaking. After her sounds of pain faded, Perry closed the distance between him and the group and stopped the men, sweat dripping from their brows and spittle flinging from their lips. They'd given her one solid beating. "That's enough, guys." Perry arched an eyebrow at Cady's fetal position, with her hands and arms wrapped over her head. Perry crouched down, dangling his hands between his knees. "Have you had enough, Cady?" He reached down and wiped the blood dripping from a gash in her forehead. "This looks like you won't survive much more. Maybe you should give in and admit you're not in charge here." There was more Perry would demand of Cady, but at this point, the already bluing skin along her jawline suggested she probably wouldn't be able to admit much of anything at the moment. He grunted as he bent down and picked her up, launching her over his shoulder. He stood and rolled his eyes at the men. "She's not going to be speaking much right now. I'll deal with her." He'd already claimed her as his the night before when he'd killed Ted. No one, not even Dan, stood in his way. Just the way it should be. He dropped Cady to her feet outside of his tent and shoved her inside. She didn't fight him. Falling to the ground, she didn't get up. She hunched over the edge of his bed and didn't move. Just as well. Perry didn't want to get close to her with the bruising and blood on her face. He had stuff to get done anyway. Back in the clearing, Perry jerked his chin toward the meeting place. As the men gathered, unwilling to argue or test Perry, he looked around with his arms folded across his chest. "Today we're going to gather the last of our neighbors. Those that choose not to join us, shoot them." He stared down each man who challenged him with their eyes. He narrowed his eyes as one man half raised his hand. "Just kill them?" Brett looked confused. "What if they didn't do anything?" "It's not hard. You point your gun and shoot. Easy as that." Perry narrowed his eyes as if the question might be a sign of rebellion. "Let me make this clear. We need more workers. I don't care if they're men or women. We need that wall built. We're the elite, men. We're the ones who are going to build this country back up from the hole in the ground it has fallen into. We're the only way this world is going to get put back together. Us." He thumped his chest on us. Perry slowly walked around the group, meeting each man's eyes. His voice lowered to an intimate level, and he softened his expression. "I'm done playing nice because I want you to have the best. You deserve the best. Why do they think they get to keep things from you? Why do we let them withhold from us? No more. Do you understand me? No more. We deserve this. We're the important ones. We survived the virus because we're integral to the plans of the creator of this world. We're important." He narrowed his eyes. He had to push the point home. The men started puffed out their chests, doubt blurring from their faces. Perry pressed harder. "I haven't heard from Dick all night. Let's start with the Parks. Let's show them what happens when they defy us. That's treason, and we're not going to allow treason, are we, men?" He raised his voice. "This is our country. We don't allow treason, right?" They shouted no, loud and hard, like they fully believed everything Perry spouted at them. And why wouldn't they? He knew how to play a crowd, how to manipulate them, and get them to do what he wanted. He really was done playing nice.
Chapter 54. Bailey Elba cradled Jessica close, and Bailey pushed her dizziness to the side. She didn't have time to be weakened by the sickness that was itching her neck, upper shoulder, and back. She couldn't stop to take a breather. Bailey could rest when they were safe. Elba had instructed Bailey to poke the pistol into one of the small gun holes Dusty had built into the log walls. Instead of a hole that pointed straight from the inside to the outside, Elba had explained that Bailey would need to pull one of the plugs out and then look at an angle to see where the shots would go. She pulled a long silicone piece from the hole that was about 8 inches in length. Looking down the inch-wide hole, Bailey gasped when she saw people running in and out of the line of sight. She whispered over her shoulder, "I can see them, but I can't fire at them when I want to." There's another hole right above it. Elba's whisper carried softly, over the rug, in the center of the floor. Their words wouldn't carry outside. Even if they did, the invaders wouldn't hear them as they ran back and forth in search of a way into the home. Bailey turned back to the wall and searched for the hole. About a foot above the gun hole, another plug waited for her to pull it out. She withdrew the plug and got into position. The gun muzzle just barely fit, and who knew if it would shoot straight out. The variables were unreal, but at least it was doing something, protecting them in some way. Waiting for a man to cross in front of her view, she squeezed her eyes shut and pulled the trigger. The blast was loud in the small confines of the home, and while Bailey expected the wall to explode, she was pleasantly surprised to hear someone scream from outside the house. She glanced at Elba over her shoulder, grinning. "I think I got one." But Elba wasn't smiling. "What's wrong?" "Besides the obvious." "I smell smoke. Do you smell it? We need to find where it's coming from." Elba's hands shook with fear, and she set Jessica softly on the couch, propped into place with a throw pillow. She hurried down the hallway. After a millisecond, her muffled shriek carried back to Bailey as she ran back through the living room and into the kitchen. Elba's eyes wide, she had her arms outstretched as she reached for the sink. Staring in the direction Elba disappeared, Bailey pushed away from the wall and rushed toward her hostess in the other room. "What's going on? What happened?" She stopped her mad rush into the kitchen and watched as Elba scrambled around, her hand to her neck. "The south wall is on fire, just by the front door. I can put it out, but I need to go at it from the window above, in the attic." She swallowed, stooping to get a bucket from under the sink and quickly dumping water from bottles inside. She tossed the empty plastic into the center of the kitchen floor. "Get Jessica and get into the cellar, Bailey. There isn't time for anything else." "Wait! What are you going to do?" "I need to help." Bailey shook, her head to her toes. Her entire body wanted to shake and tremble. "Get Jessica and hide. The smoke will fill the house soon. She can't breathe this. Save her." Elba nodded tightly as she grabbed the half-filled bucket and rushed down the hallway. Bailey turned back to the living room, the gun hanging limply in her hand. She couldn't help Elba if she was with Jessica, and she couldn't help Jessica if she was with Elba. With her sickness coming on strong, Bailey wasn't the smart choice to stay with the baby. She wasn't the smart one to be left alone with the infant. Hadn't she learned that with Jason? Bailey blinked at the brightness in the house. The sun was hitting the slim windows at just the right angle and dispelling the gloom from the night. Morning had come, and the men were still there. They'd been working all night to get at them. Now they were resorting to fire? Something wasn't adding up. Why would they start a fire there? Why would Elba need to put the fire out in that specific spot? They had to know they would try to put it out, and putting the fire right by a window was like they wanted someone to try to put it out. Bailey jerked around, reaching in the direction Elba had gone. She glanced at Jessica and then carefully put her down on the cushions in a place she wouldn't fall off. "Wait, Elba, don't go out there. I think it's a trap." Bailey rushed toward the steps leading up to the attic. She climbed the rungs one at a time, forced to tuck the gun into the waistband of her jeans. She had to stop Elba, but she wasn't sure exactly why. Something didn't feel right, and it wasn't the sickly sensations cascading through her from the virus. No, her instincts screamed something wasn't right, and she had no doubts left about trusting her gut. Now she had to convince Elba to let Bailey do the job. If anyone should get shot, it was Bailey. She was too close to dying as it was. Chapter 55, Margie. The truck bumped over the ruts in the driveway, but Margie didn't slow down from the 30 miles an hour speed she held the truck at. She had to get to the Parks place before too long. Something was pushing her, and it could just have been as simple as worry for her daughter. With Scott's death behind her, tainting her, Margie wasn't sure what emotions were natural and which ones were colored by the losses. She couldn't put a finger on what she was supposed to be feeling. That was fine. She could cope with it later. Unfortunately, Margie had to face the fact that later might be too late. The Parks place was the first home along the river, before the footpath and bridge across the small river. The car bridge was closed with roadblocks, the first step of the grove toward securing their borders. Smoke drifted into the air about 100 yards ahead of them, into the blue sky above the treetops. Midday sun kept the heat coming down. Glancing in her side view mirror, Margie scowled at the cloud of dust puffing up behind them on the trail. Someone would know they were coming, if they were watching. Margie slowed, but only imperceptibly. She wasn't going to rush into anything, but she also wasn't stupid. Dusty Parks was a military man. The only reason he'd have a fire going was if an emergency called for it. His smoke distillation system had his fires covered for the last 10 years or so. This was a real fire, and it was outside. Why? The only thing she could think of was that maybe he didn't have control of his home anymore. Margie drew through the woods, coming to a break, as if the trees parted to let them in. Ranger shifted beside her, and Riker leaned back, his eyes wide. Men dashed back and forth around the fortified home. Dusty had taken his job of protecting his wife seriously. A small fire burned at the edge of the front door, and Elba, with her long hair, hung precariously from the window above, trying to dump water onto the flames from a cream-colored kitchen bucket. A man stopped running and knelt, raising his rifle to sight in on Elba. Margie revved the engine and raced toward him. A few men closer to the house turned in alarm, probably unused to hearing truck engines lately. But the man with the gun didn't turn. He pulled the trigger, and Margie hit him with the full brunt of the grill at the same time. Riker cried out, but Margie didn't care about the man. She stared up at the house, gasping and covering her mouth as Elba slumped forward, dropping the bucket to the ground below. Her long silver hair hung down toward the flames, which were slowly dwindling. Dusty had packed clay in most crevices, which he'd once told Margie was a design to prevent fire spreading around his house. He wasn't able to be fully prepared for every instance of attack, but he was prepared for most of them. Fire. His wife had been trying to stop the fire from the attack. The men whooped and hollered and turned, determination on their faces, as they headed toward Margie's truck. Margie didn't shift into park or reverse. She narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Get your gun. It's time for some target practice." She'd always wanted to say that, and that the situation called, for it only irritated her more. Riker didn't flinch beside her. He pulled out the handgun she'd helped him get at Cady's from the fallen men and checked it the way Margie had shown him. He nodded as he opened the wing window on his side. He pointed the gun toward a man approaching from his side and shot, leaving a hole in the man's arm. Screaming, the man ran the other way, pulling the attention of the others. Margie pressed her foot to the pedal, peeling forward and knocking over 3 more men who tried to run at the last second. She'd add their deaths to things to contemplate when she got to the safety of her home. Stopping the truck, Margie slipped the transmission into park. "I'm going after that one. He looks like the last." She slid from the seat with a shotgun in her hand, fingers shaking as she positioned the bead on the man's head. He looked indecisive, as if unsure if he should run or attack. He didn't have a gun in sight. Margie didn't give him a chance to choose what to do. She breathed out and squeezed the trigger, the sound reverberating around the clearing. The silence as the shot faded seemed to suck the life from the clearing. None of the men moved. There were only 5 in all. Margie turned back to the house, calling to Riker, "Are you okay?" 5. She'd add them to her regrets. "Yeah, I'm good." Riker reached over and turned off the engine, climbing down with his gun in his hand. He held the door for Ranger and closed it once the dog bounded out, sniffing each dead body in turn. Elba was dead. Even the smoke had started to dissipate, leaving behind little evidence that the house had even been threatened by flames. Glancing around, Margie called out, "Dusty?" The man was nowhere in sight, and that concerned Margie. Where would he have gone that he'd leave his wife unattended? In the window behind Elba, there was movement, and then screaming. The sound familiar to Margie. She worried she'd never hear the voice again. Margie jerked forward, searching for the injured person. But the girl wasn't hurt, and, as she got closer, Margie inhaled sharply. Her granddaughter, Bailey, stood over Elba with her eyes shut and her mouth open. She'd found her granddaughter, alive. Maybe not worse for wear, but at least she was alive and she wasn't with the Grove. She was there. Where Bailey was, Cady was. Bailey glanced out at Margie and froze, raising her fingers to her lips. She stopped screaming and stumbled out of sight. In less than 30 seconds, Bailey lunged from the front door, sobbing openly as she rushed into Margie's arms. Margie could breathe normally. Her girls were safe. Now it was just a matter of figuring out what to do next. They could do that. She had no problem doing that. The last book is just around the corner. Keep reading for an exclusive sneak peek. When Margie finds out Cady isn't as safe as she'd assumed, a mother's revenge might be worse than the virus. Or maybe she'll have to choose to let Cady go. Hey, Survivor. Thank you so much for sticking with me on this series. I love this trio of women so much. They remind me of women in my own family. Thanks again. You're much appreciated, Bonnie.